Muy buenos días y bienvenidos al segundo encuentro.
Good morning and please be welcome to the second Southern Border meeting. Last year, we celebrated this kind of meeting in Granton area. We apologize, we can barely hear the speaker. The sound is not too clear. And we are here in Ceuta, a city that received strong waves of migration in the last few years. We apologize, the video sound is not clear. We cannot continue interpreting. Eso que tiene que ver con la inmigración y el descontrol y sus consecuencias para los ceutíes, para los españoles y también para el resto de Europa. Desde aquí, desde el segundo encuentro de Frontera Sur, queremos romper ese tabú, esa realidad de la inmigración descontrolada que se cumple por años en instituciones, y lo vamos a hacer con un congreso completísimo que arrancamos hoy y que se va a alargar durante todo. Vamos a ver YouTube, de Vox, también de Vox vamos a estar retransmitiendo en directo. Es el segundo encuentro de Sur desde Ceuta, pero antes vamos con un mensaje del presidente de Vox, Santiago Pascal.
Queridos amigos de Frontera Sur,
dear friends from Frontera Sur, the southern border, we apologize, we cannot hear the sound properly.
Mientras se pisotea y se agredía a nuestros agentes. Han permitido que la inseguridad se adueñe de nuestros barrios y se cede con las personas más vulnerables. No es seguro que se multipliquen los problemas de convivencia. Eso sí, siempre lejos de sus mansiones y de sus urbanizaciones privadas. Han permitido que se deterioren las condiciones laborales de nuestros trabajadores y han dejado el terreno libre para que el islamismo radical se expanda por nuestro país. Han logrado, en definitiva, que muchos españoles se sientan extraños en su propio país, en sus propios barrios, y no han olvidado en señalar con descalificativos, etiquetas e insultos a todos aquellos que han osado levantar la voz, a todos aquellos que se han opuesto a esta increíble deriva multiculturalista, a todo aquel que se ha atrevido a disentir. En Ceuta lo sabéis bien, pues nadie ha padecido como vosotros las devastadoras consecuencias del efecto llamada. En Ceuta conocéis lo que es sentiros solos y desamparados, lo que es sufrir.
In Ceuta, you know what it is to be alone and what it is to suffer the aftermath of an invasion, endangering your concerns and your interests. We apologize, the sound is breaking up.
Y por eso son tan importantes los foros como Frontera Sur, los espacios donde encontramos y construir una alternativa intelectual al buenismo y al cosmopolitismo imperantes. Es hora de oponerse a la inmigración masiva e ilegal que termina con la tranquilidad en nuestras calles.
Some to oppose mass migration that endangers the peace in our streets, as well as our identity. If we do not do it, other people will do it for us. That's what we aim with this meeting. And there are trade union representatives, media, and other stakeholders that use us to impose their ideological agenda. So it is a time to protect our borders. We apologize, the sound is breaking up.
Es uno de los lugares más afectados por esa inmigración y sus consecuencias en nuestro país. Vamos a comenzar con una primera palabra, vamos a tener políticas de diferentes temáticas relacionadas todas ellas con la migración a lo largo del día, pero la primera se tiene que ver con el silencio de los medios de comunicación, también de las instituciones y censura que se implantaron en las redes sociales sobre este asunto, porque estos medios de comunicación, estas redes sociales, han dado una
De hecho, aquí se atreven a denunciar sus consecuencias, a decir qué es lo que está ocurriendo con esta inmigración descontrolada, pues se les censura o se les tacha de racistas. En las redes sociales ocurre prácticamente lo mismo. Se expulsa, se cancela también a quien se atreve a hablar de este asunto. Y vamos a comenzar este primer panel sobre la censura en los medios de comunicación sobre esta inmigración ilegal. Todos también tenemos en el mismo formato. Aprovecho también para recordarles que pueden seguir todo el programa, todo el evento en el canal de YouTube de Vox Europa, también en el canal de YouTube de Vox. Vamos a estar transmitiendo todo en el stream, así que bienvenidos a los que estáis ya al otro lado. Y vamos con este panel, les decía que todos van a tener el mismo formato, y va a ser que los invitados van a tener una primera introducción de unos 5 o 10 minutos hablando sobre el asunto, y después vamos a dar paso a un pequeño debate entre ellos. En el primer panel tenemos 2 invitados a quienes paso a presentar. Por un lado tenemos a Rubén Pulido, él es experto en innovación. Muchísimas gracias por estar con nosotros, Rubén.
Un placer. Buenos días.
Y por otro lado, periodista y también una de las personas que nos denuncia esta situación en nuestro país. Vamos a concluir con una primera intervención de cada uno de ellos, así que doy paso a Rubén Pulido, por favor.
Bueno, yo, como bien no describe este panel.
Thank you. As I stated, we speak about censorship, and we don't just have censorship in media, but rather media is, or censorship is kind of being institutionalized. We apologize, sound is breaking up again. We unfortunately cannot render the interpretation.
Por parte del Ejecutivo. Otros tenemos nuestra propia visión, nuestro propio análisis, ¿no? que nos lleva a una horquilla de cifras de otra, ¿no? Y es el propio gobierno el que empieza a través de sus balances e informes del Ministerio del Interior, a hurtarnos información con respecto a lo que sucedió en Ceuta. Para empezar, se cierra el ejercicio del año 2021 con una pequeña nota, un pequeño epígrafe en lo que son los balances e informes del Ministerio del Interior.
So there was a report from the Home Office stating that they could not deal with data and they cannot speak about the magnitude of what happened in Ceuta on May 17th and 18th. However, there are other official bodies, such as the High Commissioner of the UN for Refugees, that did show a figure. And even the local government had a figure around 12,000 people. So that is an example of information censorship regarding migration. And many people might not know, but since September 2020, the government and the Home Office has not told us about the nationality of the illegal migration coming to our territory. We work on that, and you work on a media outlet, and eventually need to contact the national police and the foreign office, and you need to be very insistent to get to know about all that information that hasn't been disclosed by the government since September 2020. Why do I think that information is not made public? Well, I think that about 65% of illegal migration getting to our territory comes from Algeria or Morocco, and only about 15% comes from places which are really in conflict, which might give them the right for asylum seeking or international protection. And there is information being censored, and citizens cannot get to know it regarding the demographic rates. The government, since September 2020, is not telling us how many men, women or children are getting here through illegal migration, and we cannot understand why this information is not disclosed. Eventually, you kind of get to think that they want to hide those figures, and those demographic rates show 80% of male migration, and then The remaining 20% is 10% women and 10% children. The children are unaccompanied foreign minors, which tend to also be men. That's also information being hidden. And if we go to the Canary Islands, we might remember the year 2020 when we had the Aguinigin crisis, and that appeared on all newspaper headlines and covers. There was saturation in the Canary Islands. There was a mass housing and all the emergency services were overwhelmed. And back in 2020, with that Aguinigin crisis and that media sensationalism, if we go to the Home Office, we can see that as of November 1st, 2020, there were 11,000 illegal migrants that had arrived to Canary Islands. Right now there are 14,000. So where is the crisis in the Canary Islands? That's just an example of how they're trying to hide what's happening. And it's not happening a lot less, it's actually happening more. But the government has done it in such a way that they are availing of all this institutional advertising and diverse campaigns being done or being made publicly with media. And they allow the government not to reveal anything about what's happening. So there's an increase above 20% regarding those 2020 figures, but there's still an overwhelmed situation in emergency services. And from the security forces, they're not helping their colleagues as it happened in 2020. And they haven't increased health services. And right now, more than 20% of the legal migration that is getting to the Canary Islands is coming from Morocco, from the Moroccan coast and the Saharan coast that are being managed by the Alawi regime. And the government there is also doing media censorship, because currently they're telling us that Morocco has all the illegal migration controlled, and they always speak about the autonomous cities, Ceuta and Melilla. But we need to know whether the problem is really controlled. And they're saying that all the funds being awarded to Morocco are useful to contain illegal migration in the autonomous cities, but they do not disclose what's happening in the Canary Islands. We do not know anything, and this situation is much worse than what it was back in 2020. And there is work being done to fight against truth, information, and regarding all events around migration. That happened in our media outlet, Gaceta de la Iberosfera. There was an event in Ceuta where a young person had been badly injured. They had beaten him up until he was nearly dead, and the victim, his relatives, and everyone who assisted the victim said that the people who attacked him have been illegally migrants. We're wondering around the city of Ceuta. That illegal migration had not been returned, and there were areas of Ceuta that could be located. They had even occupied certain homes. But the attackers have been migrants that have been confirmed, and not just myself but also other media outlets informed about that. And the local government in Ceuta began working on that, so that our information seemed to be a hoax. They deemed that information as false. They were saying that the people arrested were locals from Ceuta. The people involved in that attack were not migrants, but they were locals. In that press release, that was that way.
pero los detenidos, no los
But the
culpables.
people
En la
arrested,
rueda
not
de
the people who are
reconocimiento,
guilty
el chaval
of the
agredido
crime.
no reconoció a ninguno de
They
los
were
detenidos
surrounded
como los agresores.
to recognize
Entonces ahí se hace
attackers.
un trabajo de información por el cual
That
la
was not
versión
properly
oficial es
done.
que esos detenidos son
And the
ceutíes,
official version
son
of those people
españoles,
arrested,
no son inmigrantes, y ahora se dan
according to official information, were locals from
con los que
Ceuta,
han cometido los
not
delitos como
migrants.
esos detenidos, ¿no? Se deja de buscar el culpable, se deja de perseguir el delito y pasa
And
a
here they
importar
stop
más,
looking
¿no?
for
el
people who are
controlar
to
la
blame,
información que pueda
and they
girar
begin controlling the
alrededor
information.
del suceso. Lo que yo conté y lo que contó otro periodista pasa a ser
So
mentira,
what I
y lo
said
que
and
pasa a ser
what
verdad
another
es que
journalist
entre los
said
detenidos no hay
was deemed
inmigración
to
ilegal.
be
Y bueno, todo esto pues
false,
son una serie de
and the
ejemplos a
truth
través
that
de
was
los cuales la
communicated
censura es
was that this
institucionalizada,
information
pero
was
no
not
solo
true.
sucedió
So
en
this
aquel suceso.
censorship is
Hay compañeros
kind of
periodistas igual
institutionalized.
que
It
informan
didn't just happen then.
alrededor de todo lo que
Rather,
ocurre en torno a
journalists
la inmigración ilegal y luego se encuentran
informing
con
about what's
comunicados
happening in illegal
oficiales
migration,
que la mayoría se publican a
and
través
then we
de la
find
agencia F, lo
official
voy a decir
memos, most
sin
of
ningún
them
tipo
published
de fisuras,
through
¿no?
Agencia F,
O a
I'll say
través
that
del propio
bluntly,
organismo oficial, a través de la
or
propia
through the
delegación de
actual official
gobierno,
body
donde
and the
se hace una
government delegation.
contrainformación hacia lo que el
And they
periodista
do
ha comunicado en el
counter-information
medio de comunicación,
to
creando
post
una
what has been
información
published,
oficial frente
creating official information
de estos periodistas.
versus the work of those journalists.
De cómo esta
And that's just an example of how that censorship becomes part of the actual institutions. Thank you. Well, that's the censorship we're seeing on a daily basis. Thank you, Ruben, for these first comments. We'll give the floor to Javier Villamor. Well, let's begin speaking about the theory of communication to understand the importance of controlling the story. Right now, we're having a debate with an issuer, a receiver, and the importance of media is essential. Some people get a message, and that's like a message going to their brain, and the viewer is not being involved here. That's the unconscious control, the ability to manipulate the relationship between certain elements in the minds of people. Before that was a bit more violent, but now we're speaking about the power of the story. And as Ruben was saying, it is important to keep giving data, even though the data kill the story. Sometimes it is the story that kills data. And we need to understand that to explain what we're seeing. Since the 80s, it was shown that in a report there are about 50 media companies. Right now there are only 6 large media groups: Walt Disney, Warner, Comcast, Paramount, and Fox. And there's a particularity there. These companies do mainly entertainment, and they have been buying information companies. There's a famous journalist that you may have studied at the university, but infotainment becomes reality. It's not just information, it is paired with entertainment, often with junk TV. Therefore, it is much easier to get into the minds of people to have biased data. Terrorists do not exist, or security problems, and we're building that story constantly. And then the large media agencies in the world are Anglo-Saxon or French, mainly, and they are the ones that create between 80 and 90% of global information, which is virtually all of it. And there are other sorts of international information that has been cut for Westerners. There are Chinese agencies, but they're not properly done, so they do not consume other information that might be useful to understand what's happening. And regarding theory, I'd like to read a quote by Freud's nephew, which is quite interesting regarding the targets of the power relationships with media, and it really explains censorship. He said, "Conscious and smart manipulation on habits and opinions is important in democratic societies. The people who manipulate that hidden mechanism in society create an invisible element that creates a power in our country. He was speaking about the USA, but it could be applied to any country. These people mold our minds and define our ideas, and these are people that we have never heard of, usually. These sounds like conspiracy, like acting in the shadows. We apologize, sound keeps breaking up. We're going to speak to the technicians so they can get sorted out.
Por desgracia, estamos en esa época en donde el control del relato, repito, es muy importante. Y ese control del relato ha pasado por varias etapas. Hablamos, por ejemplo, de la guerra de Vietnam, que podemos decir que es un punto de inflexión en la libertad de prensa. Ahí donde se comprende que la libertad de prensa, los periodistas que informen libremente, son peligrosos para el poder hegemónico que estamos viviendo, y eso se empieza a controlar de manera masiva. Y esto es interesante, comprender cómo se va destruyendo quizá esa delgada línea de control entre el poder y la mente de la ciudadanía. Un punto de inflexión también es el 11S, no el 11S en sí, sino lo que viene después, las guerras de Oriente Medio, las justificaciones poco argumentadas, después con la crisis de 2008 y recientemente con la crisis sanitaria del COVID. Eso yo creo que ha servido para romper completamente este relato, para que la gente despierte de alguna manera y vea que entre lo que la opinión pública y la opinión publicada hay una gran diferencia. Y esto es importante comprender porque ahí entra el segundo mecanismo. Si nos fijamos en mi caso voy a poner la figura de George Soros, no porque ya sabéis que me gusta, pero creo que sirve realmente para comprender cómo funciona ese poder que estamos sufriendo en Occidente, ¿no? Cuando ponemos sociedades tradicionales a sociedades abiertas, hay que entender que las sociedades tradicionales obviamente tendrían sus puntos negativos, nadie niega eso, pero eran sociedades mucho más herméticas, mucho más difíciles de ser interferidas por poderes hegemónicos, económicos o políticos. Cuando estamos en sociedades abiertas, las sociedades occidentales, las democracias liberales, nos encontramos en que es cierto que por un lado son mucho más libres a la hora del debate público, o eran mucho más libres, pero también son mucho más libres en cuanto a estructura estamos hablando. Y ahí es donde, por ejemplo, estudiando la figura de Soros y otros filántropos, entre comillas, podemos entender que hay 5 pilares fundamentales para la conquista del poder, o al menos el dominio del poder en Occidente, ¿no? Son asociaciones, fundaciones, ONGs, medios de comunicación, sociedad civil, partidos políticos y sistema judicial. No voy a entrar en los otros 4, pero nos fijamos en los medios de comunicación. La importancia de los medios de comunicación a la hora de irradiar 24/7, 365 días al año, un mensaje constante que cale en la población. En la población, la sociedad civil, cuando recibe ese mensaje, bien puede hacer propios esas ideas que está viendo, bien sea asimilarlas porque las ve constantemente, por lo tanto es normal, o bien se pone en contra de esas ideas, que es lo que ocurre en este caso respecto a la inmigración por parte de muchos partidos políticos, asociaciones civiles, o en el caso europeo, por ejemplo, como el ECR, que es el que está organizando este encuentro. Y eso es importante entenderlo, porque es ahí donde entra el siguiente paso, que es también lo que estaba diciendo Rubén al final, que es el control con los llamados fake news. El último salto de conciencia quizá de la élite, viendo que ese Internet que había de alguna manera empoderado a la población, son 2 cosas, son 2 hitos, el Brexit por un lado y el no a los procesos de paz en Colombia con las FARC, que pese a que la población votó que no.
So in Colombia with the FARC, even though the population voted no, it was well ahead. And that's where the fake news come in. So the population votes against the traditional power. We're speaking about manipulation and fake information. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist, it's a fact. But it is clear that it's not the answer to everything. And that's where fake news come in. And there have been many cases in Spain or Europe that belong to international fact-checking network from the Frontier Institute, founded by large corporations. And we found that media group that is not just regarding the traditional media and economic power, but we also have to do here with social media and metadata. Regarding migration as such, we might debate about this next, but I'd like to mention it. Regarding the importance of keep insisting regarding the story versus data. And I'd like us to remember that idea. because when reality goes against the message, they deny it, such as the daughter killed by the mother or other people who may have been suffering violence by migrants. Not all migrants are violent. When that happens, that is usually ignored to avoid the associations. And Angela Merkel, some time ago, there were 1,000 cases of abuse by migrants, but the police did not inform about it so that people would not become racist. So some media powers are working on that. And regarding migration, the message that is given to us and the construction of a reality by media usually goes in parallel or opposed to what's happening internationally in politics. And I'll finish with the example of the Marrakesh mass migration agreement. Pedro Sanchez signed it, and from then, it was done before already, but from then, mass migration was promoted in unseen scales, and governments committed to increase government spending to welcome migrants. The consequences of that are not being told, such as the tax increases and so on, which we're seeing now, but they speak about the benefits that they aim for that to have. So we have that balance of power where we understand that in order to articulate a movement against the traditional power, there needs to be a counter-story, otherwise we cannot do anything. And objectivity does not exist here. From the time that Ruben, yourself, or any viewer is choosing certain words, they're being subjective. But we do need to be honest. And those two things are not exclusive. And that's important for media. We need to fight against what we're seeing. And we do not need to be dishonest. We can be subjective while we are fully honest. Thank you, Javier Villamor. You did mention that murder of Olaya David, and I'd like to mention those two examples regarding how that story was implemented so strongly in everyone's mind. And we've seen that with the example of that 12-year-old girl who was tortured and killed, and her body was put into a suitcase by an Algerian migrant who was illegally in France, and that kind of went unseen for many media outlets who spoke about it in passing, and it is not something that opened the news or the newspaper headlines. But how did the population react to that murder? Well, in Spain, virtually no one spoke about it. However, if we go back in time, we have seen other different cases of well-known murders, such as George Floyd's murder and the consequences of his death at the hands of that policeman were seen later, and we saw how the whole of Spain, USA, and Europe, and even many Spaniards were showing solidarity with that event, with George Floyd. But with Lola David, with a girl underage in a neighboring country, that case did not have an effect on population. Are we becoming sensitive to things that are closer to us regarding the distance and the culture, such as the murder of that young girl? What do you think of that? Are we about to invert it? Ruben, well, all that media group that Javier spoke about, all those companies, agencies, and different fact-checkers that subsidize and even media, usually build and try to control the reaction of society to the information that may be given publicly in media, agencies, and fact-checkers that are going to pursue what's going against the interests of that media group. So that murder of Lola in France was an illegal migrant, but she had an eviction order since 2009. And no one can explain why that happened. I think she had been there for she had received that eviction order 3 years before. What was she doing there if there was an eviction order issued against her? And then she did that horrible event to notice how dangerous that subject could be. And that also happens in Spain, but so far we haven't had to regret enough events, and it seems crazy to have to speak that way to understand each other. But it's also happening in Spain. Here we have migrants with eviction orders in place, and also with prohibition of entry into national territory, and migrants with a large number of criminal records. And I've brought some examples here. This person has 8 arrest and search warrants and has been guilty for several crimes. That person is on the Spanish mainland and is an asylum seeker. We have this other person with threat crimes, foreign law infractions, sex crimes, robbery and assault, and several arrest and search warrants. That person is an asylum seeker, and due to the administrative silence, that person is on the Spanish mainland. We have this other person who has been accused of a murder and other crimes, and these are profiles that illegally got to Ceuta and Melilla. They have requested asylum, and due to the saturation in the asylum and refuge office, these people have right to move around the national territory, and they can travel to the Spanish mainland. And all those back doors, they know how they work. If these subjects hadn't requested asylum, knowing what's going on in the asylum office, they go into a police office, they'll be arrested and returned to their home countries, but they're still wandering around the mainland. And we're speaking about murder crimes, about sexual assault, about really serious crimes in their files. And we cannot inform about these cases because, as Javier and yourself know, regarding the public opinion, there could be an aftermath against me just for communicating and speaking about it, about what's really happening. However, there is a name and a surname here, and I am sure in the next few years these kind of profiles and subjects have gone to the mainland, but I am sure that we will find these names and surnames on many police proceedings. However, nothing will be done, and I cannot fully understand why, to really complete the final eviction of these profiles. That's why what's happening in France keeps happening, and it's going to keep happening in the whole of Europe. And we're going to do that more patently. We're going to see that, and I think we'll even get to normalize it. We can speak about marginality, and that leads to committing these kind of events, and these are quite conflicting. And I think they had already had problems in their countries of origin. But if we think that institutions are not doing anything, you showed quite a few examples certifying how these people are coming to Spain, people who have been criminals before, they're given asylum and they're not evicted from the country, as it happened with Lola David's murderer. But it seems that our society, not ourselves, but a part of the society, seems to have normalized this. It looks like this message has kind of permeated with that difference between George Floyd and Lola David regarding how the public opinion reacted. Do you think, Javier, that we are still in time to invert that situation? How can we do it? Well, what you mentioned is important regarding whether we have been anesthetized. And there are two possible readings here. The people who get information on this might be able to normalize it, and we should notice that we are used to seeing those informations. And some people think that it's something we need to go through to get to some sort of happy Arcadia. Multicultural, we'll all understand each other perfectly, so all of those victims are justifiable. And some people do not think of that regarding that story building. So when they watch that media, they only see what they want to see, and some people only watch audiovisual media. Some citizens are lazy when it comes to getting information, but that's not our debate. But that's an important power. When we have Lola's example, I really was impressed when we saw the tale of mass migration, when they said that the French people had gone out on the streets to condemn that murder. And that was the French ultra-right party doing that for political purposes. It's like when Miguel Ángel Blanco was killed in Spain, as if we had read a similar headline saying that the Spanish right wing had availed of that murder. So we have reached that level of information immorality.
People really focus more on the political benefits that they can obtain from specific facts where they offer solutions, and therefore they can gain a political advantage. We have already witnessed this with the mass killing of women that have been benefited the far left. This is the rules of the game. Now, in terms of communication, I often say, and do not misunderstand me, but the reality is, on our side. Those who've been long warning about the issues behind certain political ideologies and philosophies and the problems behind migration were classified as full, but luckily time is on our side, and we have put forward certain proposals against immigration because we do not need any philosophy. We just need to showcase the reality that is hidden by other media. So I believe with the passing of time, we perhaps can take a leap forward, because this is going to be shedding some light to everyone. It is very difficult to defend massive migration when you live in a place with a CCTV and massive walls. But those who suffer the most are the less off in the humble outskirts of large cities. It is true that amidst the process, telling the harsh reality, they can reach most people. Social networks are very important, because it seems that media is not focusing on this, but lately in the social networks, in the social media, influencers have, started, showing this. You also with George Soros as well. What is the role of social media? How important it is reporting and condemning this type of situation? Well, social media have taken the leadership, and they are well financed by such a group. They have already taken hypocrisy as a philosophy. And it also talks about information. I have blocked for more than 10 occasions. I've been blocked by the Twitter conglomerate, and I had to really appeal to the European Commission in order to defend my right to share information and to do my work through Twitter as social media. Recently, it was because I revealed the name and surname of an individual who hadn't been recognized what he'd done. He'd perpetrated a terrorist attack, and we talk about that attack in Torre Pacheco, Murcia, and the Homeland Secretary did not condemn this. And this is, eluded. And we also forgot about this because we are not interested to see that a Moroccan has, perpetrated an attack because we can be claimed as terrorist. And we don't want to be branded as terrorist, but this is publicly available information. This man is a jihadist that has passed away in the very same moment when he was perpetrating that attack. And I am then systematically blocked. And for more than a month, I could not use a social media that I use for my profession as well, because I was unveiling the number of economic subsidies that the Spanish Commission of Aid to Refugees receives. I have been penalized just for publishing the number of aids and the financial support they receive. Why am I condemned? Well, I have shared the financial statements that have been duly audited and are publicly disclosed. The Spanish Commission for Aid against Refugees, or for Refugees, publishes where you have the social domicile of the NGO. And the reason or the root causes is because I was sharing private information. And that's where we are acting against that information that revolves around this issue around migration, the matter of migration. But then we will see that Telegram, WhatsApp, Twitter, and Facebook are allowing for mafias and illegal migrant networks to interact among themselves, to create groups about 100 users to be able to publish their books, to fleet cruises to national territory. They use success cases, those ships that arrive in Spain with no opposition from the law enforcement agencies, and they also publish and post images about the hotels we offer them, and they create a marketing campaign. We're talking about criminal networks. We are talking about mafia, and we're talking about human trafficking. However, social media does not do anything in order to prevent that. Yet, if you dare to post something saying that this group in particular is encouraging illegal traffic, your account is going to be blocked because on the grounds of, raising and spreading hatred in the society. Using all that marketing and in many cases to really deceive innocent. So there is censorship, yes, obviously, on the social media, but at the same time, it is breeding stock for these, because social media make this viral and not through the conventional media. But we still have a glimpse of hope with your 7NN channel. Before it is censored, what is the role of these media in order to ensure the freedom of speech? And another topic I wanted to introduce here that has also to do with social networks and social media, Twitter, because there is a change in the shareholding structure. Now, Elon Musk is the new major owner. So is there a hope behind this new ownership? It seems that he can bring back this freedom to Twitter. I'm a bit skeptical for the time being. How do you think this is going to affect the change in ownership structure? Is going to be beneficial to freedom of speech? And I also wanted to ask you about the role of social media, such as Twitter, in condemning these type of themes. In the eruption of social media, there was a revolution of information, well, biased information, but it has been useful to realize what you see on the large mass media and the social media, which are completely opposing world. And this was also useful to destroy or self-destroy the self-legitimacy of the social media because, sorry, of the general mass media, because they have shut themselves on the food. Hatred crimes. Well, these are trying to legitimate their acts. Elites care very little about women, migrants, freedom of speech. They just want to control all that, and they want to defend their interest and to, apply self-censorship in the population. We don't need any police for that. So social media are useful for that. With mass migration, you have also, posted videos with migrants just throwing their ID cards to the sea. We have seen that. They were coming on their boats with a shallow draft, but we need to be careful with that. This instant information, we have seen how we have received all of these, shanty boats on our coast. And we're sick and tired of censorship on the social media, very much linked to, Facebook, agreeing with the German government. I haven't suffered the censorship. You suffered. I use Instagram to post things that are against the community, but because this is not deemed as a hated crime, sort of banning, the algorithm doesn't read you, therefore you do not have an impact as before in Instagram. I have almost 30,000 followers, but they have been frozen for almost 2 years. I grow, but they are removed on Twitter. I'm not that unlucky, but with now the alleged hope of the arrival of Elon Musk, we'll see how he acts, because social media are media with their own censorship, and they can be considered as traditional media, and they are an interested party. And Elon Musk was close to Republicans. He was very much close to the Republicans. The first approach is to eliminate censorship, but he needs to retain my private data. Now he wants to charge me for the use of social media. And now that in principle those verified, we need to pay. So we are now also paying, but we are still the product. I'm not that convinced about this. Let's giving a chance. We'll see what is to come. This has been very important ahead of the US midterm elections, and what are the consequences in Europe. Otherwise, we will have greater impact going forward. So, verified users going forward won't have to pay that monthly payment, but it does not seem too logical that those with name and surname and a real image have to pay when there are people hidden with and I don't know if you have any hope in that change of ownership. Elon Musk is an entrepreneur. and he has shown this. He wants to charge you for something that you already have. He considers this as a payment for being verified, to keep yourself on the social media. That's the only obligation, the only duty. So payment. He thinks as a diehard entrepreneur, and we have seen that his success. And he's going to try and secure the profitability on the social media. I'm not sure he's going to really focus on the romantic view that we all have, where we want to have social media where we can express ourselves, freely. So that's why I do have some skepticism about this, about the first movements I've seen. Any given change can really go well on the right direction, that can generate something positive on a platform that has long been used with some irregularities, and nothing has been done whatsoever in order to battle those irregularities. We're talking about criminal networks that are self-organized out of the social network, Twitter, in order to engage in hate campaigns against some sectors, journalists, where we're trying to express one specific ideology. And the social media has done nothing to solve that anomaly. So that has been a brutal change, and the social media has been acquired by someone that has nothing to do with Jack Tossey, but let's not forget that he's a successful entrepreneur, and he's looking for the profitability. He tries to defend those interests, the interests of those that have that, ideology and that view. But he's an entrepreneur, as we can see. He has received multiple criticism for trying to impose such pay-per-use Twitter, but he couldn't care less, and he doesn't care about what the users think. I've seen an awful lot of people in favor of that pay-per-use in Twitter. All in all, we'll have to wait and see what happens with the change in the shareholding structure at Twitter and going to the social media. The consequences of illegal migration are hidden, but lately political parties seem to play an awful lot of importance to the impact in social media such as Meta, Instagram, or Twitter. Do you truly believe these can affect the less off and the most humble families?
Lo que se habla en redes sociales o lo que es viral, lo que es tendencia en redes sociales, realmente afecta la intención de voto de los.
Do you think the voting intention can be somehow modified? Well, this is a very complicated question, because if we take a look at the recent history and how the left movement since the fall of the German Wall until now, the capillarity and the power of left is much higher, and leftish or left-wing activism is much higher. For the mobilization of the right wing to happen, we need to wait a little bit longer. This is very difficult, and they just don't defend the most basic rights. And in this, left wing has the victory. And Ivan Redondo, Pedro Sanchez, mentioned this is not the economy; these are the feelings. Stupid, and we are living in which a period in which politics is purely emotional, is not rational. and the power oppressing the depressed and the most vulnerable classes, and from an anti-capitalistic movement, these may be so sensitive when the in since May the 68, after the revolution, trying to improve their rights and the subjective rights like sexual freedom, the revolutionary object moves to other groups, women, migrants, everything that can be used as a divisive nature to get a political benefit. This explains that most countries like France and Eastern Germany's vote for communism is moving to the far right movements for the defense of the working class. Unfortunately, as I said before, those suffering these consequences are not those living in the center of cities, but which, by the way, are suffering a massive gentrification process in Madrid. The exclusion of cars is going towards that our urbanistic path of cities like London, with very blatant rings where the well-off tend to live in the city center, and there's a creation of hidden rings where mass immigration arrives. This is now fast changing. There's a sociological move every time elections happen, and you see the voting power. The traditional working class voting for the left is shifting towards the vote for the far right, like Marine Le Pen's Front National, because you're no longer looking for a revolution of the system or the improvement of the working class, but to reach for other people. So what you see on the one hand is a reflection of the reality, but on the other hand, the reality is imposed, and those suffering the most vulnerable populations. There's still a capillarity control from the left, and a way to change this is to start working on the life of communities and to face on their needs. When they talk about gender ideology, transgender, you need to talk to them about making ends meet, and it's not until I've covered the most basic needs that I do care about the rest of things. We're facing more bourgeois accommodating of revolutions rather than the improvement of others' lives, and there's a very easy gap to be used by these new politics. So you go to the neighborhoods, you go to the communities, there is insecurity, there is occupation. Those suffering from this are working class people getting up every morning. The left resorts to the emotional sentiment, but on the other hand, it seems that it embodies religions like Islam that have nothing to do with that do not defend these LGBTI policies. How is that even possible, the convergence of left movements and Islam, when they are defending such a contradiction? These are opposing, views. Take a look at Irene Montero's campaigns and how there is a model of society being imported from illegal immigration, which is contrary to that rhetoric she's, claiming in her ministry. She does not openly talk about what can end up happening with that model of society that they are importing through illegal immigration. However, I do think, I'm not sure that social media can influence voting intention, because not all the population has access to the social networks, the social media. The one that has the greatest political influence is Twitter. We're talking about 1 million odd users, but the general population really has exceeded the number of users of social media. So I've seen periods where I was asking myself, what am I doing here? What am I doing in Twitter? Is it really, truly worth it? That happened to me a few years ago when I was perhaps preaching in the desert. So where I have my humble army and I do share information with them. Yet I've been able to see the actual results and pedagogical results I have reached using data. And you know that more than 65% of illegal immigration comes from Algiers. Yeah, I know this because the General Frontiers Office has provided me with that piece of information, and that also happens with the activity of humanitarian activities and agencies. I'm very critical with them, and they are closely intertwined with the mafias in Libya and Tunisia, and precisely these so-called humanitarian NGOs are acting on behalf of these mafias. And I've witnessed how these type of organizations have received further criticism, and the arguments being used weren't arguments that I built myself, yet information that I have been publishing on these social networks, maritime organizations. I've also seen that many anonymous users that were following me for some time have used such information to try and criticize some type of actions or tweets that these so-called humanitarian organizations have posted. I have seen that success trying to reveal such data from a more objective angle, apart from that criticism that we've had with these humanitarian organizations. And this is contrary to what they claim and preach. So this is their effect, and you have already mentioned this. We're almost running out of time. I just wanted Javier to answer this question: the relationship between the left-wing movements and Islam. How can they go hand in hand? And this is a very interesting question, because I know what I'm about to say is shocking, because they come from opposing places, but historically the international left movement, that obsession to create the international movement, to create the Islamic community is one. They are all Muslim brothers. For the Christendom, we're all sons of God, but Islam is not a religion on its own. It is a completely totalitarian proposal that regulates day-to-day of individuals, and this is what the communists wanted on the one hand. When in 1979, the Khomeini revolution, there was a major fascination from the left movement, because somehow, thanks to that revolution, that was an example of, ensuring this was possible. And I know people that went there and converted because they realized it was a way to reach the goals they had. So from a pure theoretical point of view, there is a relationship between the Socialist International and on the other hand, we see the suppression of some sources in this meta-capitalistic movement where everything is claimed. So the left thinks that African Muslim migration is positive for their own benefits, whereas the reality, and all you need to do is to read Islamic texts, but the reality is that women and LGBTI will be the first victims of this process. When you read their readings, they call them useful fools. They are making the most of that supposed goodness. The presence of Muslims is not a problem as long as it does not exceed 20% of the national population. Reaching that 21% threshold automatically triggers conflict, because that ensues expansion movements, and therefore this is a ticking bomb for most of them.
And well, men or Christian could pay a toll. But many of these atheist preachers will be in difficult times, because you might be a Jew or a Christian, but they do not respect atheism in Islam. So I share that criticism of them being useful fools. And we often see short-term policies, and we do not see the consequences of our policies in the long term. We hereby finish this first panel. Thank you, Ruben, and thank you, Javier Villamor, journalist. Thank you so much to both, and also to people who are following from our YouTube channel, Vox Europe and Vox. And please do not leave. We're going to continue shortly with another panel and more guests. Thank you.
Continuamos en el segundo encuentro, Frontera Sur, hablando de
So let's continue with the second meeting, speaking about demographics, because there is a story that has been implemented, speaking about the need of foreign labor to be able to sustain the European welfare states. In turn, policies are applied that go against promoting birth rates, and abortion is one of the centers of that. However, there are other countries that, in the face of this demographic winter in Europe, they're facing it, such as Hungary, implementing birth policies and family aid policies. These are policies that are quite successful, and from the European institutions, they're attacking these countries and these policies, because it seems they want to keep implementing that death culture, and they kind of ignore or do not speak about one of the most important and serious problems that we currently endure in Europe as Europeans. To speak about that, we have the second panel in the Southern Border meeting called Demographic Changes in Europe, and we have three guests with us with whom we're going to speak about this subject. On the one hand, we have Damien Rieu. He's an expert in immigration in France. Balas Molnar, the president of a demographic institute called Maria COP. Thank you for being here. And Juan Gel Soto, the international director of the Licenso Foundation. Thank you to all the three for being here to speak about such an important and interesting topic. And as we mentioned before, we're going to begin, first of all, with a brief speech by each of them, and then we'll have some questions and a short debate. So we begin with Daniel Rieu. Please go ahead. Thank you. Regarding demographic change in France, figures are quite simple and clear. These are the official figures. They're not underground. They're figures from the National Statistics Office. In 50 or 60 years, we went from a 3% of non-European population of more than 80%. And in young children is 29%. And that's a figure that is expanding currently. So that's what we call population replacement and population change. That hasn't been validated by French people, because the French people's opinion has never been requested. We've never voted on that matter. So French people, according to 60 and 70%, consider that there is too much immigration, and they want underground migrants, illegal migrants, to be expelled. That's essential for our security. And currently, the figures given by the government this month is saying that these illegal migrants represent between 60 and 70% of criminals in large French cities. That's important. Regarding demographic matters, it's not just illegal migrants. This is also immigration that stays. It's not just people who come to work and go back home at the end of their work period. They stay. And today, there are regions, cities, and neighborhoods where the native French population is a minority. I've lived that situation myself. That was 10 or 15 years ago. So nowadays, that situation minority for French natives has been extended to other areas, and it's progressing constantly. And right now, it is not strange to be the only non-Muslim, for example, in my case, in my school. And right now, there are schools and high schools with 60 or 70% of non-European and Muslim populations, which causes a real problem, because these populations come with their own culture. It's not just individuals coming. For them to be coming, it should be just a few. These are really masses of people coming. And when they come with their own culture and their religion, their laws, their habits, and then we're not in a process of integration. We are just in a process of assimilation. These people come with their culture and they impose their culture because they are a majority, and that creates a culture change, for example. Thank you, Andrei. Thank you, Damian. Balas Molnar, you have the floor.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I believe it is indeed very important that we speak at a conference on migration, on the population relevance as well, and on what is happening with the relevance of Europe in the global competition. Because there we see some very worrying numbers. There's no EU member state currently which reaches the renewal level. So there's no single member state where enough children are born just from the population. That would not mean that their population would shrink. Last year, 9% less children were born than in 2011. So there is a big decrease in that sense as well. The EU population in the world had been 20% in 1960. It is currently 10%. It is projected to be only 6% in 2070, which means that we are losing out on economic relevance as well. We are losing out on actually how the European Union or Europe as a continent could interfere into global phenomena. If we look at the economic numbers, they are just as worrying. On the other hand, we see that the share of the EU GDP, which is associated with our economies, was 28% in 2004, and it's just below 18% today. So this is, again, a very alarming number. And then if we look into the composition of who is actually giving birth within the European Union, we can see that 16% of the European population already now has a foreign mother, which there is a big east and west divide, whereby it is below 5% in those countries who joined after 2004. It is well above the 20% in many Western European and Nordic countries. Nearly 1/3 of the population currently in Europe already has foreign mothers. And if we look into the relevance and actually the connection between fertility and immigration, we can draw a very interesting line, because if we look into those countries who experienced an increasing fertility in the last 10 years, we only see Germany as a primary country of immigration among those who have a rising fertility, roughly 10%, whereby nearly all other countries who experience large immigration, including France, the Nordic countries, Spain, and others, they experience a dropping fertility, despite the fact that actually they have welcomed a lot of migrants. So in that sense, again, where we see a surplus, where we see growing fertility, is in the Visegrad countries, mostly in Romania, in the Nordic, the Baltic countries. Hungary is being the best in that sense, with 27% more fertility. But looking into what actually the Europeans think of this issue, one of the most established Hungarian right-wing think tank have a Europe-wide representative survey in all European Union countries and the UK and Switzerland and Norway, and they asked them about the following statement: do your country should rely on internal resources, practically families, and support families instead of immigration? And if we look into the numbers, 2/3 of Europeans would like to support their own families and not back migration. It did not change in the last 3 years. This survey was done in cooperation with our institute, and it's practically those who support the families did not change. It was 69% and 68% in the following years. And then if we break these numbers, it is nearly twice as many Spaniards who think the same. So 57% of Spanish say that you should support families instead of migration, whereby it's only 30% opting for the migration, and 13% is not saying anything. So it also shows that there is a big latency, there is a big political unwillingness to answer this question. In the case of Hungary, it is nearly 90% who opt for family support, and only 4% refuse to answer. In case of the European average, I have already told you. But we believe that there is hope. There is hope because if we ask Europeans how important is family in their life, this is still the first and most important value for Europeans. Roughly 90% of Europeans say that family is highly important or rather important for them, whereby those who refuse this statement, who say that this is not, is well below 9%. And then as a last thing, I would like to speak about the demographic winter and how it is happening in the European Union, and how come there is no single member state which has enough childbirth. And if we ask about the Europeans how many children they would see ideal in their family, ideal number of children is always a bit higher than the planned number of children, but still in the European Union as an average 58% say that it would be ideal to have 2 children. Sorry. And another 17% that it would be nice to have 3 or more children, and only 5% state that life is ideal without families. And if we look into the numbers, is the Visegrad countries opt for a slightly less so that they would not like to have any children. On the other hand, they also would like to have a more large families, so 23% say so. And in the case of Spain as well, where we see that there is a very low fertility currently, we still see very well that it is more than 80% who would opt for 2 or more children, whereby it's only 5% who sees life ideal without children. So I believe that in case someone asks the Europeans about their perception about family and family values, which is not usually is not done. It's strange that the Hungarian Institute had to do so. And then they respond on a way that they are very supportive of families. They are very supportive of supporting the family creation, family formation, for example. Even large family support is very much on the agenda for most of them. And I believe most importantly, they would like to have more children than that would be enough for the renewal. So politically, something has to be done to support that these families can have as many children as they would like to have. And subsequently, I will be speaking about the Hungarian measures. I hope I will be able to enlighten some of our measures. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Balas.
Thank you so much, Balas Molnar. And we finished with Juan Soto. Thank you, first of all, for the invitation in my name, in the name of the Disenso Foundation, to this second Southern Border meeting. Is a pleasure to be here in this beautiful city of Ceuta with such a great company. So yesterday, preparing this presentation, I looked at today's agenda and the topics and the speakers. That's what I like to frame my speech, to mention some figures that shed some light as a brief diagnosis on the demographic situation of our country in Europe, even though my colleagues have already mentioned this to a large extent. And then I'd like to mention something which is not so obvious, apparently, for many, about whether this represents a problem or it's just a change that is rather painless, that we want to respond to or to adapt to. So first of all, I'd like to state something that in my opinion seems to be obvious, which is that throughout history, a mark of population development and society development has been population growth. And when civilizations reach a certain level of growth and economic development, there is certain stagnation. But there is no decadence or drop. What we see in Europe, and especially in Spain in the last 40 years, is that second scenario, that drop, that decadence, for 2 main reasons. The state and the institutions are often criticized with anti-birth policies, but I think there's also something regarding the paradigm shift in the beliefs and the value system, or the belief system of the population. And I think we need to demand certain responsibility by the citizenship in this case, besides institutions. So, in my opinion, we see 4 important population challenges. First of all, a massive drop in birth rates, fertility rates, pregnancy rates, and rapid population aging, as well as a considerable increase in migration pressure, mainly coming from the Middle East, Africa, and Asia. And last, a certain displacement. There has been mass displacement in the former years within Europe from the periphery towards the center. Having said that, I'll give some figures just to shed light on this matter. Regarding fertility, Spain, and of course Europe, has been lagging behind the European average for more than 50 years, showed pregnancy rates of about 2.2 or 2.6 in the 1680s, but higher than 2.2, which is higher than that generational replacement, which is 2.1, and that's what we need to have a generational replacement. Right now in 2021, the last figures show a 1.2, so that's well below. The European average is 1.5. And the population predictions, according to the UN, in Spain by 2050 shows as following figures. Our population will be about 44 million people. By 2100, 31 million people. The European Union will lose from here by 2100, which is not that far away. The European Union will lose more than 30 million inhabitants in the next 70 years. And this is a problem regarding institutions with anti-birth policies. And China is highlighted that not just so much due to the abortion, but to the single-child policy. China, with 1.4 billion inhabitants, by 2100 will have lost nearly 1 billion inhabitants and will have around 700 million inhabitants. And 1/3 of those will be over 60 years of age. In a state without welfare, really. So this just speaks about the problems that European countries and also other countries will find if they got their demographic policies wrong. There are exceptions, though, in other areas. Nigeria is a clear example. Right now, they have 220 million inhabitants, and they'll have more than 500 million inhabitants by the year 2100. There are other interesting data for Spain that I'll explain next. Do reflect that change in the belief system that we mentioned. I think these are representative data of what I mentioned. In 2002, the average age to marry for Spanish women was 28.5 years of age. In 2021, that's 34.5. So in just 20 years, the average age grew by 6 years. In 2002, the average age for Spanish women to have their first child is 29.5. In 2021, 32.3 years of age. And that's quite revealing, in my opinion. And Spanish women, first of all, they have children, and more than 2 years later, they get married, formalizing, therefore, that love relationship, arguably with the father of their child. And that's not, in my opinion, so much a problem of public policies, but rather a social, generalized and widespread problem due to a transformation of social values. And I'll finish with some data regarding population aging. By 2100, 30% of Europeans will be over 65 years of age, which is the retirement age, and 15% will be over 80 years of age.
In the European Union's indicator measuring those dependents over 65 or less than 15 versus the working age population will change from 32, which is the current figure by 2021, to 57. So in other words, out of 100 individuals in working age, 57 of them will be dependent. In Spain, the situation is already 54, far more dramatic, 54% of dependence rate, which will be 60% by 2030 and 83% by 2050. Every 100 working age population individuals, there will be 83 dependent individuals. So the question is, in view of this scenario, do we have an issue or not? Of course we do, for many obvious reasons. First of all, because of the challenges, as you mentioned at the very beginning of your presentation, the sustainability of the welfare state, on the pension schemes. Aging of the population means that the distribution systems we've always enjoyed means that there are net beneficiaries of the welfare state, and there are many debtors in working age that maintain the dependence system. So Europe and Spain have been equipped with these guaranteed movements, and this is not sustainable in the long run. And there are possibilities for politicians to say, well, we have been living ahead of our possibilities. We are, to tighten our belts. But this is not going to happen, obviously, because it's not very favored by the population. Another possibility, as many countries, European countries did, like Spain and Hungary, trying to revert this trend. And the third one, it is to import population from other boundaries. And this is a very classical question. Is immigration a solution to the demographic problem? The answer is no, because on the economic field, where these issues are solved, the reality is that Europe does not require workers, that it requires skilled workers. Now, but across the board, immigration we received in Europe is not skilled. Secondly, in 2 generations, and this is the European average, immigrant population, whether it's nationalized or not, my predecessor so eloquently mentioned this, they incorporate the demographic trends in terms of fertility rate of the autochthonous population. So what means a patch in the short run, a solution on paper in terms of dependence rates, becomes an even greater problem in the longer run. Secondly, because not only the economic aspect matters, so we tend to focus this debate, the demographic winter in economic terms only, and our predecessors on the previous talk have mentioned this. They have talked about the existential threat towards our societies, threatening our societies, with the incorporation of large populations of immigrants, especially if they do not share all those values that are featuring us as civilization. And on the other hand, if they arrive at a pace beyond reasonable, which happened especially in Europe in 2015. And we now see a trend of countries that are really, claiming what a blatant mistake they did. Like Sweden increased its population by 20%, but not any given type of population, but population that shared very little the values that really made the Swedish population so unique. On the other hand, in view of these individuals, or those perhaps interests that we have ahead of us, those that really, defend those open frontiers movement, which are 2. The gender ideology from different movements that go against birth, and abortion in Spain is too high in that case, which is a complete crime. And those looking for the disparison of the nation state with an open frontiers policy, creating major masses of population in a very reduced period of time. So there must be at least a debate around migration, and this not to be excluded from the discussion. So we have seen data from the refugee crisis, the so-called refugee crisis, because a few of them were actually refugees, that now we have seen political parties. For instance, on the 1st of November, Frederiksen was reappointed in Denmark, a social democrat, a socialist party that has embodied a very similar rhetoric, similar to that of the right-wing movements in their country, condemning the massive arrival of of migrants, and especially the arrival of illegal immigration. So even political parties that 5 years ago criticized speech against migration and now accepting such reality as an obvious answer. But by way of conclusion, with no population, there's nothing else to it. There isn't any society, no politics, no civilization, because we wouldn't be able to pass on that legacy to the to the previous future generations. These really speak so eloquently about what I have just mentioned about immigration. Not any given set of individuals, but a set of individuals with common, very determined features, and which are shared, which really transforms a nation into a nation. Multiculturalism is not a civilization. It is, however, the absence of all nations, the disparison of culture, is the dispersing of its citizens. This has been very obvious in the Baltic region. Latvia in 2021 had a 1.8 citizenship. This is an 18% decline. They have lost 18% of its population. Lithuania minus 19%. So with no people, with not a specific set of individuals, there isn't any culture, there is no country, no civilization. The demographic winter is not only about, well, or perhaps this is not only about the sustainability of the welfare state, but it is really about saving the West. And that's why we need to make an effort in order to transform this demographic winter into a demographic spring. And apologies if I just rumbled here, but thank you very much, Juan Angel Soto. Data speak for themselves, and this has been kindly given by a guest, the terrible demographic data. But I wanted to ask Damien precisely, because this situation in Europe and the increase in the number of immigrants in countries like France is already very blatant there, because as we said at the very beginning, the population from France exists in the country. This is already too high, so we have already seen that they're not integrating the French communities, but in many cases they create separate communities. Neighborhoods like in Ceuta, El Príncipe, and yesterday we had the chance to walk around that neighborhood with him. What is your view on the situation in these no-go areas in France? And how was this triggered? Was there a turning point in that creation of those no-go zones?
Il se trouve que l'État français a été particulièrement généreux puisqu'il a offert des logements à cette immigration. Et donc, ce sont des logements publics. Et donc, c'est vrai que ces gens-là...
So this is public housing, and they had the right sometimes they were living in the countries of origin in shanty towns. However, the state has built social housing for them, and at the time, this is used by this type of population, and they are clustered in different neighborhoods. And even though these communities, when they just come with their families, they have a trend to cluster in the same neighborhood in order to have a communal life and to ensure solidarity among themselves. And these are the no France regions. All of the shops are al halal. If I don't want to eat al halal and I live in those regions or communities, sorry for that, but that's all you have to eat. And the dress code has also changed, and since the day in which they live until they passed away, they have, different areas in the burial zone. So these no France territories are lost territories, and it's not France to blame. They have given social housing aid, subsidies, and that's the reason why they come to Spain, from Spain and the UK and Italy, because we have been far too generous with these individuals when now we have a natality rate which is higher in France than in their countries of origin. It is 3 in their countries of origin, 3.3 in France. Why? Because the state protects and subsidizes this population, and they are invited to have more and more children with, dramatic consequences. Some French people are refugees in your countries because when you are a minority in your own neighborhood, you no longer live in France. You are a victim from the point of view of security because you are a target for criminals, but on the other hand, you want to leave the white fly because the Western Europeans flee these neighborhoods because they live in complete insecurity, and they flee to other areas in the countryside, out of the country. Many French are leaving France. And the fact is that these are no longer French zones. And the problem, well, there isn't any solution at the moment. The French government wants to push immigrants to the countryside because they have, gathered in the neighborhoods. And Macron's project is to distribute immigrants in the countryside, but this does not change anything. What it is going to do is to expand the problem, and it is going to, increase insecurity in the countryside, and mentality in this population has gained importance. So the consequences are dramatic. Having said that, this is something that it's fast changing. It is not a process that lasts for centuries. And here I wanted to open a parenthesis. I want to distinguish between intra-European immigration from the extra-European immigration. We may have tension in the market and in the working or labor market, and we can prioritize in favor of European immigration, which presents no problems, and it is assimilated in 1 or 2 generations. There is a shortage of labor hand. Instead of privileging this type of immigration, we need to privilege this European civilization. I would like to continue with Balas because he's given some data at the very beginning of the panel, which are quite puzzling, and based on this Hungarian institute that shed some light, asking Europeans in Europe, do you want to have children or not? And the answer, the conclusion they drew is that yes, they would like to foster greater population. So it seems that Europeans are interested. But what is the problem? Why is it the case that the West does not have any children?
Well, The question is manifold, or the answer is manifold, and it would be nice to know the answers. What we certainly know is that there are many factors which prevent Europeans to have as many children as they would like to have. One is the prolongation. So it is too late when women get their first children. Now it is more than 29 years in Hungary, even though Hungarians in childbearing age, it was like to have 2.37 children. If they start in the mid-30s, there will be no subsequent third, fourth child born into that family just because of biological reasons. On the other hand, there are so many factors which prevent Europeans to have the amount of children they would like to have. If we ask, we did that in Hungary, we asked them about the three most determining factor of what influences their decision on having children or how many children they would like to have. On the first spot is the partnership. We see that there is a big problem with finding the proper partner and finding the proper partner in time. The second one is a secure job. We've been coming out of crisis and going into the next one. So it is a big issue. Just think of the phenomena which was unknown in our parents' generation, the mama hotel and the papa bank, that you just can't start your individual life until you are 30 years of age. And of course, on the third spot is having a home that is capable of housing the family and the growing family. So that certainly these are the most important factors we are trying to address, at least in Hungary. On the other hand, there are so many other factors as well. One is this new ecological movement, for example, that says to young people that this will speeden up the ecological catastrophe if you have children, and even some celebrities go behind this or advocate for these thoughts. We also have to be very vigilant in saying that it's not true at all. Just because you are having children, that will not mean any enhanced ecological catastrophe, especially if we look into the per capita CO2 emission of family members. This is far lower than those who do not have children. And on the other hand, we also see that there is a hostility against families. There is a hostility against raising children. It was not common a couple of decades ago that there are services which advocate with child-free zones, child-free hotels, child-free classes of travel, and so on. So there is something where we have to interfere and somehow restore the public perception, the positive public perception of family life. And if I may finish here with the Hungarian example, is that a couple of decades ago, if you went home and said that in our family, a third, fourth, fifth child is coming, even within your own family, you were taken as a fool, because that meant that you are risking poverty for the entire family. So in that sense, again, we have to restore all those economic factors that will somehow contribute to building down these barriers, which somehow prevent Europeans to have the children. So in that sense, I believe the intervention has to be manifold. Yes, economic, but maybe even more important, so the social recognition of motherhood, that it is the thing which will make you fulfilled as a grown-up person, and it is true for most of us. And of course, on the other hand, we always speak about the reconciliation of work and family life. That's the big European word now, but it is always work and family life. Let's reverse it. Let's say that you have to reconcile family and working life. We heard of the numbers that there is a rapidly aging European society. Our generation will work who can imagine how long? 65 is currently the pensionable age. When we reach there, if we are still alive, I believe it's 70-ish is something realistic. So even if you miss out 5 years, 4 years with 2 or 3 children, you will still have decades to build up your career. So it's something where we have to show, especially to very well-educated women, that actually their career will catch up, and there will be progress. And of course, the role of men we should not forget. Men should be engaged fathers. The mothers should not feel that every task around the baby, the household is on their shoulder. This is a big cultural change in that sense. I believe a lot has been done. So I believe all of these factors can address the problem. And on the other hand, let's face it, we have to talk about this issue because we are not. European Union is talking about everything, but not about the global relevance of the European Union. That's why I started with those numbers, because when we are experiencing a declining population, which we are experiencing, because yes, we are roughly stagnating, but everyone else is growing currently, it means that we are losing out. We are losing out, the European Union is losing out. So it is, if we don't have the children born to European families, then it will be very much, so to say, one needle in the coffin of the European Union, the importance and the relevance of the European Union.
Continuamos con Juan Ángel Soto, porque anteriormente...
Thank you very much indeed. We are going to now continue with Juan Soto because we were talking about the replacement policies, and you have said, correct me if I'm wrong, that those replacement policies did not work because at the end of the day, foreigners that arrive in these countries really adapt to the demographic path that has been imposed in that country. Damien has also talked about the French case. He has argued that having the aid of the French government, the natality has increased birth rate. The European average claims that the foreign societies tend to be equivalent to the demographic trends. The problem, as rightly put by Damien, is when the problem gives subsidies targeted to these foreigners. And these are, immigrants, but these allows them to have a competitive edge. Yes, having children versus what the national population can have, which is even a greater problem, because that means that the immigrants' birth rate is way higher than the European ones. And this means that the presence of Islam in our societies is gaining ground, and this really has a political impact. We've seen this in Spain. Certain regional chairmen or vice chancellors or mayors have different political affinities compared to the state that hosts them, which is, on the other hand, something that may be politically incorrect. It is nothing new. Employing population with these and stabilizing aims, which is something well known as weaponized migration. I don't know what the accurate translation would be. Says the speaker, but this is as old as men, and the history of civilization. We have already seen this in Turkey, that has, bribed the European Union to pay them 6 billion euros in order to retain refugees within their boundaries. And this has been copied by Lukashenko, importing Afghans and Syrians in order to bribe the European Union. And this was in 2021. And to tell them, okay, either you pay me so I can get them, or Putin pays me to put them in the boundaries. So, and I can't stop mentioning the example we suffered in this city and in Melilla, the sister city, where last year the Moroccan government has been actively contributing with the submission of the population to the destabilization of Spain, with the aim of pleasing the Moroccan interests. So, the use of population by other powers happens, and there are great clusters of rebounds with affinities different than its hometown is a problem. Balas has mentioned these reasons why in the West birth rate is almost inexistent. But Juan Ángel, in the Spanish case, what is Pedro Sanchez doing? Why is he encouraging policies that go against birth rate and go so much in favor of the promotion of abortions and death. Pedro Sanchez does not love Spain. He governs Spain with those trying to destroy Spain, with a coalition with those communists who are married internationally with the worst of narco-communism internationally, and those nationalistic separatist movements that try and liquidate the unity of Spain. It does not seem a government that's... Well, I've asked about Spain, but something... Well, on the one hand, in more heterogeneous societies, with some exceptions, obviously, but the government of heterogeneous societies is more difficult. Now, once they are heterogeneous, the usage of these policies, like the ones that we criticized today, contributes to some sort of fragmentation and creation of niches. In Spain, for instance, with the aging population and something I have mentioned, like net debtors of the welfare state, this does not generate a gap, but an intergenerational conflict. So the survival of people from generations, other generations are, far from ours. And where we try to develop more reduced taxing, the opposite that is needed from parents and our children, if they are... but there may be biased interests, and on the other hand, diluting the national identity with the introduction of great masses of population in short period of time, and then you need to claim the vote for in exchange, and that's something that the Democrats have done in the United States, have a looser policy in their boundaries and the foreign policy, but then those naturalized citizens are requested their vote in the future elections. So this is something very common. With Damien, we have realized, you as a French individual, which advice would you give to Spaniards now that we are getting closer to the immigration figures that you have in France? Which advice would you give us? I think Spain should look at France and see what not to do. You have seen the delay and the impact that we are suffering in France. So you have the opportunity to see that this does not work in France, that it has presented a lot of problems of terrorism, Islamism, jihadism. So I would like to kindly ask Spain to avoid making the same mistakes. Today's mission, the Vox mission, to be the guardians of and to look at what Greece and Italy are doing. The Spaniards should safeguard the European frontiers to maintain Hercules powers to defend the entire European Union against the intrusions and intruders in Europe, defending our territory. This has been a historical mission, by the way. It's not a game. It is a duty that you have. We are with you, but Spain's historical role has Spain has gained forces to defend its barriers for many years.
And nowadays, we must be the guardians of this border, and we must support you. But it is an important mission, so you should do it for yourselves, of course, but also for all your European brothers and sisters, because once the migrants get to France, they will never be evicted. It's a one-way road. There's only an eviction of illegal migrants in 10% of cases. So once that's done, whether it's in Spain or in Italy or in Greece, once they're in Europe, unfortunately, we cannot do anything. Thank you. Would you like to say something in that regard? Absolutely. Apart from looking at the French case and learning from certain mistakes, so at least our errors are original, instead of imitating errors that have already been made regarding the demographic effects and the birth rates, and not so much migration. We're not just speaking about crazy stuff. The most basic instinct, which is self-conservation, also has a derivative to perpetuate the species and to transmit that legacy that we got from our parents and from society at large to our children. And there is a quote that has been mentioned before that I really like, which is, if you think you can do it, you can do it. If you have strong beliefs, if you are conservative, if you get hold of things, you create. And it's something unavoidable related to that belief. And creating can be seen in a broad sense, such as cultural creation. But we also have creation in having children as a project, that even though it may be seen as a luxury item in our societies, it shouldn't be that way. But I have 3 daughters, and we invest best what we have, our time, energy, our resources, and that's a private investment for something that is a public asset. Birth rates sustain the welfare state, they protect our borders, and they also transmit all of that towards the West, not just geographically, but regarding the values. Well, we nearly have no more time, but I'd like to ask about how do you think that we can change European minds so they decide to have children? And I think you wanted to mention on what your colleague said. And I'd like to tell our viewers that we're going to get into the Hungarian family model with an interview we'll have later on with Mr. Ballas. So Ballas, please go ahead.
Yes, just a very, very quick reference to what has been said here, that in Central and Eastern Europe, we do not experience these no-go zones. We do not experience multiculturalism. We do not experience parallel societies. Nevertheless, the mainstream, especially since 2015, would like to require these countries to follow the footsteps of Western European and Nordic European countries, which already proved to be a false way. So I believe this is something where we have to be very, very clear that I don't believe that you can debate that there are problems, immigratory problems in most of the so-called old member states. Nevertheless, somehow the European mainstream would like to have that in Central and Eastern Europe. I believe this is one of the biggest sins. On the other hand, what we should do to have the Europeans to have more children, first of all, that they should realize this, just that the population is only not decreasing in their own country because of immigration. And if we would deduct immigration, then it would be a very, very dramatic decrease. So that's the big problem there, that most of the population, I don't believe it realizes that there is a big issue, there's a big problem. On the other hand, investment, as you very rightly say, when you have children, you invest in their future, you invest in their education, you invest in them becoming future taxpayers in their career. I believe this is something which has to be shown to the young Europeans, that there is no better investment than having children and educate them properly, because that will sustain the nation. Of course, we know what nation means. I don't believe that the political opposite cares about the nation, and I would like to be polite here, because I actually personally think that they would like to destroy the nation. So this is something where we are working for. And just one spoiler for the next interview, we had the lowest fertility rate in 2011 in the European Union, 1.23. And even what we see here, the Chinese example, or if we want to take one from the market economy, Singapore, they are investing billions and billions and billions in demographic trends, and they can't reverse it because they've been saying it too long, not to have children, not to have children, not to have children. People will not, they are not easy to be changed in these opinions. You can destruct very fast, but it takes a lot of time, a lot of energy and a lot of efforts to change that trend.
Well, I think that we have shown the main data regarding this demographic problem that is so serious in Europe. And we should remember that quote from Juan Ángel Soto: having children is a private investment that may contribute to a public asset. Hence the importance of promoting birth rates. And there could be a no return situation that we could be in. So thank you very much, Damien Rieu. Thank you for being with us from France. Balas Molnar, President of the Maria Koch Institute in Hungary, and Juan Ángel Soto, Director of International Relations of the Descenso Foundation. Thank you, all of you, for being here with us with this second Southern Border meeting. So we're going to continue now with a video. And if you are on YouTube, we have several formats. We have this interview format, and we record in different places of the city, and we have other messages sent by other political leaders, such as the message coming up next by Radoslav Fogiel, the Vice President of the ECR party.
Drodzy przyjaciele, dyskutujecie dzisiaj w ramach konferencji o granicy południowej. Cieszę się, że mogę skierować do Was te...
Thank you. It's a pleasure to see that you're debating this regarding the Southern Conference. Both Poland and Spain are member states of the European Union, and as all countries, they want to enjoy the comfort brought by the Schengen Treaty. But we must notice about how important is defending the external borders of the European Union. We saw that last year in the first attack against our borders due to the Belarus regime, when Alexander Lukashenko tried to send illegal migrants to Poland. And we didn't just need to face those physical attacks, but at the same time we also need to face everyone's attacks. The attacks of those who are interested in weakening our sovereignty. And in Spain, in the southern corner of your country and the European Union, you're leading with this topic daily. We apologize, the video sound has been cut off. And I'm happy to know that the second edition of the meeting is being celebrated to raise awareness to many civil servants and politicians of the European Union regarding how important it is to take care of our borders together, and how important it is for all sovereign nations to have control on migration policies. So I hope you enjoy this event. Thank you and see you shortly. So we're here with Damien Rieu. He's a migration expert in France, and we need to speak about this country regarding what has happened for a while, and also regarding what has happened recently in the country. That murder of Lola Davier, a 12-year-old girl who was tortured, murdered by an Algerian illegal immigrant who could have been evicted before that happened. This opened up again a debate that is quite open in France, which is illegal migration and the consequences for the French people. Here we have Damien Rieu, an expert in French migration. So we've seen where France is. And in Spain and in other countries in Europe, we're beginning to have those problems. given by illegal migration. But how do you get to that point in your country? And how was this conflict originated? Well, I think that the historical origin of migration is colonization. These are counter-colonization. So we have our former colonies that visibly cannot get detached from us and want to come to Europe at all costs. That's the case, at least in France. So this is a counter-colonization. That's historical origin. And we also have the family grouping. We have had a working migration. And nowadays, we have legal migration. And to that we add illegal migration. The murderer of Lola was an illegal migrant in Europe, and that migration adds problems to the legal migration, which is already massive in France. And what do you think that media and Brussels bureaucrats keep silent regarding this topic, which is affecting citizens? Well, we think that in Brussels there is an ideology of elites that wants to suppress all borders, that thinks that individuals are exchangeable and have no identity or no roots. So in this leftist vision, that's quite shared by the elites, especially in Brussels, and that's why they want to suppress all borders, and they're pro-immigration, and there is a willingness to unroot what our nations, Europe and our civilization is doing, to cut off our roots, our history and our ancestors, and that loss of references and identity is a real danger for Europeans, and it will cause many problems in the following years. Besides this problem that I mentioned at the beginning of the interview about Lola Davier, there are many problems of crime and violence that illegal migration brought to France, sometimes linked to jihadist terrorism. Do you think that's linked? Well, in France, 89% of murderers are either illegal migrants or are migrants. So obviously, without immigration in France, there wouldn't be any Islamic attack. In Poland, there is no Muslim migration, and there are 0 attacks. And there is a cause effect between migration. All those Muslims lead to jihadist ideas and people who commit crimes. The more migration and Islamization we have, the more Islamic attacks there are. Well, media, politicians, and Brussels politicians silence this problem, but how are French citizens taking that? Well, 60 or 70% of French people want to stop migration. They think there is too much migration. But there is a media propaganda to say that the cohabitation works, that migration is an opportunity, and illegal migrants will pay our retirement. But that costs an enormous amount of money in social welfare and safety. The French government, after the Lola affair, has been obliged to give the figures, and between 50 and 60% of crime in large Spanish cities is committed by illegal immigrants. I'm not speaking about general migrants, just illegal migrants. So the whole cost of security in France is massive, and all that is money that kinda is blown away. So it's not feasible to continue along that direction. And there's also propaganda. But who decides on migration policy in France? Well, there are extreme left NGOs, certain mafias, and the actual migrants, but the French people has never been questioned on this. And if there was a referendum, I'm sure the end of migration will be requested. Well, in France, illegal migration or legal migrants create separate communities of those no-go zones in France. Is that identity compatible with these groups of Muslims that have settled in France? Is there some way for them to integrate? Well, there is immigration which is not problematic, which is European migration. Spaniards or Italians that have assimilated. The non-European migration, however, is a different civilization. And with Islamic migration, the Sharia is a legal code that competes against our French legal code, so we cannot have two legal codes on the same estate. And there's incompatibility there. So if people come and want to apply the countries from their own laws, that cannot work. That is not compatible. The other matter has to do with the number, with the amount. And if individuals migrated, there will be less problems. We wouldn't be speaking about this, but we have hundreds and even millions of people who come with a different culture. Nowadays in France, we have neighborhoods, regions and cities where the French people are a minority. So it's just out of order. It's not possible to continue that way, and there's no political awareness here. No one wants to solve that issue. And there is a matter of the number, of the amount, and migration should be a minority, but that's not the case in France. Maybe also in Spain. In this scenario in France, is it possible to see that France that Houellebecq is talking about in her book Submission? Well, I think there may be submission phenomena in areas where the non-European population is a majority, in certain areas, Saint-Saint-Denis or the 68 or New Marseille, but I don't think it will be like in Houellebecq's book, a national power taking. I think things are rotting, and France is becoming a mix between the religious conflict of the Lebanon, the ethnic conflicts in Brazil, and maybe like in Kosovo too. So I think that if the situation continues that way, and politicians cannot invert the course of things, there will be some sort of leopardization. That many communities, people are kind of sharing or splitting the territory, and the poorest will be faced to violence, as we can see in Brazil. Well, we spoke about the problems of the integration of the illegal migrants in France and the European cultures, but do you think there's some sort of willingness from their side, from migrants, to integrate into our cultures? Well, in non-European migrants, there's no willingness to integrate, but regarding the civilization, but regarding the number. When I was young, in high school, I was a minority. I was one of the few non-Muslims in my school. So they cannot integrate into French culture because demographically, in certain areas, the French culture does not exist anymore. It's rather the opposite. It's an inverse assimilation. French people who end up adopting the habits and the codes of this migration, because they are a minority. They are in certain quarters and just represent 10%. So this inverted phenomena does not allow to integrate people. So how do you think France will evolve, and what do you think the country will be like in 10 or 20 years? Demographic statistics are quite clear, and they're quite alarmistic. In the last few years, we've had 3% of non-European migrants. And in the age from 0 to 4, 29% of the population is non-European. So we're going towards a 30% of non-European migration. And that's going to keep increasing. And there are classrooms with 60 or 70% of migrant children. A teacher was killed last year, and the Muslims in our school who do not accept our French perspective. So regarding demographics, I think France is in one of the worst situations, together with Belgium and the UK, and I hope that the Spaniards stop that before it's too late, looking at what's happening in France and Belgium, in the UK. And do not become like us. You still have time to save your country from that danger. We are going to continue fighting. I still have hope, because French people are becoming aware of this problem. But anyhow, you should react quickly and look at what's happening in France. I hope that will not happen in Spain. Well, thanks so much, Mr. Damien. Thank you for devoting some time to us to speak about this problem in your country that is also becoming a problem in our country. We are an enclave that is quite important for us in Ceuta, in El Príncipe neighborhood, one of the places in Spain that has mostly migrants. Thank you. I hope this will not be the future of Europe, though. Thank you.
According to all appearances, the refugee assault on the Spanish exclave of Ceuta and Melilla cannot be stopped. The refugees' desperation and determination proved to be much too strong, and in order to effectively combat this problem, the causes that generate it should be approached more carefully, namely hunger, poverty, war, torture, phenomena unfortunately encountered at every step on the African continent. Moreover, illegal immigration goes hand in hand with human trafficking. Young men and women dreaming of a better life become an easy target for traffickers who sell them for slavery or prostitution. And instead of one problem, immigration, we have two, immigration and human trafficking. Highly developed networks exploit thousands of innocent people every year and control a huge prostitution, drug dealing market, almost impossible to be eradicated by the police or by any authority. Therefore, demonstrative humanitarianism, which is by its nature derogates from all norms regarding border security, is far from saving some people in desperate search of a better life. On the contrary, it stimulates an adventurous type of immigration, Europe becoming the refuge of strong, healthy men who leave their wives, mothers, elderly relatives in the countries they come from. This type of immigration develops the criminal phenomenon because such people do not seek the protection of the authorities for their families, but seek to avoid the authorities. Most of them remain outlaws within the EU. What needs to be done? First, each state must comply with immigration legislation. Europe will never be able to solve the immigration problem, just like America, Canada, Australia, or other countries can't solve it either. In a period of crisis in which inflation hits maximum levels, domestic companies are forced to cease their activity and lay off their employees. The priority cannot be the immigrants, but their own citizens. Many countries cannot pay pensions, unemployment, or welfare benefits to their citizens. Therefore, it would be impossible to support or help immigrants who want to force their way into these countries. Second, to build refugee camps for those who enter illegally so they can be sorted out and some of them sent back home. 3, assistance packages should no longer be so generous as to allow immigrants to have a better life than that of the locals. 4, no more hidden European funding through innovation packages that finance the rental of housing for immigrants, usually in the center of big cities like Athens, for example. 5, provision of immigration points of entry within the customs, especially for immigrants. In this way, normal custom traffic is fluidized, and at the same time, immigrants can be properly verified. For instance, the Hungarian model, but maybe not so radical. 6. Crossing points, no fences. The point of such technical conditions being precisely that of controlling immigration as well as trade outside European common space like Schengen. It's ironic how countries with safe borders such as Romania and Bulgaria are not accepted in a common border protection mechanism, while on the other hand, out of demonstrative humanitarianism, the European Union has increasingly permeable borders because it does not allow national states to control the phenomenon. 7. Different selection criteria for war immigration and economic immigration, and we should not exclude the cultural factor so that immigrants can be integrated easily. After Portugal, with 50% of its citizens living outside the country borders, Romania is the country with the second largest diaspora in the world. 25% of Romanian citizens went abroad, but they did so when those countries to which they emigrated welcomed them with open arms because they needed skilled labor at that time. European common space coincides with common cultural values. That's why we do not need to worry too much about population displacement within the EU. We punish our criminals also for the acts committed in other countries. The justice pursues them throughout Europe, tax authorities as well. People have IDs, known domicile address. Immigration can be a solution in periods of high economic growth and prosperity, but the current situation in Europe is not at all favorable for uncontrolled and unwanted immigration. And if we look at the horizon, there is no improvement in the situation in the near future. People must be helped in their native countries so that they can stay and live happily there without having to risk everything for a better life. Europe has enough problems already. Immigrants coming here illegally will not help Europe and will definitely not help them. It's just the perfect recipe for disaster.
De los cambios demográficos que estamos sufriendo en Europa, los europeos, y hemos hablado también, hemos mencionado que existe una excepción en Europa que está representada por Hungría, un país en el que sí que se están aplicando políticas de natalidad que están teniendo éxito y que han incrementado ese número de nacimientos que existe en el país. A pesar de ello, Hungría está siendo atacada por las instituciones, por las élites, por Bruselas, por este y otros motivos. Vamos a hablar de esas políticas que ha implementado Hungría para incrementar esa natalidad en España con Balas Molnar. Hemos hablado con él anteriormente, pero ahora vamos a tener una entrevista con él a solas para que nos detalle cuáles son esas medidas que ha implantado el gobierno dirigido por Viktor Orbán en Hungría. Volvemos al plató para hablar con Balas Molnar, que es el presidente de un instituto demográfico húngaro que se llama Mariakov. Encuentro Frontera Sur a Sur con ese...
Welcome back to the Frontera Sur. We're going to interview Balas now, as I wanted to show the viewers the Bay of Ceuta. He's the chairman of a demographic institution, Maria Cobb. Well, good afternoon, Balas. Once again, thank you very much for joining us today. We're now going to shift gears and really do a deep dive into these birth boost families that have implemented in Hungary. Can you elaborate a little bit more on those policies? Thank you.
Certainly. Allow me to change or start up by why was such a wide-ranging family policy important for Hungary? Because when the Fidesz took office in 2010, then we had the lowest fertility rate in the European Union. That time it was 1.23, so 100 women only got 123 children. And we had a population decline since 1981. And in that 30 years, between 1981 and 2010, we lost nearly 1 million of inhabitants. So it was very important that something is done if we do not want to diminish from the map of Europe. And on the other hand, we also experienced a very problematic trend that we had roughly 250,000 less women in childbearing ages. So in that sense, something had to be done because we needed less women to give birth to more children, which is, of course, not necessarily easy. So if we look into the last 11 years of Hungarian family policy, we can report about positive trends apart from one figure, which is the population decline. Because as I have said, we lose out population, but we have 27% more fertility. So we have more children born, despite the fact that we have less women to give birth to them. We had 3,000 babies more. Because of that 27% fertility increase, we have 150,000 more Hungarian babies born in Hungary. So it is in that sense very important. We have twice as many marriages. We have 30% less divorces, 30% less abortions in the last 11 years. We have much more women in employment. So fertility grow in parallel with women getting back to the labor market. We have 13% more women in employment than we had 10 years ago. And we also have a very important figure, which means that until 2015, we had an increase in children born out of wedlock, which is very characteristic for most modern societies. But since 15 and until 2021, we again have an increase, and now out of 10, 7 babies are born within the wedlock. And it is, again, not a moral question, but it is very important because we know that marriage is important for fertility reasons as well, because married couples have more children than just cohabiting ones.
En Europa sí que, bueno, hemos está comentando que, bueno, espero que me pueda entender.
In Europe, I hope you can follow me, yes, interpreting, but you have mentioned that those policies have been tremendously successful, and figures speak for themselves. Birth rates gone up in Hungary, the number of marriages, and that has not prevented women to access the labor life and to continue their professional careers, right? That is done through government aid. So you mean there is a solution to the serious problem we have in Europe, and Hungary is an example. In that sense, it is important to understand what is the role of the European Union, amalgamating different nations. What is the role of the European Union in this sense, and why is the EU not encouraging the EU member states to apply Hungarian-like policies? Thank you.
Well, it is a tricky question because family policy lies with the competence of member states, and it should also remain like that. It gives also a good example when we look at the regulation of marriages. We always hear about same-sex marriages and adoption rights for same-sex couples and many other issues, whereby it again is in the hand of the member states. And there are 8 member states of the European Union which does not acknowledge same-sex marriage, and most of them have it in their constitution. The Hungarian constitution is very eloquent in that sense. It was a newly drafted constitution from 2011, which protects the traditional marriage as a union of one woman and one man. And also in the same sentence, it says that Hungary shall support the commitment to have children. So yes, the European Union should deal with the demographic relevance of the Union and try to bring closer to or well, actually advocate for the importance of these measures. But it should not tell member states which measures and how they should introduce that. Whereby what we see is that as we discussed in the last panel, we barely never speak about the demographic problems, but we speak about very small minorities' rights, like the LGBTIQ community and so on. So I believe that here every member state should remain free to implement policies which serve their own families.
Sí que, bueno, desde que se comenzaron a aplicar este tipo de políticas en Hungría.
Since the implementation of such policies in Hungary that have proven to be successful and that clearly show that there is a solution in view of the problem facing Europe, from Brussels there has been a blatant attack against Hungary from the European Parliament, an attack also, on the whole government. Why is that? If you, as so eloquently said, the European Union has no power over the policies of member states because you need to respect the sovereignty of member states, why Brussels is so blatantly attacking Hungary constantly?
Well, maybe we should ask the European Parliament for that. But these issues, as I have said, lies in the exclusive competence of member states. But for example, if we look at political attacks, the most recent one is the Child Protection Act, where nothing else happened. Then the government enacted an act, or the parliament enacted an act, which says that there is no way that NGOs and other lobby organizations can go into public schools and educate the children to something different than their parents deem important. And one very important side of that is indeed for example, the very blatant teaching of trans ideology to our children in public schools as well. So we have to revert in this question again back to the very wise words of Saint John Paul II, the Catholic Pope, a Polish Pope, who is a very important figure in the Hungarian public thinking, who in 1981 in the Familiaris Consortio already said that education and sexual education of children lies an exclusive competence of the families, and schools should follow these lines given by the families. So this is again something where we can see a political attack. On the other hand, if we look into the details, then we very eloquently see that education is a national competence, family policy is a national competence, so the European Union does not have a say in all these matters. But for example, if we look into the recognition of family law relations, there we see some new developments on the European level. We had 2 cases, one Romanian, one Bulgarian. Both countries do not acknowledge same-sex marriage, where those Bulgarian and Romanian citizens who have had a partner or a married couple, that the marriage was done in one case in Spain, the other case in the United States. The Bulgarian and the Romanian authorities did not comply with the plea of the couple that the other side will be registered as a married couple. And the European Union or the ECJ, the European Court, did rule in the favor of the couples, and now by this case law, the national laws have been circumvented, and these relations, these marriages, which do not count as marriages according to the national law, which has the supremacy here, had to be taken into account. So again, we see all these political attacks whereby, and I believe that's the most important problem, the big issue that we are not having as many children which will sustain the European population is not being addressed, and migratory pressure and migratory inflow is the only real solution to any problem which population-wise hits the European Union.
Si hablamos de natalidad, evidentemente tenemos que hablar del aborto.
When we talk about birth rates, we need to talk about abortion. And in many countries, there are growing less restrictive policies against abortion. In France, for instance, Emmanuel Macron mentioned he wanted to declare the right to abortion in France, in Europe, whereas in the United States, these trends being reverted after the Broses versus Wade ruling. I would like to know the abortion stance in Hungary and how the Hungarian society has accepted these laws regulating abortion in your country. Thank you.
Well, the Hungarian abortion law has not changed since '92 in the majority. So there is a possibility for the abortion. Nevertheless, there is a unanimous first consultation. So any lady who plans to have an abortion can, without identifying herself, go into the first round of consultation. And that first round of consultation prior to abortion is done is solely about other options. Giving the child free to adoption, all the support which the state can grant the parents, the mother, so somehow to avoid the abortion. And now there's a recent change in the abortion law that before the abortion is done, the mother has to listen to the heartbeat of the child. But there is no ban on abortion in Hungary. There is a significant decrease of abortions in Hungary. We can register roughly 30-35% decrease in the last 10 years. But historically, Hungary has tragic abortion numbers. There have been years in the 1960s and partly in the 70s when we had twice as many abortions than live births in Hungary. Actually, when the abortion was made accessible to the wide masses, was done after the '56 revolution as some sort of changing the public opinion measure. So it is in that sense also tragic. So in case we would not have experienced at least fractions of those many abortions, we would not face all those demographic issues which we are facing with. But again, as Roe and Wade says as well, it is up to the national governments to decide on abortion law. Same in the United States now that we see that it's not a federal possibility. On the other hand, in Hungary, we see very nicely decreasing numbers, and all the options are used so that actually there will be no children aborted because of financial reasons, for example, that the financial state of families had been increased on a way that, for example, third, fourth, fifth children in families, in loving families, will not be aborted just because the family can't bear the costs of raising that child.
¿Por qué cree que en el resto de Europa, al contrario que en Hungría, sí que se aplican?
Why in the rest of Europe, as opposed to Hungary, these less restrictions are imposed and laws like the euthanasia? Why is this happening in Europe? Thank you.
It is very strange for us to see that both abortions and euthanasia is somehow seen as a peak of human rights. Killing a child is the most important right for any woman. I will never understand that how actually can someone advocate for that. And again, why is the abortion side set to be a pro-choice? Why isn't the side which decides to have the child is named pro-choice? So in that sense, I believe that the pro-life movement has now an impetus in the US and elsewhere as well. And again, this sort of a pro-life and pro-family movements go hand in hand. We are convinced that if you are pro-family, you are already pro-life. If you are showing the importance and the value and the psychological and societal value of motherhood and child rearing, you are imminently reducing the numbers of abortions. Or the same for taking care of our elderly. It is very important that there is intergenerational solidarity in the society, that we take the newborn and also those who are in their last years of life. Maybe they need care, but again, this is something where the life cycle has to be seen, and we have to help raising the children, but we also have to help the parents to take care of their own parents when they come to the situation that their life is finishing and they are sick and they are in demand of care. So I believe that this intergenerational solidarity is something which the Hungarian family policy tries to accomplish, always taking into account different needs of different families, but again, focusing not just on child rearing, but also on elderly. And of course, also giving purpose to the life of the elderly is something which I believe is a very good countermeasure of euthanasia. That if the elderly, if the grandparents, if the great-grandparents are involved in raising the child and taking care of the child, they will not come to the idea to finish their life earlier.
En el punto en el que nos encontramos en Europa, con todos los países excepto Hungría.
In Europe, in all the countries, with the exception of Hungary, there's an open door policy to uncontrolled illegal immigration and therefore to go in favor of the euthanasia. What is the future of Europe? Do you believe Europe will be losing its identity?
There are many countries who I believe that just the mass migration will not solve the issues of the European Union. I believe that the number is actually growing, and Hungary stands in alliance with all the Visegrad countries, even with Austria on our southern borders, and they send their border guards. They help us prevent the Schengen border. If we look into the European Union, if we lose the Schengen room, if we just have to show passports again and queue in lines, we will lose out one of the greatest benefits of the European Union, because that would jeopardize the free movement. So it is very important that we protect our external borders here in Ceuta, there in the Hungarian border, and there at Greece, and of course elsewhere as well. So in that sense, this is very important. And now there is this tragic war between Russia and the Ukraine. And if we look at the migratory flows, this is a real migratory flow now, because out of 10 persons, 8 is either a woman, a child, or an elderly. It's very different from the 2015, 2016 big migration when we had 20, 25-year-old men in their prime ages trying to enter the European Union. So here again, we have to very eloquently make a distinction between a refugee crisis and the migratory crisis. So in that sense, I believe we should join forces and say no to all these tendencies that would see the future of the demographic decline or the answer to the demographic decline of the European Union only by mass migration.
Muchísimas gracias, Balas Molnar, por estar también estos minutos también en esta.
Thank you very much for your time for this interview. I would also like to thank those viewers for following us online. We are now to continue with additional content on this second Frontier content. Thank you very much indeed.
Bueno, Jorge, tú eres el responsable de comunicación, ¿no?, del sindicato Solidaridad. Y la inmigración masiva al final es un fenómeno impulsado por el globalismo, lo que llamamos el globalismo, pero ¿qué es exactamente?
Bueno, exactamente, para entender el globalismo hay que poner el foco en lo que ha pasado en el mundo en los últimos 40-50 años. O sea, es decir, hay que tener en cuenta que ha habido un proceso de globalización muy bestia, que ha habido muchos avances tecnológicos que han permitido la interconexión brutal entre todas las naciones del mundo, en el plano tecnológico, social, cultural, y eso ha habido fondos de inversión extranjeros, multinacionales, grandes poderes financieros que han visto una ventana de oportunidad y que han decidido aprovecharla. Y para eso han implantado una ideología mundial, podríamos decir que afecta a casi todo el mundo, que es el globalismo, que lo que consiste es en la destrucción de la soberanía, la destrucción de las fronteras, para poder...
They destroy frontiers in order to enrich themselves. they don't want to have any rules or standards in this. Therefore, large funds that have immigrated far than large nations. Therefore, in view of that, all we can do is to stop it and to hedge ourselves against the construction of these legal frontiers with a very strong sovereignty. How do these open frontiers affect our workers? Well, globalization is fed from three tools, three fundamental tools in order to enrich themselves: the imposition of ideas or cultural models, and mass immigration. So I have three examples. One of them would be to change the production model, to see them as a production factor. The economy is in the service of workers, and the opposite, and that linked to the loss of identity, a cultural model where everyone dresses the same and consumes the same, brings you to a global consumer where any given multinational company can sell anything, the same thing all around the world. We see the green ecological movement, and it means that in Europe there are climate restrictions, and there's a raising awareness of climate change that see there should be climate restrictions. That proves that our industry cannot compete with other industries, because out of the European Union or the most developed countries, there are no climate restrictions, or in China and India, but we do this in favor of some so-called climate change. Is this man-provoked? Is it reversible? And if it be reversible, we wouldn't be to blame, because if we see statistically the CO2 issued by Spain is 0.8% versus 30% issued by China, it is meaningless to be imposed some climate restrictions here, where it is hindering our industry. It does not allow it to compete against the industry. The second factor is the outsourcing of production. Our international companies can't produce anywhere, and that gives them the floor to produce any model. Having offices in New York, getting the resources from Congo, Brazil, with no restriction. In that, we can't compete. How could they do that in a world without no boundaries, with no type of sovereignty of the states that can't protect themselves against that? We are conditioning the economies to a world without frontiers, and it is self-destructed. Those multinationals want to produce all around the world with the biggest advantages, with no type of restrictions or regulation. There's a third tool they would use, which would be massive migration, alongside with the delocalization of production. One thing would be the loss of frontiers, the free flow of goods. So massive migration means that our workers are competing in a global world with endless workforce, and they compete against workers all around the world, outsourcing production, and we also receive workers in Spain. When there's a big pool of workers, salaries go down. How does this affect workers? There are three fundamental tools that are used by these international elites: the imposition of cultural ideas and models in all nations, outsourcing production, and why do we claim there is an imposition of ideologies through the new media and ICT improvements? Workers are no longer individuals that need to have work, to have a fair life. It becomes yet another production factor. They convince them They convince you that everything that is going to happen is good for the world. So here we will have one example. Why all consumers can listen to everything. And the third one, the imposition of climate restrictions or green fundamentalism, where they are telling consumers and European workers that it is their fault. Because of climate change, they need to self-impose themselves some restrictions in favor of the well-being of the planet. But then they end up producing in countries with no restrictions. They benefit from the lack of restrictions, and the self-imposed restrictions mean we have less of energy sovereignty. Our companies can't compete against those companies because they can't outsource. So we heavily condition our economies, but we are polluting in other places of the world. And if we also bear in mind that climate change, we can't really claim it is attributable to men. There isn't any scientific consensus. And if that is the case, then we will need to impose those restrictions to the heavy polluters. 30% of CO2 released in the atmosphere comes from China, 25% from India, whereas in Spain we only release 2.8%. We are provoking an outsourcing of the industry in order to defend climate change solutions. And the second concept of the outsourcing policies is yet another policy they use in order to enrich themselves. And because the states have no sovereignty to defend themselves, those large companies produce where it's cheaper, and their business model revolves around having their headquarters in New York, extracting resources from Congo or Brazil, where no restrictions are applied, to produce in China, pure slavery, and to sell in Europe, where they obtain the biggest profit. And the third tool, which is massive immigration, and alongside with the outsourcing of companies, means that you need to compete in a global world. So this is the winner. The labor cost, the labor hand is the biggest cost in a company. If you import cheap labor, then you are reducing cost. And we have provoked as follows. The outsourcing policies and globalization means that, well, we have been theoretically told that this would be to impose decent labor rights in Bangladesh, but what we see is that our employees need to say no to their labor rights in order to compete against other workers in Bangladesh or Morocco, where the goods are sold freely. The toy industry has, disappeared in Spain, and the fabric industries as well. Do you believe workers realize that massive migration is jeopardizing their labor conditions? So there is a cultural model where the white collar workers are the successful ones. You need to pretend to have a successful job, and in some cases we ignore positions in the countryside as waiters. We can't claim that workers don't want to work there, but because the labor conditions are too poor, if your salary is too bad and endless working hours, you try to aspire for something better.
But here they either get into a precariousness model to get labor for people to work, or we reinforce our sovereignty in our borders so that our economy will grow and the labor conditions will improve. Who's interested in that? The actual country, local industry, but not the multinationals. Because eventually, who's to blame for deleting borders and mass migration? Who's interested in this? Well, there's an alliance, which is the left and progressive party of alliances, with the capital. Well, with capitalists in it. Well, due to humanitarian work or false humanitarian work, which is a big lie, because even though we might be bringing to Europe 8 or 10 million migrants to Europe, 80 million people are born in underdeveloped countries. Those problems should be solved in their countries of origin. And eventually, that left in that false humanitarian work that is not solving anything is damaging the Spanish workers. And it really benefits to the capital and the multinationals and the big investment funds with hundreds of companies controlled that can afford to get raw materials from Brazil, take them to China, produce, bring them here and sell them cheaper than what a small company or a self-employed person would do. We've heard that they do the work that Spaniards do not want to do. How true is that? Well, I think that quote hasn't been finished. I think that migrants do the work that Spaniards do not want to do in those conditions. And we have a recent example. In Andalusia, they were looking for doctors in Northern Africa. It's not like doctors do not want to be doctors. They want to be doctors with the labor conditions of doctors in Spain. They don't want to be slaves, basically, with precarious work or working as farmers for 7 euros per day. They replace that with migration, and that is justified by the left, who brings slaves to work over here. And they have said, Rufián and other politicians have said, who's going to clean our parents and our children? Well, there should be a real work-life balance with proper, dignified conditions, where workers can form a family and take care of their parents when they're older, and educate their children, take them to the park, not bring slaves. Well, all work is dignified, but not all working conditions are dignified. Well, they have said that there is work that is not dignified, but what is not dignified is doing it for a terrible salary. So how can we turn everything around? From the solidarity trade union, we have contested the foreign regulation, the foreign law, which opens the way to the massive regularization of migrants, which is something that the PP party in Spain did, regularizing hundreds of thousands of migrants, and now the Spanish party PSOE wants to do it, and had justified it, saying that we need people for precarious work that the Spaniards do not want to do. So we should visualize this problem. Spain needs to defend its borders, it needs a water plan, an energy plan, and an industrial plan, as well as having industry again with disabled quality work. And for consumers, eventually consumers are responsible, and the responsibility should not fall on their shoulders, but we do ask them to make a little effort. We had a campaign over Christmas, and we'll have it again this year, and they should make a little effort. Sometimes it's a big effort due to the economic conditions of people, and they should try to buy products made here. And they should be aware as consumers. And the social and political scenario is not just about left or right. We're a time in history where there is an axis, which is globalism, where states are tax collectors without any sovereignty or decision power, or patriotic, and what we want is to recover our own destiny and decide what we want to do. So any recovery of labor rights and workers' dignity entails recovering sovereignty and our borders and our nations, absolutely. And when we accuse trade unions, majority trade unions, we say that they do not represent workers. And we're not accusing the trade union representative of a company who's making an effort and tries to negotiate with the company. We accuse them ideologically, because you cannot bolster up a globalist system and wanting to defend workers, because in the midterm, only industry and the primary sector will disappear. So you can not try to do something locally and try to improve, or put pressure on companies to improve when they're not competitive and then going to leave the country. And do you clearly think that there are community institutions and political institutions and economic institutions that have made this decision? Absolutely. We can see that when we speak to any farmer from Andalusia. they report this, and that has been proven from the entry of tomatoes massively, without any restriction allowed by the European Union, the free trade of olive oil also allowed by the European Union, and we have seen how that left and that popular party, that due to cowardice or to be more modern and more global, and those institutions and capital, they're all focused on a single mission, which is destroying the sovereignty and the borders. But I think that workers can have peace of mind because there's a national trade union that will really try to give back dignity and labor rights to Spanish workers. Absolutely. Our mission, work within our community, and that's why we think that the nation, the state and the borders and the territory are the defense that workers and Spanish citizens really have. Well, thank you so much, Jorge, for being here with us. And we hope that little by little, and some by some, we'll be able to resist this system that has been created, that blurs our borders and damages the most vulnerable people. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, we have just seen that interview with one of the organizers of this second Southern Border meeting, with Jorge Lavera, the communication director of the Solidarity Trade Union in Spain. And we now have a new panel on insecurity, illegal migration and social degradation of European cities. One of the most notorious consequences of this illegal, uncontrolled migration is that insecurity and that hostile climate in our cities. The streets we walk by do not look like the ones where our parents and grandparents walk by. What's really happening? What's not being said by media? What are they hiding? That increase of insecurity in European streets as a consequence of illegal, uncontrolled immigration. So we have three guests here that I'll introduce next. First, Samuel Vázquez, President of the Association Please for the 21st Century. Thank you for being here. Santiago Muzio, a French-Argentinian lawyer and director of ISEP Madrid, and Charlie Weimers, the president of the ECR party in Europe. So as we said before, we're going to begin with a short speech by each of them. So I'll give the floor to Samuel Vázquez. Thank you. Well, illegal migration and how it impacts European countries, and unfortunately how these uncontrolled illegal migration processes have an impact in Spain. In the 20th century, the terrorism, the Fordism, and the production dynamics are changing, and they join different distribution systems such as the delivery and the last miler systems, and also accommodating customer and demand through just-in-time processes. So many multinational companies need a lot of labor, but at a very low cost. So these are the economic elites who need laws and strategies, and they join the political elites. And that's the second part of that triangle. The third is the mafias, who are the ones who enrich themselves the most in these processes. All European countries that have had illegal, uncontrolled migration processes have seen an exponential increase of violent crimes, mainly the crimes against people. It's happened in Sweden, in France, and we're now beginning to see it in Spain. So what's the problem of these big multinational companies? Well, the problem is that they have turned a drama into business. And turning drama into business entails two things. Businesses tend to expand and perpetuate. When you open a bar, you don't do it to close up in 6 months. You do it to have that open forever, and you want someone in your family to inherit that bar. If you turn drama into business, that drama will also be perpetuated and expanded. So there are many politicians increasingly interested in sustaining or creating problems to maintain the budgets. because the business that began a little shop by the politician Errejón began being a small heart, then it became a ministry, a business of 100 million, and at European level is a whole industry, thousands of millions. And that has an impact. Any migration impact that is quantitatively relevant changes social dynamics in the welcoming country, in the host country. If that migration process comes from a continent with whom we do not share culture, language, religion, and habits, there's no change in social dynamics. There's a conflict in social dynamics. When that process in that continent is not quantitatively relevant, but there is an overwhelming effect, we go a step further. There's not just social conflict, but actually social dynamics in the host country disappear, and that's a no-go area. An area with a new authority allowing for new social dynamics and cancelling the Western ones is something perverse, because originally, before this migration was overwhelming and uncontrolled, because an illegal migrant is not a criminal. Certain illegal immigration in countries like Spain with 44 million people, if we got 1,000 migrants per year, it wouldn't have a big impact. It is the uncontrolled and overwhelming migration processes that lead to this. Initially, these were used politically by some countries or parties that destroyed Europe. Their strategy was pure evil. Well, bring them, let's do politics and business with them, but keep them away from our voters. And that's where the peripheral neighborhoods were degraded. Bring them over, but keep them far from our borders. And then when this is overwhelming, it is one neighborhood after another. And that's what we're facing nowadays. So we continue with Santiago Mucio. Thank you, Rebecca. And thank you, Samuel. I'd like to begin this brief speech by thanking first everyone who enables this meeting, especially Rocio, the Meer, for the invitation and for organizing this meeting. Last year, I had the fortune of being with you in the Canary Islands in the last meeting, and I thought that it was a prophecy, because we are here to tell the truth, to speak the truth. And that's what the current world lacks the least. It really pains them to hear the truth, and I fully share each of the words spoken by Samuel and the same analysis. And the truth is so obvious that even the global elites are forced to speak about this topic, which is something they didn't want to talk about. Last year we had Macron in France, who said that it is true that half of the crimes committed in Paris, and he only spoke about Paris, but we could extend that to Marseille in south of France, or to Lyon. I think it's about 40%. So all those crimes are committed by illegal migrants who are living in our neighborhoods, in our cities, because effectively they were called, and that calling effect also favored them. So even though they state that, and look, we cannot cover the sun with our hand, and we see that every day in our neighborhoods, they said that they cannot establish a direct link between migration and insecurity. They cannot do that, apparently. And the French Ministry of Justice last week mentioned something surprising. No matter there may be a relationship between migration and insecurity, we prefer to see the migration problem from a broad perspective and not under the criminal perspective only. So in a more broad manner, that reminds me of Chesterton's quote, who said that some people had opened up their mind so much that their brain had fallen off. And we need to admit that we are being governed by elites that are totally brainless. And it is important to meet here, to get together, and to keep raising our voices, to tell those elites what you're telling us. What you're telling us is a lie, and you cannot cover the reality anymore with those lies, because the reality, in fact, and the people who live in a neighborhood conquered by radical Islamism. And we have those neighborhoods in our cities, in our countries. Those neighborhoods are the mercy of radical Islamism. Even the policemen are scared of getting in there. We have 2 lenient judges, and our judicial, political, and economical system is organized to cover that reality. That is a hot topic, and if we do not try to solve it, that problem will get rid of us. So we're going to pay the last consequences, which will be the disappearance of Europe. Europe is a group with certain traditions and local cultures and specificities, but Europe is, was, and keeps being our common home, the place where we all share something, with a Spaniard, with a Swedish person, with someone British, with someone Italian. We share a common perspective, and at least we have the minimum that can join a society, which is that we share the same idea regarding what is sacred. And that's the minimum condition to exist in a society. So when we bring a lot of migrants, when we bring them over, if they're illegal, and we should also speak about legal migration, which is another hot topic, because in France, migration begins very often being legal migration. Migrants stay when their visa is over, and then that turns into illegal migration, and they're not evicted because the state is totally efficient and they don't have the means to expel them. They're not evicted because we have a legal system that is organized by the European Court of Justice with the famous 2012 ruling, where migrants are not expelled anymore, pretty much, but we can talk about that later. But when in Europe, in that common home, we bring people who do not share our culture, and there's no domineering culture. If in Spain or in France you don't teach anymore the main authors and main writers, and when we abandon our culture, what we have ahead of us is not just a mix of new cultures that they want to make us believe with the multiculturalism. It's a sheer absence of culture, and that absence of culture is what they also want to impose currently with the theory of cultural cancellation. So underlying all this, there's a real plan organized financially and culturally so that they cancel our European culture, and that is the challenge that we are facing nowadays, and that's our future combat. We need to fight so that the European culture will keep being transferred from generation to generation, and also in the future after us. And maybe later on we can speak about other topics. Thank you, Santiago Muzio. We can now finish this first round of speeches. Charlie Weimers, you have the floor, Charlie.
Thank you so much, Rebecca, and thanks for having me here in Ceuta. For us, Ceuta constitutes the southern frontier of Europe, the border of borders. And that fact reminds me of a novel, The Common Interest, in which Ceuta has become part of Dar al-Islam, the land of Islam, due to the very same ignorance and naivety commonplace throughout Europe. The novel is a sobering reminder of what could happen if we don't take migration and demography seriously. Not only here in Ceuta, but the whole of Europe. Here are the facts. The current population of Africa is 1.4 billion. According to the United Nations, this continent will have 4 billion inhabitants by the end of this century, far too many of whom will be unable to find a job and thus looking to emigrate. Their natural destination, of course, being Europe. And who can blame them, by the way? Europe is wealthy. The left are waving welcome signs. and so-called search and rescue operations, in which NGOs act as ferries across the Mediterranean, incentivize migrants to risk their lives every day. This migration pressure is only going to worsen throughout the 21st century, unless either the European political establishment, as the Danish Social Democrats did, realize that asylum procedures can no longer take place on European territory, that the rate of return of illegal migrants, 20 to 30%, is far too low and leads to the vast majority of migrants remaining illegally here in Europe. If that eureka moment ever occurs, and I doubt it will, it would mean that solutions similar to what Denmark and indeed the United Kingdom are implementing would be a reality. Offshore asylum procedures, such as is foreseen in Rwanda, refuge would then be granted to real refugees, but not in Europe. The other possibility is that the progressives are voted out of office, as in Sweden. Experts say that if the migration reforms of the new Swedish government are implemented, Sweden will have the strictest migration policy in the European Union. But this paradigm shift in Sweden happened in the 11th hour. Changing demography is already reshaping my country into something different than the Sweden I grew up in. Sweden is no longer Pippi Longstocking land. I was born in 1982. Back then, Sweden was still one of the most cohesive societies in the world. It was like the Shire from The Lord of the Rings, sheltered from the troubles of the world. It was normal to let your 7-year-old walk to school alone. Teenagers went to festivals without a second thought. Not anymore. The generation of today has been labeled Generation Prey because of their vulnerability. Most parents drive their kids to school. After a series of muggings of children, experts on public television have given parents the advice to dress your kid to look poor in order for them to stay safe. When I was young, clans were associated with pre-modern Scotland. Nowadays, clans in our second largest city of Gothenburg have even erected checkpoints to their areas. Meanwhile, anyone talking about no-go zones is vilified by the left. Public libraries were quiet places when I was young. Today, disturbances are regular, and some need security guards even. Those who denounce that aggressive immigrant gangs take over libraries are labeled racist. When I was 15, a shooting would have made the headlines in papers. Today, Sweden has 1 shooting a day, 200 bombings the last 4 years, being compared with Mexico's drug cartel wars was unthinkable then. Not now. I remember when a family friend had his bike stolen, but was able to find the thief and confront him. He did so in public. Big mistake. Big mistake. The thief gathered his cousins to restore his so-called honor by beating my friend up. I still remember the utter shock as I heard the story. In Sweden, as in the whole Western civilization, your so-called honor means nothing, nothing, if you have committed theft. You are the wrongdoer and you should make up for it, period. You can definitely not come home to your family and expect support when you want to attack the victim of your crime. Quite the opposite. You get a slap in the face. That's how we regard justice, and this is the difference between our guilt culture based on the Christian understanding of justice, right and wrong, and the honor culture of the Islamic world. I realized that changed demography, migration, means that the norms, our way of life, can no longer be taken for granted. The irony here, of course, is that those who pursued a policy that meant that Sweden in the year of 2022 would have 20% of its population born outside the country, unprecedented mass migration, those who paved the way for predictions of 20 to 30% Muslims in Sweden by the year of 2050, they have the stomach to call me a radical. That's the irony here. By the way, another novelty in this brave new world is that Sweden now has an Islamist political party running for office. They failed this time, but as they say in this book, the infidels got the clocks, but we've got the time. Now, while we should never put collective blame on people, we should be stating in no uncertain terms that immigration from Islamic countries will ultimately increase demand for Islamic policy. It does not take a rocket scientist to realize that, really. What will happen in 20, 30 years when Islamic political parties could become kingmakers after the elections? We already have parallel societies, as described by my fellow panelists here. But will these parallel societies eventually be codified through parallel justice systems? As clueless progressives strike deals with Islamists to get in power? Will Balkanization or Lebanonization happen? I don't know. Let's work together to never live through such a dreadful day. So the pressure is mounting. What's at stake is Europe as we know it. We don't have time for the EU Commission or the progressives to wake up. We need to replace them now. After decades of progressive recklessness, the time has come for a conservative restoration. And frankly, we owe no less to our children and grandchildren. Europa nostra est. Thank you.
Gracias, Charlie Weimers. Aprovechando que
Thank you, Charlie. Well, since Charlie explained that perspective from his country and how parents had to make their children look poorer so that we will not be marked, he explained the situation in Switzerland, in Sweden, and Santiago Muzio, you live in France, and I'd like to ask you about the current situation with those no-go zones that you were speaking about earlier, and how this problem evolved in France in the last few years, because we're not getting information about these no-go zones in Spain, unlike the last time with what happened in Saint-Denis. Well, that's normal that you're not getting the information. And what is currently happening in France is what might happen in Spain in about 10, 15 or 20 years, if you follow the same path. So today it is sad to mention it, but France is an example of total failure of multiculturalism. And together with the UK, is the most evolved example in the whole of Europe, because France has given out millions of euros exactly for those no-go zone areas, which are the peripheral neighborhoods of large cities. They have invested real fortunes to try to improve all the urban planning and all the living conditions of those people. And the French state has been extremely generous. And today, their failure is sheer and radical. It's just in a terminal stage.
Things are gloomy and gloomier as we move forward. I doubt it is going to improve. Every single day we see that France, and this is my humble opinion, suffers, but they suffer a low-intensity civil war. They do, indeed, where the enemies are already within the country. They are installed in the country. There's more than 750 zones of no-right zones, which are not zones of no right. These are rights of the strongest. And you need to realize that the strongest person there is not the French state. It is, however, the imam in charge of the mosque the Salafist local mosque, these are abandoned territories. The policy that does not even enter and penetrate. Saint-Saëns, it's a department where the paradox lays as follows. Where all the Saint-Saëns Basilica is where all French kings are buried. So 65% of those less than 19 years old are immigrants. In Saint-Denis. So this is the first generation that this department really has around 150,000 and 400,000 illegal immigrants in Saint-Saëns. And these illegal migrants are added to the legal migrants, which is 428,000. So we are facing some explosion of demography from immigrants. This is overwhelming. And the problem of multiculturalism needs to be repeated. Even if the world elites do not want to understand it, of course they don't want, because their view of men is a flaw, like goods and services, and there are no frontiers, because they prevent the flows, and what they want is constant ongoing flow. Multiculturalism is multi-conflict, and the consequences are dramatic. One last observation: when states, or when Europe say no to their own mission, which is to defend frontiers, which is the contact point with the foreign world, what not divides me from them, when the state fails in its role to take care of the frontiers, what happens? Well, what we do have in France today, frontiers are not in the historical geographic limits, they are in the limits of everybody's home, because the state has failed in its role to preserve social cohesion. Frontiers need to be included with this type of protections in order to be avoiding invasion. Going back to Spain and the task of policemen in this insecurity that is growing as a consequence of the increase of immigration, illegal immigration. Samuel, has there been a substantial change in immigration and your task as police in the last few years? No, because the Spanish police model that goes back to the 80s is not designed to protect people, but to protect power structures and political rhetoric. The police that is going to penetrate the El Príncipe neighborhood or Saint-Denis, well, acting has no reward, only a cost. In Spain, in order to understand what is going to happen in Spain in the next few years, we are lucky enough to have somebody who lives in France and lives in Sweden. Studying those two models from a criminology point of view is most useful. So you were talking about Saint-Denis and the very famous football match, and it had to be a football match in Saint-Denis. And they would say, you don't know what I've seen. Well, I said, I know what you've seen. You have seen the future. Sadly, you had to experience a football match to see what Spain is going to look like. There are some criminality situations that cannot be reverted unless there is a fundamental change. Sweden is the clear example that this can't be solved with social policies. Education, well, France is the biggest, non-religious educational system of the world, and that's precisely why those are the two countries that were lost from a criminology point of view. Santiago talked about the cancellation of the culture. When we allow for these zones that start to be little. When we allow for Moorish neighborhood in every single Spanish city, a Moorish place with only halal places, terraces where in the summer only men sit down, you will never see a woman, or butchers where they're not offering pork meat. This is not an alliance. This is not an alliance in favor of civilizations. They are preparing themselves ahead of a war. Large civilizations never allied. They were always opposing others. We are now losing because we are not showing up in this war field. In Sweden, we were having a discussion a month ago. The head of police talked about border situations, limit situation, the enormous criminality, neighborhoods that were war fields. For those watching us, you can type on YouTube an interview of the head of the Stockholm police 15 or 20 years ago in CNN Mexico. So Sweden was one of the safest countries in Europe, and she was a primary teacher. So they know nothing about criminology because they are not there to protect citizens. They are there to protect the power. So go to that interview, the head of the Stockholm police, and they are interviewing in Mexico because there's a lot of criminality. And they ask her, and they hadn't really experienced the overwhelming immigration processes, and she boasts and gives the speech any given minister would say and pronounce today. We seem fool, really, because we've all lived it. Women go there, and I said, I've appointed women to the highest ranks in the police, and we have the installment of gender equality. Criminality goes down. We go to schools to indoctrinate children, and that's why we have what we have. This speech by the head of police in Stockholm was 15 years ago. Sweden was the first country in Europe where they were lost in terms of criminology. The country where the first aggressions, sexual aggressions, massive aggressions happened exponentially. 15 years after a speech of somebody who knows nothing about police science, who's only there to protect political speeches, a whole country is degrading. Spain, please take note. It takes little to lose cities. I wanted to ask you another question, Samuel, before we continue with the rest of our speakers. Charlie has spoken about the situation in Sweden, Santiago, about the situation in France. The role of police is very complicated now because they are at the forefront. They are very attacked by power, by the government. By way of example, a few years ago, in Madrid, there was a heart attack facing a black person, selling things on the street, and the police were attacked. So do you think that you're attacked from a political will? Yes. Rebecca, when you talk about the police does not exist. We have no brains, no arms. The police is the government. When the police spokespersons are talking, is Marlaska, the Homeland Secretary. Policemen are different. If somebody comes out and speaks, Ferris spoke out a few days ago. He was 40 days on the street. He was never killed. So in Spain, we know this. Through violence, they have transformed a territory on something that is an ideology uniformity. In the 1980s, if you were in the Basque region of Spain, if you would wear a Navaschale t-shirt, fine. But if you were wearing this type of shoes, and your name was Miguel Ángel Blanco, you were shot down. The youth tends to adapt what there is, because who dares to face a reality? What does Jordan Peterson say about Nazis? He says, Jordan Peterson, we need to learn something very simple. That you are the Nazi. Endless of Germans shut up when they took their neighbors. In such situation, when you allow violence to reach certain stages, it is very difficult to ask the population to face that. Who in Nazi Germany, having kids at home, who would raise themselves knowing that 48 after they could be dead? It is very difficult. This is a strategy that is in the name of the Abertzales in Spain. This is the most vulnerable part of every single generation, and it is used by politics. And any given average European citizen believes that in the United States, through the Black Lives Matter happens, they believe that white police are killing black people because they have chosen one single case to become this allegiant. They didn't choose the endless raped girls that they suffer every single year. So now average citizens believe that the white police is killing off citizens. In the United States, the statistic probability of an armed black person to be shot down by the police is less than dying because of a thunderstork. And however, half of the country believes this is common because it is common on the press, communication, but because it permeates absolutely everything. So, and they have changed their social awareness. They use an awful lot of millions to change this. This is an awful lot of pressure. Either the police is in the hands of operating policemen, not bureaucrats, or we are lost. Spain should have that sovereignty, of course, in order to defend its frontiers and to take the decisions. But Charlie, as a vice president of the ECR in the European Parliament, how do you believe that decisions taken at the Parliament are influencing and how are they aggravating this problem? Thank you.
Well, I would point at two things going on right now. Number one, that the European Commission and the progressive majority in the European Parliament, they want to legalize the illegal. They want to pave the way for low-skilled labor migration en masse, which they think then would alleviate the pressure from illegal migration and resolve the demographic imbalance in Europe, the low birth rates and so on. It's a calculus that really does not take into account the integration problems that we are discussing right here, the cultural conflicts that arise with big migration, and the very fact that these people that immigrate to low-skilled jobs will eventually be old themselves and in need for, pension and so on and so forth, and their kids being less likely to find a job than Europeans. So this is really exacerbating the problem. The second issue is the migration pact proposed by the socialist EU commissioner from my own country, Sweden, Ylva Johansson. She wants to transfer power over migration policy from Madrid, Stockholm, the other member states to Brussels. How? Well, she wants a reallocation system in which each country would have to receive a certain amount of migrants. If they refuse, they can buy their way out by sending money for the return of people without asylum reasons. That sounds like, yeah, pretty okay deal, right? But no, it's not, because in fact, each country will be then forced to pay a fine for upholding its own view on migration. I mean, that's ridiculous. That goes against the very idea of national sovereignty. So I think every conservative should be against that. Every center-right person should be against it. The Spaniards should be in charge of their migration policy and decide who comes into their country, not Brussels, as should the Swedes. But what we're seeing right now is that the center-right in the European Parliament, including the Partido Popular from Spain, they are fighting very hard to transfer this power to Brussels, because they make the argument that this is in the interest of the Spanish people, because if Ylva Johansson's migration pact is implemented, that would alleviate migration pressure from Spain. If we send 10,000 migrants who came here to Ceuta or to the Canary Islands up north to countries such as Sweden, that would make the situation easier for Italy, Greece, Spain. Well, no, not really, because what it would do is that it would increase the pull factors. It would basically be constituting a big signal to the whole of Africa. Like I said, 4 billion Africans before the end of this century. It would signal to them, come to Europe. You can come, and we will receive you no matter what, no matter the cost. So 10,000 reallocated from Spain today will mean 20,000 coming to Spain tomorrow, if this migration pact is implemented. That is also not part of the calculus of Ylva Johansson, of the Partido Popular, of the EPP group. They should really reconsider this, because if they get their policies through, then we would see a lot more of degradation of our big cities. Not only big cities, by the way. In Sweden, migration has led to segregated areas in towns as small as 30, 40,000 people. You know, that's what we're talking about. You can run, but you cannot hide from mass migration. That's just the way it is. And the center-right of Europe need to face up to that fact.
Volvemos al tema también de la inseguridad y la...
Well, shifting gears and going back to insecurity, the feeling, the common feeling among citizens is that legislation is quite loose in condemning those immigrants, criminal immigrants that are teenagers. Why is that the case, Santiago? Well, good Lord. Interesting question indeed. You should ask judges, why is that the case? The entire system has been thought as follows, with the idea to favor migration, with the idea of favoring settling legal or immigrant settlements. This is quite flagrant in France. Samuel talked about the massive hordes of fans and the Saint-Denis and the attackers from the diehards. Well, you see that the French government, in the spokesperson of the Homeland Secretary, would rather blame publicly in a press release saying those that have caused unrest were English citizens. Well, mind you, England is a nuclear superpower, so the Homeland Secretary would rather blame England instead of the actual citizens in the neighborhoods of France, because he knows this is going to create an inland revolution that is going to go out of control. Well, judges are tremendously loose. I'm not sure this is a case you are familiar with, but there was a case in 2020, an immigrant from Bangladesh had been expelled, and the Cour d'Appellation in Birdie, he said he stay in France because he suffered from asthma, and his conditions in his own country could not allow him to battle his asthma condition, that he could aggravate his condition, and that's precisely the reason why he had to stay in France. Well, you're also opening the door to the climate migration that is going to happen in the upcoming years, which are going to be a total ruin for us, and the judiciary. Well, I'm going to find a lot of enemies, but I am a lawyer. I face judges almost on a daily basis. Most judges in France are subjugated to a left-wing globalization ideology. Allegedly defending human rights. What is the human right when you are bringing millions of citizens to our homeland, when you do not even have the means to give them a fair condition? Well, this is the situation that we are currently living, and yet they are overwhelmed with this globalistic ideology. Now, another reflection in a multicultural society. You do not have the social sanction. If there isn't any social cohesion, there isn't any potential sanction. Social sanction, the biggest regulators of a society, are necessarily the state, because the only regulation that you can have in a multicultural society, when the human societies and the human relationships among neighbors in the same cities reconcile differences, as it happens in France. The only authority is not a social authority that would regulate many of the social situations in the neighborhoods. They are the biggest regulators, and I believe those in favor of the globalization very much love this role of the great globalizers, because it allows them to resort to the social control means, and we have seen during the COVID-19. Samuel, you have said legislation is very loose with the criminals, foreign criminals and immigrants and teenagers. What is currently happening with these orders of expulsion, with those illegal immigrants that, yes, do perpetrate crimes? They cannot be executed when you do not have a plan, and when you're not a strong country, when everyone is fooling you around. You need to have a strong position in order to negotiate. The Norway in Australia, it was also a very rich country surrounded by poorer islands who received a lot of, and they said, no way. Under no circumstance you're going to enter a country illegal. If you were just, raising the no way flag in Spain, you will be branded as a racist. What do we do in order to transform the Mediterranean Sea, in order to do something else that is not a cemetery? But if in the capital of Spain you have a flag saying, welcome refugees, you're instilling them to go to the sea, because none of them who raise this flag, welcome refugees, of the City Council of Madrid, is never there to receive them. They are never in Algiers, in the Canary Islands, in Ceuta. Now, tell me, what's your life plan? And this motto is pure weakness, and it is very wicked. We need a position of strength. In Australia, they spend an awful lot of money in the migration policy. The money was given to another country, New Guinea, Papua New Guinea, and they were refer the ports And it's not for the return, it's for the prevention, because we're fooling them. Mafias lead them to think that you come to Spain, look, in the capital, they say, welcome refugees, you're going to have a good job and you're going to enjoy the football matches in the Bernabeu Stadium. Well, that is not going to happen. They put the life at stake, and Spain was very lucky because the first migration wave was a continent with which we share a religion, customs, and this is very important. And the other day, I was at the Assembly of Madrid. I was called a racist because I didn't want to call them young wanks, and I was called a racist because my colleagues are from Argentina, Chile, and I do believe also that probably salvation is in Latin America because they still maintain that concept of Christendom that we are losing more and more. That cohesion that Santiago talked about. But I was called racist with problems with the Latin band is something that was also affecting countries. This is the second generation. These are the most violent generations. The first wave was Hispanic. These people came to work tirelessly. Well, we didn't even manage that. And with a socialist government, civil servants were moved to be sold to the underground to put them in jail. And this is not done with this massive immigration, and this was done 12 years ago. These immigrants had children. They had. And if you now watch the news 15 years ago in Madrid, they talked about the fact that the bands charged Spaniards to play basketball, and no one had any problems. But we have a police model that is corrupt, and they had children, and they understood my message. My father works for 12 hours to look for a better life, and he ends up in the jail, so he's no longer home. And I want running shoes, Nike Jordan, and I will go to the playground. I meet my new family, which is my band. And 3 months after that, I have my Jordan mic. I do this, I steal, and there is any cost. So the minors' law is horrible in Spain. I have no cost if I steal. We couldn't even manage the first wave of immigration, which wasn't overwhelming, and it's even with a continent with which we shared everything. Now, you be prepared, because there's an overwhelming wave of immigration with a continent with which we share nothing whatsoever. We're running out of time, just with some sound bites close. Yeah, I'd like to finish up by saying that the losers of this situation, and this needs to be clear, are not judges, legislators, or countries that do have the possibility to live in close, ring-fenced neighborhoods, or to do this in other places. The middle class French, Swedish, Spaniards that do not have the possibility to go anywhere else, and they are captive in their own countries. Because of all these elites that have allowed for this massive immigration, they are captive and prisoners in their own hometown, and they do not have the possibility to go anywhere else. They still need to queue in public hospitals, and they do not have the possibility to go to private schools. They need to be in public schools when they barely teach them how to read or count, because a lot of kids do not even speak French, Swedish, and Spanish fluently. And the main victim behind this situation would be middle-class workers that work tirelessly to make ends meet in middle class. Charlie, hi.
Yeah, I would like everyone to keep their eyes on Sweden, because paradigm shift is ongoing in my country right now with the new center-right government supported by my party, the Sweden Democrats. We are overhauling migration policy in order to have the strictest policy in the whole of the European Union. But not only that, the crime policy is being reformed as well. Up until now, we've had a crime policy of the generation of 1968, cultural Marxism dominating the criminology scene in Sweden, where the Swedish prison authority has been named the Crime Care Authority, and where prison sentences were regarded as primary an action of rehabilitation rather than making up for your crime, serving your sentence for that. For instance, building on what has been said about youth crime, in Sweden, we have seen the gangs sending out youngsters to murder people and to commit crimes on their behalf because they had rebates, discounts on their sentences, on their punishments. And hardly even sent to jail. We're ending that now. We are doubling the sentences for crimes committed in favor of a gang associated with the gang scene in Sweden. Reforms like this will really deeply change the way we deal with crime in Sweden, and I think we will be successful. The socialists, they tried their social policies for decades. They talked about new youth centers as the response to soaring gang crime. Well, that is over now. This Swedish carnage ends right here, right now. Keep a look at it.
Muchísimas gracias a los tres invitados, Samuel.
Thank you, all the three, Samuel Vázquez, Santiago Mucio, and Charlie Wimmers. Thank you for being here. We love to keep talking, but we cannot. And to our viewers, I recommend that you do not budge, because in just a few minutes we'll be back with another panel that will deal with the European borders by community institutions. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
La actitud que ha adoptado Europa frente a la inmigración ilegal es de complicidad, cuando no sumisión. Hoy vamos a hablar en este panel que lleva por nombre la rendición de las fronteras de Europa por parte de las instituciones europeas y el papel de las naciones soberanas, con tres invitados que ya voy a darles paso, voy a presentar. Que es el portavoz de Vox en Andalucía y también el secretario general del Sindicato Solidaridad. Muchas gracias por estar con nosotros, Rodrigo.
Gracias a ustedes por la invitación.
También contamos con la presencia de Malgorzata Suk, que es de la Oficina Internacional del Partido.
We also have Malgorzata from the Polish
pero no menos importante, evidentemente, también con Agustín Rossetti, diputado nacional de Vox. Muchas gracias también por asistir a este encuentro. Comenzamos, como hemos hecho en los anteriores paneles, con una intervención de cada uno de ellos de unos minutos y después damos paso al debate. Comenzamos con Rodrigo Alonso.
Bueno, en primer lugar, daros las gracias por la oportunidad, ¿no?, de debatir algo tan importante como la defensa de nuestra frontera. El hecho de que Europa, por parte de las instituciones europeas, se han rendido a la frontera, este hecho que nos une aquí, nos permite debatir sobre la importancia de este asunto, porque es un asunto clave del que poco se habla. Y para ello creo que es importante ponernos en contexto, es decir, no es una situación que surge de ahora, sino que viene arrastrada en las últimas décadas. ¿Cuáles son las consecuencias de eso? Y luego, sobre todo, ¿qué podemos hacer? La rendición de la frontera es una maniobra de las élites. Ya se han hablado a lo largo de la mañana de esas élites que llamamos, están las élites sociales, élites económicas, élites políticas, pero ¿quién son esas élites? Hay que señalar quién son esas élites. Esas élites globalistas surgen y nacen del Foro Económico Mundial. Este Foro Económico Mundial lleva reuniéndose durante más de 50 años en Davos, y el propósito de esas reuniones es analizar la problemática más acuciante de todo el planeta y poner las soluciones que, bajo su punto de vista, de estos oligarcas, consideran que son las idóneas. Al fin y al cabo, son actores no gubernamentales que no elige nadie, pero que sí, con sus decisiones, nos someten a todo el conjunto de los ciudadanos. Son actores no gubernamentales que nos dicen cómo tenemos que pensar, cómo tenemos que comportarnos, incluso se atreven a decirnos qué es lo que tenemos que comer. Recientemente han salido declaraciones de que el futuro será comer gusano y no carne, o que pongan la lavadora a las 2 de la mañana en nombre del cambio climático y para ahorrar energía. O sea, ellos se cogen la licencia de meterse en tu propia casa a decirte lo que tú tienes que hacer. Y ahí es donde se ve un ejemplo manifiesto de cómo quieren violentar y violar las fronteras, porque se meten en tu propia casa. Como digo, estas élites globalistas inventaron la Agenda 2030. Antes eran los objetivos del milenio, ahora se llama Agenda 2030. Y esta tiene sus 17 objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Y las pruebas de que quieren asaltar las fronteras, quieren eliminar las fronteras, la prueba más evidente la tenemos en ese invitado de honor que tuvo el Foro de Davos en las 2 últimas ediciones, que es el presidente de la República Popular de China, Xi Jinping, y que voy a leer textualmente lo que dijo en esa inauguración. Hemos de eliminar los muros y crear una economía mundial abierta. Hemos de persistir en la eliminación de barreras en vez del levantamiento de muros, en la apertura en lugar del encierro y en la integración en lugar de la desvinculación. Creo que el manifiesto es claro. Derribar las fronteras, que no existan las fronteras, que todo sea en nombre de esa economía global, en nombre del globalismo, que exista un flujo de ida y vuelta sin que las fronteras existan. Pero ¿cuáles son las consecuencias de esto? Es decir, ya sabemos que el propósito de esta élite globalista es eliminar las fronteras. ¿Y cuáles son las consecuencias? Bien, las consecuencias ya las estamos padeciendo en el día a día. Si bien es cierto, como decía, que la intención de la Agenda 2030 es debilitar la soberanía de las naciones a través de la inmigración masiva y, por tanto, destruir las fronteras para que se permita ese flujo, el resultado de esto lo estamos padeciendo en nuestras propias carnes y, sobre todo, una parte concreta de la población, que son las clases media y baja, sobre todo la clase trabajadora. Ese movimiento, esos flujos migratorios que no respetan la frontera, que entran asaltando nuestra frontera, como últimamente hemos visto, y además aquí en esta tierra, en Ceuta, de forma violenta, lo que nos lleva es a tener inseguridad en los barrios, y una inseguridad derivada de ese experimento de la sociedad multicultural que nos quieran imponer, por supuesto. Esa rendición de la frontera nos lleva a que las condiciones de trabajo, como consecuencia de los flujos migratorios, como consecuencia de esa inmigración masiva, las condiciones de trabajo sean cada vez más precarias y, por supuesto, los lleva a una saturación de los servicios sociales. ¿Por qué digo esto? La inmigración masiva, a través del asalto de las fronteras, fomentada por la Agenda 2030, ha provocado que se empeoren las condiciones de trabajo, ha provocado que se empeoren las condiciones salariales de todos los españoles, hasta tal punto de que no podemos pagar ni la luz, ni el agua, ni tampoco la cesta de la compra. Esa inmigración masiva nos ha llevado a situaciones de inseguridad y no hace falta irse al barrio del Príncipe, aquí en Ceuta, cuando yo, que siendo almeriense, tenemos un barrio en Almería que se llama El Puche, que es un barrio tradicionalmente de clase media-baja, de clase trabajadora y que está totalmente ocupado por esa inmigración de forma, bueno, han hecho un auténtico gueto y la inseguridad pues es palparia y manifiesta. No puedes pasear libremente por esas calles. Y además lo sufrimos en los servicios sociales. Lo sufrimos en los servicios sociales porque las colas son cada vez más grandes a la hora de acceder a un hospital, por ejemplo. Y sobre todo, en esa saturación de los servicios sociales, en esa saturación de los hospitales, se produce un hecho significativo, y es que dentro de la saturación hay privilegios y clases, y hay prioridades. Y dentro de esta prioridad están los colectivos vulnerables, y los inmigrantes forman parte de ese colectivo vulnerable. Con lo cual, el español de aquí se siente en su propia casa ciudadano de segunda, porque el que viene de fuera tiene prioridad a la hora de consumir esos servicios sociales, en este caso, como digo, la sanidad pública. También lo tenemos en los colegios. Los colegios al final se han convertido en centros de adoctrinamiento, en centros donde en nombre de la igualdad el mérito cada vez se castiga más, la exigencia cada vez es menor y el resultado es que, como digo, en nombre de esa igualdad, el resultado es que los chavales cada vez están, permitidme la expresión, más aborregados. Cada vez tienen menos nivel de conocimiento y eso al final tendrá sus consecuencias en el futuro a la hora de acceder a un puesto de trabajo y de labrarse cualquier proyecto que tenga intención. La clase media, la clase media trabajadora, la gente corriente, no se puede permitir pagar un colegio privado, no se puede permitir pagar un seguro médico privado. Por eso son los grandes perjudicados de esa inmigración masiva y de esa rendición de la frontera. ¿Y qué podemos hacer? Hombre, la gente habla que tenemos el derecho a defender nuestra frontera. Yo creo que lo que tenemos es la obligación de defender nuestra frontera. Países de nuestro entorno ya lo están haciendo y están siendo señalados por ello, tal sea como Hungría, Polonia, Italia, también Portugal, Francia. Y la obligación que tenemos los ciudadanos para defender nuestras fronteras y para defender, por tanto, la soberanía nacional de nuestra patria, de nuestro Estado. La obligación es defenderla y quiero hacer aquí una alusión a una palabra, a una frase que decía Blas de Lezo. Y es que una nación no se pierde porque uno la ataque, sino porque quienes aman a esa nación, pues no la defienden. Y creo que qué mejor manera de defender nuestra frontera, empezando por nuestra frontera sur, y qué mejor manera de hacerlo que aquí, en Ceuta.
Gracias, Rodrigo Alonso. Seguimos con Margot Sata.
Muchísimas gracias. Antes de nada, quiero agradecer muchísimo a Vox por invitarnos, por contar con la presencia de Ley y Justicia. Como bien dicho mi jefe, nuestro secretario internacional, en un video emitido hoy, estamos muy agradecidos, nos hace muy contentos que ya es la segunda edición porque es un tema muy relevante y un tema muy importante para muchos europeos. Según los datos, en algunos países los ciudadanos piensan que es el más importante, el tema más importante del que se debería ocupar la Unión Europea. Y como es un tema tan amplio y tan como he dicho, tan importante, he pensado mucho qué aspecto tratar primero. Y algunos dicen que las mejores ideas vienen por sorpresa. Y a mí, eso me pasó ayer mientras estuvimos en la bienvenida. Juan Redondo ha comentado sobre el ataque híbrido por parte de Marruecos aquí en España. Y fue muy sorprendente para mí porque lo mismo pasó en Polonia hace un año por parte de Bielorrusia. No sé si os acordáis que sufrimos un ataque híbrido creado por el régimen de Lukashenko. No se sabe si fue la idea suya o si fue la idea de Vladimir Putin, pero sí lo sufrimos. En aquel tiempo el gobierno polaco decidió que lo más importante es proteger nuestra frontera, que no nos podemos rendir ante una inmigración ilegal, que cada uno de los migrantes que viene tiene las posibilidades legales en puntos dedicados a eso, a pedir el asilo, pero no van a entrar a nuestro país por vía ilegal, rompiendo las reglas, porque nuestras leyes, porque no podemos estar seguros si no lo van a hacer otra vez al estar ya en nuestro país, formando parte de nuestra sociedad. Nos opusimos junto a Letonia, junto a Lituania, que también han sufrido ese ataque, y que han hecho élites europeas. Se supone que tras la crisis migratoria en 2015, ya las élites europeas, el Parlamento, la Comisión, debería tener alguna respuesta, algunos medios, algo que proponer para ayudarnos. Lo único que nos han propuesto las élites era el apoyo de Frontex. Frontex es una agencia europea dedicada a la protección de fronteras externas de Unión Europea. Pero la pregunta fue, ¿cómo nos puede ayudar Frontex? ¿De qué nos sirve la ayuda de Frontex si Frontex es incapaz de proteger la frontera sur, la frontera de España, la frontera de Italia, la frontera de Grecia? No han hecho nada durante todos esos años. Por eso hemos decidido que tenemos que luchar por nuestra cuenta con nuestra Guardia de Fronteras. Hubo muchísima gente, muchísimos funcionarios que han dedicado su tiempo, sus fuerzas al máximo o más que al máximo. Han pasado el frío, han pasado el peligro porque también los migrantes los atacaban. Los guardias de fronteras bielorrusos los atacaban. Era una situación extremadamente difícil y ellos decidieron que proteger su patria es lo más importante. Y aquí tenemos el papel de las naciones soberanas, que si uno tiene esa idea de que su patria vale, que conservar su cultura, conservar su estado, protegerlo ante una invasión, ante un peligro, es algo importante, que es algo que sale de tu corazón, que te han enseñado tus padres, te han enseñado tus abuelos. Sí, eso da fuerzas y eso fue lo que nos permitió por aquel tiempo proteger nuestro país porque fue una agresión y hay que decirlo muy claro que fue una agresión que fue uno de los medios de generar una guerra híbrida en Europa. Y hoy estamos afrontándolo de nuevo, porque ya el aeropuerto de Kaliningrado, de esa pequeña parte de Rusia dentro de la Unión Europea, de esa enclave Rusia, que tiene Rusia en la frontera con Polonia, ese aeropuerto ha firmado los acuerdos con Turquía, con Siria y con Bielorrusia. ¿Qué significa eso? Que son nuevos acuerdos firmados hace unos días, hace unas semanas, que estamos ante el nuevo ataque. Tanto como en 2021, hemos decidido construir una valla en la frontera con Rusia, ya la hemos construido en la frontera con Bielorrusia. También al crearla, porque son gastos que Polonia sí tenía, pero los podía dedicar a mejorar el nivel de vida, a mejorar nuestra infraestructura, a hacer de Polonia un mejor país para sus ciudadanos. Por eso hemos pedido, y como es la frontera externa de la Unión Europea, que tenemos, que estamos en una zona Schengen, que a todos nosotros nos debería preocupar esa invasión. Hemos pedido a la Unión Europea una ayuda económica para construir esa valla, para proteger también a nuestras guardias civiles, para hacer su trabajo mucho más fácil. Y para ser responsables ante ellos, ante esa gente que dedicó su vida. ¿Qué ha dicho la comisaria de la de la Comisión Europea? Que no, que ella se opone a construir vallas en Europa, que no habrá vallas en Europa financiadas por la Unión Europea. Para mí eso significa que no hay ninguna respuesta. Nosotros la hemos encontrado, la Unión Europea no, y ni siquiera quiere ayudarnos. Y no tienen otras ideas, no tienen ideas de protegernos, no tienen ideas de parar, porque su nuevo pacto, el pacto que por ahora está en consulta, creo que todavía está en consulta, se concentra en cómo resolver la situación en la que estamos. La situación es la situación en la que ya tenemos muchísimos migrantes ilegales en Europa, pero la Unión Europea no sabe cómo parar. No sabe cómo parar esa ola migratoria que nos afecta a todos.
Gracias, Malgorzata Zuk, y terminamos con Agustín Rossetti.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Rebeca. Y muy interesante, ¿no? Porque haber escuchado las ponencias de mis compañeros de panel, porque en gran medida han situado, no sé decir, el toro, con perdón por los motorinos, ¿no? Que tanto abunda, ¿no? en su verdadero contexto y tal, ¿no? O sea, por eso me puedo ahorrar, ¿no? Bastante de cuál es la explicación, ¿no? Por la cual las fronteras, ¿en qué sentido decimos que están amenazadas? Porque están amenazadas en muchas dimensiones, ¿no? Atendiéndome al tema que se nos ha planteado, que se habla de la rendición de las fronteras, estamos viendo lo que es la rendición de las fronteras en definitiva, ¿no? Y más en particular el expansionismo marroquí, o sea que es de lo que también... Yo voy a hacer una exposición que es un poco más, vamos a decir, un poco más de seguridad, ¿no? En este sentido, ¿no? Quizá pues, por mi propia posición, ¿no? de portavoz en la Comisión de Defensa del Congreso y haciendo referencia a las iniciativas, ¿no? que hemos hecho en este sentido. La región, lo que llamamos frontera sur, está muy bien denominado, frontera sur de España. Hay que tener en cuenta que en la parte sur de España, y en mi provincia en particular, ¿no? Todos los pueblos son de la frontera, o sea, de la frontera con el Islam, que ya lo eran en la Edad Media, ¿no? Y que incluso el mismo término RIF viene a significar un poco lo mismo en Amazic. O sea, esta es una zona de transición, es una frontera sur de España, con Marruecos, pero realmente de toda Europa, con otra cultura. Bien, este es uno de los... Pero claro, no podemos olvidarnos del contexto geopolítico en el que está. Es decir, esta es una zona de tránsito, es una zona de tránsito no solamente en sentido norte-sur o sur-norte, sino en sentido este-oeste, es decir, es un cruce, es un choke point, se llama un punto de estrangulamiento del tráfico marítimo entre océanos, no ya entre mares, ¿no? Porque está el Índico, la región Indo-Pacífico, y bueno, está el canal de Suez. Esto confiere a esta región pues una problemática geopolítica muy particular, ¿no? O sea, ser en lugar de paso y ser también lo que es el Rimland, una zona periférica dentro de la Unión Europea. En un mundo competitivo como el que estamos viendo, porque claro, eso de una gobernanza mundial, que es lo que a algunos me gustaría las élites, ¿no? Y demás, ¿no? Entonces, la Agenda 2030 y tal, ¿no? Pues se lo van a poner bastante difícil, ¿no? Una serie de poderes, ¿no? Que sí son muy fuertes, porque el mundo ahora es un mundo multipolar y un mundo muy competitivo, como estamos viendo, ¿no? Entonces, eso no lo van a tener tan fácil, ¿no? Y en este mundo competitivo, esta región que es crítica, pues hace que su complejidad sea muy grande. Y eso España lo tiene que tener muy en cuenta. Aquí tenemos estados como Argelia, Marruecos, ¿no? Que juegan en distintos clubes. Tenemos, por supuesto, España, Portugal. Tenemos al Reino Unido, que está ahí en Gibraltar y que está devaluando a España como estado ribereño del estrecho, ¿no? Lo cual también hay que tenerlo muy en cuenta. Y tenemos también algunos outsiders que han venido de fuera, como por ejemplo Turquía. A Turquía la tenemos que continuamente metida también por aquí. Hay un otomanismo, y también se manifiesta, ¿no? Y tenemos a Israel también, que también tiene relación con Marruecos. Marruecos tiene una diplomacia sumamente activa, ha entrado ahí, pues está en puertas, ¿no? de lo que son los acuerdos de Abraham, por ejemplo, o sea que eso le da una dimensión internacional importante. Tiene firmado un tratado comercial con el Reino Unido, que también le da bastante solidez, ¿no? Todo esto complica mucho la posición de España, y si a esto le unimos las asimetrías que hay entre norte y sur, que son enormes, porque este es el lugar del mundo donde la diferencia de renta entre norte y sur es mayor, primero, y segundo, las asimetrías demográficas. Porque claro, África demográficamente crece al 4,8%. Europa está simplemente, ni siquiera mantiene la tasa de natalidad necesaria para no retroceder, empezará a retroceder en población. Esto crea un vacío y ese vacío tiende a llenarse, ¿no? Y es lo que estamos viviendo ahora, ¿no? Esa afluencia, ¿no? de inmigración, que llamamos inmigración ilegal, que es un verdadero desplazamiento de población. Es mucho más importante, ¿no? de todo lo que estamos viviendo. Si eso no se corrige por parte de Europa, es decir, si no cuidamos, ¿no? las políticas de vida, familia, natalidad, entonces eso será imparable. O sea, hay un problema moral importante dentro de Europa, ¿no? Y ese problema está alentado también por las élites, ¿no? que a su vez pues ven como muy práctico y muy bueno para el crecimiento económico el que venga mano de obra barata, que tú lo has aludido hace un momento, y es una gran verdad. O sea, en el fondo, a la Unión Europea lo que le interesa es eso, le interesa el crecimiento, ¿no? A las naciones no, las naciones miramos a nuestro propio equilibrio, miramos a nuestras propias sociedades, ¿no? que están en peligro por una sociedad multicultural que no va a funcionar, que no funciona en ninguna parte. Bien, bueno, dicho todo esto, vemos que España tiene un riesgo objetivo por estar donde está. Sencillamente, ¿no? Y cuando se tiene un riesgo objetivo, lo que hace es mirar los intereses propios y ver cómo hay que defenderlos, ¿no? Y entonces eso es la estrategia. Desgraciadamente, el partido que gobierna, la coalición progresista que gobierna España, ni sabe nada de estrategia ni le interesa saber. Entonces, pues, quien no sabe dónde va, ningún viento le puede ser favorable. Bien, entrando en el tema ya más en particular y doy algunas ideas porque pueden ser motivos después de diálogo, ¿no? La rendición de las fronteras de Europa. Lo primero que diría yo, si hablamos de las fronteras de Europa y hablamos en plural, entonces yo puedo estar de acuerdo. En lo que no estoy de acuerdo es que haya una frontera europea. Eso no existe. Vamos a ver, cada vez que se habla de Europa, ¿no? Yo me acuerdo de cuando decía Kissinger, dice, es que Europa no tiene número de teléfono. O sea, que es algo importante, ¿no? Estamos hablando de una entidad un tanto fantasmagórica en la que están realmente trincheradas las élites, ¿no? Que es lo que decíamos. Bien. Entonces, rendición de las fronteras de Europa. ¿Quién va a rendir las fronteras de Europa? Los únicos que pueden rendir las fronteras de Europa son los estados nacionales, porque son los que tienen la responsabilidad sobre sus fronteras. Es decir, las fronteras de Europa son las fronteras de los estados, son las fronteras exteriores de Europa, son las fronteras de los estados que forman parte de la Unión Europea, que no es un estado, ni lo va a ser. Esto hay que tener muy claro. Segundo, las tensiones expansionistas entre España y Marruecos. Realmente quien tiene tensiones expansionistas es Marruecos, ¿no? Y las tiene en todas partes, las tiene hacia el sur, hacia el Sáhara, que nuestro gobierno pues le ha regalado pues prácticamente esto hacia Canarias. También lo estamos viendo, pero en Canarias es muy importante, se trató en las jornadas anteriores, ¿no? Por supuesto, Ceuta y Melilla, que últimamente las ha denominado presidios, ¿no? Como si estuviéramos en el siglo XV. Y no solamente estamos hablando también de las aguas, ¿no? También tiene pretensiones sobre las aguas, el lecho marino, los recursos económicos y tal. Bien, si la frontera europea, entendida así, no es más que una ficción, la defensa de las fronteras europeas es otra ficción, porque quien tiene que defender su frontera es el propio Estado soberano. Y si es necesario hacerlo frente a la Unión Europea, pues tendremos que hacerlo frente a la Unión Europea. Y me alegra mucho ver aquí a Margarita, digo Margarita, nombre de guerra, hasta que me aprenda su verdadero nombre en su propio idioma. Porque Polonia realmente lo está haciendo y lo está haciendo muy bien y lo estamos siguiendo en la Comisión de Exteriores del Congreso desde el primer momento, lo que está... Lo mucho que está trabajando y con cuánta valentía. Bien, el problema manifestado, yo ya me voy un poco a mi tema o a mi orientación, más bien de lo que es la seguridad, lo que es la defensa. El Partido Popular nos ha llamado en el Congreso, no catastrofistas, dijo algo así como que apocalíptico fue la palabra, ¿no? Entonces yo se la devolví en la prensa, por cierto, ¿no? Nos ha llamado apocalípticos y tal, simplemente porque dijimos que hay una carrera de armamentos en el norte de África, entre Argelia y Marruecos, ¿no? Y que España, si no participa en esa carrera, bueno, no sé si participa o no, pero se puede quedar muy atrás. Vamos a ver qué pasa con el presupuesto de defensa de Marruecos. El presupuesto de defensa de Marruecos este año, acumulado con lo no invertido el año pasado, iguala al de España. O sea, primero, pero si hablamos del de Argelia, el de Argelia es de 25.000 millones, es el doble, de los cuales va a invertir 8.500 en armamento ruso. Bien, esto está ahí. ¿Qué significado tiene esto para el tema que estamos hablando? No estamos diciendo que vaya a haber una guerra aquí y tal, no es inmediatamente, no es exactamente eso. El problema de seguridad lo hemos visto aquí en Ceuta, cuando en mayo de 2021 saltaron la valla 10.000. Imaginemos por un momento que una parte de esos 10.000 fueran armados. ¿Qué hubiera pasado? Si hubiera habido un incidente importante, eso podría deslizarse afuera de lo que es la zona gris. Zona gris se llama ese intermedio entre la paz y la guerra. Eso es lo que vimos en Ucrania en 2014, por ejemplo, ¿no? O sea, no es que haya una guerra declarada, es que puede haber presiones, ¿no? Y esas presiones dar lugar a una respuesta militar. Sobre eso puede descansar Marruecos. Si perdemos la superioridad militar, habremos perdido algo que es fundamental para mantener la estabilidad de esta región, ¿no? Entonces, es una cuestión muy seria y el gobierno pues no se lo toma en serio. Ahora, en fin, dicen que vamos a llegar al 2% de esto en gasto de defensa, ¿no? En relación con el PIB, ¿no? Bien, porque lo han dicho los aliados, no porque tenga conciencia de que tiene que hacerlo, ¿no? Por tanto, la amenaza que se llama híbrida es la amenaza de seguridad que pende, más importante, que pende sobre nuestra frontera sur. ¿Qué no se está haciendo? Bueno, lo primero que no se está haciendo es asumir el primer papel que un Estado tiene, que es definir cuáles son sus intereses de seguridad, cuáles son los objetivos que quiere alcanzar. Hemos visto al gobierno pasar de traerse pues al tal Gali que vino y se lo trajeron de patute y tal, ¿no? Y nadie se supo cómo vino, es decir, que parecía que estaba apoyando a Argelia, ¿no? Y molestando a Marruecos, ¿no? Pues ha pasado a todo lo contrario. Ha pasado de pronto a llegar el señor Álvarez, pues fue su antecesora, y dijo, yo he venido a arreglar esto. Y viene a arreglar el problema del Sáhara, que es un problema larguísimo de arreglar. Es decir, no sabe a dónde va. Con lo cual, nos hemos enemistado con Argelia y el problema del gas, pues ahora, ¿a quién le estamos comprando más gas? Pues al señor Putin. Entonces, ¿a dónde vamos? O sea, somos como hoja que lleva el viento, ¿no? Porque realmente el gobierno no sabe ni le importa cuáles son los intereses de España, cómo le va a importar lo que pase en su frontera sur. Este es el principal problema. ¿Qué hacer? ¿Qué hacemos? ¿Qué está haciendo Vox ante todo lo que no está haciendo el gobierno? Bueno, estamos trabajando en el Congreso. Concretamente hemos presentado dos proposiciones no de ley, que las hicimos en el otoño pasado, hace un año justo, en los meses de septiembre y octubre. Una de ellas en la Comisión de Defensa para instar al gobierno a que se modificase el artículo 6 del Tratado de Washington, es decir, para meter dentro del área OTAN a Ceuta y Melilla. Entonces, ¿está dentro de la OTAN? No están dentro del área OTAN, ¿no? O sea, es impensable que tengamos un problema en Ceuta y Melilla y no nos apoye la OTAN. Sí, pero entonces, si es impensable, ¿por qué no se modifica el artículo 6? Bien, el Partido Popular nos llamó apocalípticos, ¿no? Pero votó a favor. La iniciativa no se le dio adelante porque desde luego el gobierno pues votó en contra. La otra la hicimos en exterior y la otra iba más en sentido más jurídico y más propiamente de inmigración, que era pues tomar una serie de medidas ante las presiones marroquíes y en general, o sea, todo aquel que no admitiese devoluciones en caliente, pues suprimir los visados y tal, etc. Presionar en este sentido en el tablero diplomático, ¿no?, a nuestro favor. Ahí ni siquiera el Partido Popular votó a nuestro favor. Nos quedamos solos porque solo quedamos. Y ya con esto termino.
Muchas gracias, Agustín Rossetti. Quiero hablar también un poco del sindicato Solidaridad, Rodrigo Alonso, aprovechando que estás aquí como secretario general de este sindicato, porque ahora mismo todos sabemos que los sindicatos de clase no tienen muy buena fama, ¿no? Tanto UGT como comisiones obreras no parece que vayan a hacer nada para ayudar a esos trabajadores españoles contra esa inmigración ilegal que amenaza con suponer una bajada en los salarios de esos trabajadores. ¿Qué es lo que puede hacer Solidaridad por ellos?
Bueno, la fama que le precede a estos sindicatos de clase es bien merecida, porque ahí están todo el dinero que han robado, por ejemplo en Andalucía, robaron el dinero de los parados andaluces para metérselo en su propio bolsillo, para metérselo en su estructura, en la estructura del sindicato, cual mafia pues hace, robarle al pobre para quedárselo a ellos para sus menesteres, sus mariscadas, ¿no? El sindicato Solidaridad lo que sí ha hecho ya es impugnar, o sea, llevar al Tribunal Supremo. Hemos presentado un recurso contencioso administrativo ante el Supremo contra la modificación del reglamento de extranjería, porque lo que subyace de esa modificación del reglamento es regularizar en torno a 500.000 de inmigrantes irregulares que hay en España. Esta cifra, no existen cifras reales porque no existen cifras estadísticas, pero esta cifra la doy, no la doy yo, sino que la dan las propias ONG en esa estimación, 500.000 de inmigrantes irregulares. Se introduce una figura muy significativa. Primero, es mucho más fácil obtener el permiso de residencia y trabajo, pero hay un matiz en ese cambio de reglamento que se llama el del arraigo por formación. Es decir, un inmigrante irregular que se comprometa a hacer un curso de formación ya obtiene permiso de residencia y trabajo. Con lo cual, tenemos, por un lado, sin maquillaje de cifras, estamos en torno a los 4 millones de parados en España, no bajamos de esa cifra, de ese paro estructural, y por otro lado queremos incorporar 500.000 de personas al mercado de trabajo. Existe un fracaso manifiesto en todas las políticas de empleo que se han llevado en las últimas décadas en España, y existe un fracaso porque, como digo, el mercado de trabajo en España es incapaz de asumir toda esa mano de obra. Y el hecho de incorporar otro 500.000 de trabajadores, de inmigrantes irregulares, lo que va es a bajar los salarios aún más, y aún más se va a precarizar el empleo. ¿Por qué? Porque un agricultor en Marruecos por un día de trabajo cobra 8 euros, pero en Almería cobra 48. Un agricultor, un trabajador que se dedica a la agricultura en Almería, español, pues tiene sus compromisos, tiene su familia, tiene su casa, tiene su coche y tiene sus letras. Y tiene que pagar todo eso. El que viene de fuera pasa de cobrar 8 euros a 48. Obliga al de aquí a bajarse el sueldo, si quiere trabajar. Si no, tiene que quedarse en su casa y cobrar el paro. Por eso hablamos de que precariza tanto las condiciones laborales como los salarios. Y en nombre de la igualdad, porque esta élite globalista, esta élite de la progresía global y mundial, que hablan de la igualdad, nos pretenden igualar, sí, pero a la baja. Entonces, todo lo que nos han enseñado nuestros abuelos, nuestros padres, es que hay que esforzarse y que mediante el esfuerzo y el sacrificio sacar tu trabajo adelante, al final todo eso se destruye. Porque da igual que te esfuerces como que no te esfuerces, porque al final vas a cobrar lo mismo. Por eso decimos que se precariza mucho el mercado de trabajo y, evidentemente, nosotros como sindicato que lo único que nos mueve es la defensa de los trabajadores de España, pues vamos a luchar contra todo ese tipo de cambios legislativos, cambios en los reglamentos y, por supuesto, para cambiar la concepción del trabajo, porque la única manera de una persona ser libre realmente es a través de su trabajo. Y eso hay que incorporarlo de forma pedagógica en los colegios, en la sociedad y reforzar la cultura del trabajo.
De España nos vamos seguimos con Europa y también con Polonia. Malgorzata, ¿por qué cree que existe esa obsesión, ¿no?, que tiene, parece, las instituciones europeas en acabar con esa soberanía de países como Hungría o, en su caso, Polonia?
Esa obsesión sí existe, y existe porque las élites europeas no pueden entender que cada país, cada nación tiene la posibilidad de decidir sobre su futuro, que podemos, claro, trabajar juntos para reforzar nuestras economías, para dar posibilidades de conocer nuestros países, para hacer ese intercambio, para hacernos aprender nuestras culturas. Yo respeto mucho la cultura española, disfruto cada vez que estoy aquí, pero eso no significa, y es lo bonito, que puedo llegar a España y disfrutar de algo que es diferente de lo que tengo en mi propio país. Lo que quieren las élites es unificar, es hacer un hombre, un ciudadano europeo que no sienta esa nostalgia a su patria, a su historia, a lo que han conseguido sus antepasados. Quieren hacernos iguales, quieren hacernos pensar de una manera igual para controlarnos todos. Y quieren realizar sus políticas globalistas como bien hemos escuchado hoy.
También, bueno, en cuanto a estas instituciones europeas, no solo es que tengan esa complicidad con, bueno, con esa inmigración ilegal, ¿no? Porque no, pues, critican a los países como Polonia y Hungría defienden sus fronteras, pero también son cómplices con el Islam. Hemos visto incluso campañas del Parlamento Europeo en los que se fomentaba el uso del velo, ¿no, Agustín? ¿Por qué cree que existe esa complicidad cada vez parece que más incipiente de las instituciones europeas, del Parlamento Europeo con el Islam, incluso con el Islam radical, que es también con el uso del velo, del hijab?
Las élites realmente saben que la integración entre culturas es muy complicada. Entonces lo que quieren hacer es debilitar a la propia. O sea, es una cosa bastante absurda, ¿no? Pero es cierto. Vamos a ver, el problema del Islam es un problema muy importante porque el Islam no es simplemente una religión. O sea, el Islam es una civilización, es una forma de ver el mundo, ¿no? Totalmente, ¿no? Entonces, claro, en este sentido, el inmigrante, y tengamos en cuenta que el mundo africano es mayoritariamente musulmán. Esto está claro, porque es que a veces se piensa que se identifica el Islam con los países árabes. No, o sea, esa inmigración africana que se nos viene encima realmente pues viene inculturada en el Islam. Es muy difícil integrarla. Entonces, lo que se está haciendo en este sentido es devaluar la cultura propia para que no seamos capaces, ¿no?, de rechazar lo que se nos viene encima. O sea, es como si hubiéramos decidido suicidarnos, vamos a decirlo de una forma sencilla. Es como lo ven las élites. Las élites han tomado a Europa como probeta, o sea, es un tubo de ensayo. Entonces, a ver si funciona esa sociedad multicultural y nos vamos debilitando en nuestras culturas y en nuestras propias identidades nacionales. Esto es lo que pasa y por eso tienen que aceptarlo. En definitiva, ¿por qué les gusta el Islam que pone velos a las mujeres y sin embargo las feministas no protestan? Porque realmente esas élites, ¿no?, que hay una coalición entre neoliberales, ¿no?, de alguna forma, que están tratando de conseguir lo mismo, ¿no?, los neoliberales y los neomarxistas, ¿no?, el marxismo gramsciano, ¿no?, que en el que se ha mutado actualmente, ¿no?, el marxismo económico y tal, ¿no?, pues a lo que tienden precisamente es a disolverlo todo dentro de un magma europeo que no se sabe muy bien cómo va a ser. Pero desde luego son muy optimistas y piensan que alguna vez va a haber aquí un Estado federal porque todos los intentos federalizantes han fracasado. O sea que...
En ese sentido, también volviendo al tema de Marruecos, Agustín, ¿en qué momento nos encontramos ahora mismo, también después de las decisiones que ha tomado el gobierno de Sánchez en sus relaciones con el Reino de Marruecos? ¿Cuál cree que es el futuro que nos espera a España en nuestra relación con este país y con su deseo expansionista hacia nuestras fronteras, hacia nuestra tierra?
Sánchez no tiene estrategia de ninguna clase. O sea, yo creo que aquí llegan a la Moncloa por la mañana y dicen, bueno, ¿y hoy qué podíamos hacer? Porque es que no se puede explicar lo que han hecho con Argelia y Marruecos. Cuando surgió el desencuentro entre Argelia y Marruecos, que rompieron relaciones, hubo quien se alegró, dijo, bueno, esto es magnífico, ¿no? Ahora se pelean entre ellos, ¿no? Y entonces, pues nosotros ganamos y tal, ¿no? Yo dije, cuidado con esto, porque esto lo que nos crea es un problema serio, porque ya no podemos mirar para otro lado. O sea, cualquier cosa que hagamos en favor de uno, el otro se nos pondrá encima. Y claro, tenemos con Marruecos un contencioso, o tiene Marruecos con España, ¿no?, un contencioso territorial, que no es solamente en Ceuta y Melilla, que es también por aguas, por plataforma continental. O sea, tenemos muchos contenciosos, en particular con esto con Marruecos, ¿no? Lo que quiere decir es que de alguna manera estamos reaccionando ante sus iniciativas. Pero claro, si para desactivarlas lo que hacemos es desarmarnos, entonces es Argelia con quien nos enemistamos. Y con Argelia teníamos el gas, que el gas fue la gran solución que nos trajo el PSOE en su momento para echar abajo el programa nuclear español, que hay que tenerlo muy en cuenta. De manera que entonces es algo parecido, se hizo algo parecido a lo que hizo Alemania con Rusia. O sea, se puso totalmente en manos de Rusia, ¿no? Y bueno, ya estamos viendo lo que le ha pasado. Es decir, perdió su soberanía energética en este caso. Bueno, pues con este problema que tenemos, la única solución que tendríamos es ser más fuertes que los dos, pero en todos los sentidos. No solamente tener superioridad militar, no me refiero solo a eso, me refiero también a posición internacional, tener aliados, pesar aquí. Pero si se tiene una política exterior en Sudamérica totalmente contraria a los intereses occidentales, contraria pues a Estados Unidos, por ejemplo, ¿no? Como lo que estamos haciendo con los bolivarianos y demás y tal, ¿no? En algo que además sería importante para España, que era defender su propio legado en América. No sabe a dónde va el gobierno llamado progresista, no sé hacia dónde progresa, hacia el precipicio. No veo otra cosa. Claro, cuando no tiene conciencia de su propio interés ni tiene objetivos, pues entonces, ¿para qué le sirve cualquier medio que pueda tener? O sea, no tiene estrategia, no sabe a dónde va.
Parece que también existen intereses económicos, ¿no? En no detener, en que las instituciones europeas no detengan estos flujos. Os pongo un ejemplo, por ejemplo, en Alemania en el año 2015 se planteó bajar el salario mínimo para favorecer la integración de los refugiados en el mercado laboral, Rodrigo.
Es que justamente es lo que comentábamos hace 2 minutos. Precisamente en nombre de la igualdad, para permitir la integración social, en nombre de la inclusión social, se bajan los sueldos para que ellos no se sientan discriminados cuando son extranjeros en casa ajena. Es decir, hay que luchar mucho contra esto y me llama mucho la atención porque me parece muy grave lo que comentaba Margarita y va un poco al hilo de las ayudas que se dan constantemente a Marruecos. Resulta que Polonia no puede recibir financiación de Europa porque Europa está en contra del levantamiento de muros para reforzar la seguridad de la frontera, pero Europa sí da dinero a la agricultura marroquí, que es precisamente la que le está haciendo una competencia desleal a la agricultura española y que se está cargando la agricultura española. Es decir, nos llevan precisamente a lo que apuntaba Agustín, nos llevan a la destrucción de la soberanía de las naciones, nos llevan a la destrucción de la soberanía alimentaria, nos lleva a la sustitución del agricultor español por el agricultor marroquí. Y ese es el propósito, y esa es la hoja de ruta de esa agenda globalista, de esa que imponen esas élites globalistas a las que hemos hecho referencia.
Para terminar, porque ya también nos estamos quedando sin tiempo, Malgorzata, y me gustaría saber qué recomendación o qué consejo le darías a un español en este sentido, si vemos que están aumentando las cifras de inmigrantes ilegales que llegan a nuestro país, o qué políticas crees que como españoles deberíamos adoptar para tener una defensa, ¿no?, de nuestras fronteras como la que tiene Polonia.
Hay muchísimos aspectos. Empezando por el aspecto de educación, hay que mostrar a los jóvenes que ser patriota, cuidar de su nación, cuidar de su soberanía, disfrutar de su cultura y querer protegerla, está de moda. Que no es cosa de los viejos, de nuestros abuelos, pero que sí, que es de moda y que no significa que si tú defiendes a tu cultura no respetas a otras, como he dicho antes. Yo siempre disfruto de la cultura española, siendo la patriota polaca. Otro aspecto es el aspecto de seguridad. Hay que oponernos a esa política de la Comisión Europea de decir no a los muros. Si eso es lo que ayuda a nosotros, ayuda a nuestros funcionarios, ayuda a nuestras fuerzas de seguridad, guardias de fronteras militares, a protegernos, a proteger nuestra seguridad, a proteger lo que para los conservadores es importante, la libertad, hay que construir esos muros. Si no tenemos otra medida, claro que no es nada de agrado ver un muro como en Polonia, en medio de un bosque muy importante, en medio de uno de los bosques más antiguos de Europa. Pero la seguridad es lo más importante que conservar esos bosques, porque de eso dependemos día a día. De eso depende nuestra vida, de eso depende si yo puedo ir a tomar algo con mis amigos el viernes y volver sola a casa y no tener ese miedo de volver de un encuentro con mis amigos en cuando ya anochezca. Y después hay que tener en cuenta que la migración, tal y como es, no es nada raro, no es nada que no hemos tenido nunca. Sí, la gente siempre migraba, pero hay que construir una política responsable. Hay que pensar quién invitar y por qué a nuestros países. Por ejemplo, Polonia tiene por sexto año consecutivo, en 2021, tenía la mayor tasa de inmigrantes en Europa. ¿Pero de dónde eran? Eran de la antigua Unión Soviética, eran de países como Ucrania, Bielorrusia, Moldova. Era gente que compartía nuestros valores, era gente cristiana, era gente con la que por muchos años en nuestra historia también hemos compartido un país, hemos formado un país, hemos formado una gran república de las dos naciones. Y en caso de España, a lo mejor sería enfocarse en trabajar más yo creo que me pueden corregir, pero con gente de la iberosfera de América, con la que España compartía historia, compartía cultura, comparte idioma, comparte valores. Porque sí, ahora en Polonia sí, la migración nos ayuda, pero la migración responsable, con política responsable, con gente que no crean sus propias enclaves, que no crean a zonas a las que los funcionarios no quieren ir, pero quieren ser parte de nuestra sociedad, quieren respetar nuestra cultura y la entiendan y no quieren imponernos la suya.
Pues vamos a dejar aquí este panel. Muchísimas gracias a los tres por participar. Rodrigo Alonso, Malgorzata Suk y Agustín Rossetti. Un placer haberos tenido con nosotros. Y nosotros seguimos también con más contenidos en este segundo encuentro Frontera Sur. Ya saben que no solo tenemos paneles, sino que también tenemos entrevistas y vídeos que nos mandan también pues, otros líderes y políticos europeos. En este caso vamos a ver uno que nos ha enviado Ángel Damsaski, que es el jefe de la delegación búlgara del ECR Group.
Thank you for inviting me to share with you our ideas, our experience, our thoughts about fighting illegal migration. Illegal migration is an issue that has become increasingly complex for the European Union as a whole, but more so for all the states that are situated at its external borders, like Spain, like Italy, like Greece, like Bulgaria. Every day we are witnessing more cases of illegal smuggling, illegal crossing of borders, of European hypocrisy and impudence. At the general European level, we see continuation of this fake, false, very wrong Merkel's policy, which invited everyone from everywhere with no reason to come illegally to Europe. Then there was a clear pushback to this very stupid policy, mainly from the countries I mentioned earlier, plus Poland and Hungary, because of the nationally responsible domestic conservative governments. In Bulgaria, we then, in the beginning of this crisis, built our border fence security facility to prevent the passage of these illegal crowds of young Afghanistanians, of young people from all over the world to came here to conquer Europe, to change our agenda, to change our way of life, our traditions, our family values. In addition, then Bulgarian army was deployed and sent to the Bulgarian border to protect the border. It worked, and we called this policy a policy of zero migration. Unfortunately, government has changed and turned to the liberal one, and this has led to chaos in the system. The liberals want more and more illegal migrants. The carelessness and complete neglect of problem of illegal migration has led to a situation where a smuggler's bus full of illegal migrants was involved in a race with the police. And this ended tragically with 2 dead police officers in Bulgaria. Both of them these officers are national heroes. They sacrificed their lives to prevent this bus to enter, this kamikaze bus, to enter in full speed big town of Burgas. Now, clearly, the current administration in Sofia, both with Brussels, does not recognize illegal migration as a real problem. Therefore, we will continue the demand to return the zero migration policy and the demand of adequate assistance from Frontex and the European institutions for the protection of European Union's external borders. It is clear to all that illegal migration threatens the unity of our societies, undermines our resilience, and changes the internal order of our countries. Moreover, they want to change our way of life. They want to change our traditions, our family values, our Christianity values, and our Christian religion. We already have such enclaves built up in countries like France, Belgium, Germany, not European, not Christian, not human. And Great Britain also, with people who refuse to follow our way of life and our rules. The latest example of this barbarism of those people is the murder of the minor Lola by illegal migrants. To stop this, European Union needs working tools to deter migrants, repatriate them, and prosecute those who have crossed our borders illegally. But also, we have to prosecute smugglers and these police officers involved in this smuggling and this contraband. Frontex should have a bigger budget and more powers in terms of its security functions and support the national law enforcement agencies against illegal immigration. Dear friends from Vox, we all value our national states. So, long live the Europe of national states. Long live Bulgaria. Long live España. Arriba España. Thank you.
Y en lo que llevamos de este segundo encuentro Frontera Sur en Ceuta, hemos tratado ya muchos temas que tienen que ver con este asunto. Hemos hablado de los cambios demográficos que se están produciendo en Europa, de la inseguridad de nuestras ciudades y también de la respuesta de las instituciones europeas, o la no respuesta, mejor dicho, en este sentido. A continuación, vamos a seguir hablando de este asunto, de inmigración y también de la postura del único partido que existe ahora mismo en España que se atreve a denunciar abiertamente ese problema que trae consigo la inmigración ilegal descontrolada y las consecuencias que tiene. Y para ello tenemos aquí en Ceuta, se ha trasladado hasta aquí, hasta la ciudad autónoma donde nos encontramos, el vicepresidente de Vox, Javier Ortega Smith. Muchísimas gracias, Javier Ortega, por estar aquí con nosotros.
Muchísimas gracias a vosotros por la invitación. Enhorabuena por este magnífico encuentro y gracias por hacerlo precisamente aquí, en esta histórica ciudad de Ceuta, al lado de su muralla, recordándonos que tenemos que ser el bastión de la defensa de la libertad y de los valores de toda Europa, empezando por España.
Pues enseguida nos vemos en el plató, que vamos a continuar hablando allí dentro con Javier Ortega Smith.
Bueno, pues qué preciosidad de escenario, ¿no? Con la frontera. Muy bien. Muy bien.
Comentaba en el exterior, estábamos del plató viendo esa bahía de Ceuta, que el único partido que tenemos en España que realmente hable claro sobre esas consecuencias que tiene la inmigración ilegal descontrolada es Vox, y para ello tenemos aquí en el plató a Javier Ortega Smith, vicepresidente de Vox. Muchísimas gracias por estar con nosotros una vez más. Y antes de que entremos en esas medidas que sí que Vox quiere, pues se propone, ¿no? que se implanten en España para defender esa frontera sur. ¿Por qué cree Javier Ortega Smith que se ha desprotegido uno de los puntos clave, ¿no? de la geografía española, no solo española, sino también europea?
¿Que por qué? Bueno, por cobardía y por intereses. A lo largo de la jornada hemos estado escuchando las muchas razones por las cuales se está produciendo esta verdadera invasión migratoria y unas causas evidentemente son estrictamente económicas, hay otras causas que son de interés político y hay otras que son por complejo y por cobardía de los gobiernos de Europa que son incapaces de defender lo propio. Es algo así como la rendición incondicional de una Europa que se caracterizó en la historia por ser un baluarte en defensa de la libertad, de los valores, de sus sociedades, de sus tradiciones, de su fe, de su cultura, y que parece que ha tenido que aceptar, no sabemos muy bien por qué, que todo eso se puede poner a los pies de los intereses de extrañas potencias, de globalismos o de quienes políticamente sacan rédito de toda esta situación. La verdad es que resulta cuanto menos paradójico y creo que nos lo preguntamos todos los europeos. ¿Por qué tenemos que rendir Europa a otras naciones si hemos sido ejemplo de progreso, de libertad, de protección de derechos humanos, especialmente España, de defensa de valores? ¿Por qué tenemos ese complejo a defender lo bueno y lo nuestro? No lo sé. Esto, quienes han estado al frente de los gobiernos y de las decisiones políticas tendrán que responder. Esperamos que más pronto que tarde, primero ante sus electores y ojalá algún día también ante la historia. ¿Por qué han puesto en riesgo a Europa, a España, a los valores que representan en aras del empobrecimiento y en aras de la inseguridad?
También ha puesto en riesgo no solo a Europa y a España, sino también a esos policías que son los que protegen esas vallas fronterizas. Usted, si no me equivoco, conoce bien cuál es la situación, ¿no? ¿Por qué situaciones pasan ellos cada vez que sufren una avalancha inmigratoria? ¿Cómo se les puede proteger o qué garantías jurídicas se les puede dar para que puedan cumplir con su labor como es debido sin tener que sufrir esos ataques y con tanta violencia de esos inmigrantes?
Bueno, España tiene que estar orgullosa de tener auténticos héroes en nuestra Policía Nacional, en nuestra Guardia Civil, también en las Fuerzas Armadas, por supuesto, que cumplen a diario con el sagrado deber de defender a España y defender a los españoles, pero que desgraciadamente no tienen los gobiernos y los políticos a la altura de esa entrega, de esa generosidad, de esa profesionalidad y de esa lealtad que cada día demuestran. Son agentes mal pagados, son agentes con escasez de medios humanos y materiales, y son agentes, y esto es lo más grave, que no tienen el apoyo institucional. Es más, que lamentablemente son criminalizados y señalados por medios de comunicación y por partidos políticos, a excepción de Vox, porque unos por traición, porque odian todo lo que representa España, y otros por complejo, porque no vaya a ser que les señalen como fachas por defender a nuestra policía. Hay quienes creen que insultan en el Congreso de los Diputados cuando nos dicen a los de Vox, es que vosotros defendéis a la policía patriótica. Es que yo no entiendo otro tipo de policía. ¿Qué queremos? ¿Una policía antipatriótica? ¿Una policía que abra nuestras fronteras? ¿Una policía que abra los grilletes de los delincuentes? ¿Que mire para hacia otro lado cuando pasa un terrorista? Una policía patriótica es una policía que defiende a la patria, que defiende el Estado de Derecho, que defiende la legalidad, en definitiva que nos defiende a todos. Por eso nosotros lo que creemos es que hay que hacer muchas cosas y cuando lleguemos al gobierno dentro de unos meses estamos convencidos de que una de las tareas más importantes que hay que hacer es devolverles la moral a nuestros agentes y lo digo en primer lugar, antes que retribuciones económicas que también tendrán que llegar, equiparaciones salariales, medios humanos, medios materiales, plantilla, vehículos y otras muchas cosas. Pero lo primero, dignificarles en su profesión y decirles que no están solos y que tienen el respaldo del gobierno y que cuando un agente de la autoridad hace uso legítimo de su arma, cuando hace uso legítimo de la fuerza, que es obviamente monopolio exclusivo del Estado, tiene el amparo de la ley, el amparo del gobierno y cuando un agente hace uso de la fuerza, el ministro de Interior de turno se pone a su lado y le dice la orden la he dado yo y si hay algún responsable soy yo. Y no como ahora que lo que hacen los ministros, estos cobardes que hemos tenido al frente del Ministerio de Interior, es siempre la presunción de culpabilidad para la gente y mirar hacia otro lado y abandonarles en el ejercicio del deber.
Decíamos al inicio que Vox es el único partido que denuncia esta situación. De hecho, es el partido que junto con el ECR pues, ha organizado este encuentro Frontera Sur y se ha trasladado a Ceuta, ¿no?, para denunciar esta situación. ¿Cuáles son las propuestas que Vox propone para poder controlar esta inmigración ilegal y poder volver a defender la integridad territorial de España?
Bueno, voy a intentar ser muy conciso porque yo sé que todos los espectadores que nos están viendo llevan mucho tiempo escuchando interesantes intervenciones y lo que quieren son respuestas claras y no rollo. Yo creo que lo primero que hay que tener es voluntad política. Esa es la primera medida que hay que tener para poder ponerle freno a una situación gravísima que está ocurriendo en las fronteras de Europa en general y en particular y especialmente en nuestra nación. Voluntad política significa que el gobierno de turno y los legisladores tienen que actuar con un objetivo muy claro y es terminar con la inmigración ilegal y ponerle freno a sus dramáticas consecuencias. En segundo lugar, no menos importante, hay que defender la veracidad informativa, el relato. Hay que dejar bien claro que lo humano, lo solidario, lo que respeta a las personas es precisamente combatir a las mafias del tráfico de las personas, combatir a los gobiernos que están empujando en viajes terribles, dramáticos, suicidas a muchísimas personas por toda África y por todo el Mediterráneo. Hay que dejar bien claro que al pan pan y al vino vino, y que a la inmigración ilegal se le llama inmigración ilegal y no se le llama flujo migratorio irregular, que estamos hablando de delitos, que estamos hablando de delincuencia y que estamos hablando de asalto a las fronteras. Y añado otra cosa más, lo que estamos hablando en el fondo es de procesos que tienen una finalidad de invasión por sustitución de la población de Europa. Y como hay que llamarle las cosas por su nombre, y es lo primero que hay que hacer, y no caer en el complejo de los partidos políticos al uso, ni de los medios de comunicación comprados por todos ellos, desde Vox lo primero que decimos, veracidad informativa, contar los datos y decir sin miedo que sí, por culpa de la inmigración ilegal, ha aumentado la delincuencia en España y decir que sí, que el porcentaje de delitos que comete un 11% de la población emigrante en España es 3 veces superior a los delitos que cometen el 89% restante de la población. Y eso no es ser xenófobo, eso no es ser racista, eso no es ser inhumano, eso es contar los datos y contar la verdad. Tercera cuestión, no menos importante, hay que ponerle freno al efecto llamada. Mientras que sigan creyendo millones de seres humanos que si asaltan y pisotean nuestras fronteras, que si entran de manera violenta en España, van a recibir una ayuda económica, van a tener unas condiciones de vivienda, de sanidad, sociales, que muchas veces, o en la mayoría de los casos, no hay para los propios españoles, ese efecto llamada va a seguir aumentando y va a seguir generando que cada vez sea mayor la bola de personas queriendo entrar de manera ilegal en Europa. Y se corta el efecto llamada dejando muy claro un mensaje. Todo el que entre de manera ilegal en España, que pierda toda esperanza, no solo de no tener una ayuda, salvo, por supuesto, faltaría más la ayuda de emergencia sanitaria inmediata que haga falta, pero a partir de ahí, que pierda toda esperanza de una regularización, de una vivienda, de una ayuda económica, de una paguita, de estar viviendo del cuento del Estado, que pierda toda esperanza y que su destino será la devolución inmediata a su país de origen. Cuarta cuestión igual de importante que la anterior. Nosotros necesitamos una política exterior firme. Y hay que dejarle muy claro a países como Marruecos, como Argelia o como Mauritania, que no van a recibir una sola ayuda y que el chantaje que hacen a España y a Europa, enviando población ilegal para recibir a cambio ayudas económicas, se va a terminar. Y que nuestros esfuerzos serán solo y exclusivamente en cooperación internacional con aquellos países que nos demuestren lealtad internacional y que de verdad quieren terminar con una situación de flujos migratorios ilegales. Y por tanto, esa política exterior tiene que llevar aparejada también la denuncia ante organismos internacionales. No menos importante, reformar y reforzar endureciendo nuestra legislación de extranjería, dejando muy claro cuáles son los procesos en los cuales una persona, cumpliendo la ley, puede entrar en España, puede tener trabajo en España y puede ser un emigrante legal, que son los que nosotros defendemos, y cuando el pasarse esa ley lleva aparejado inmediatamente la expulsión del territorio, detención y expulsión del territorio nacional. Y, por supuesto, dejando muy claro que en materia de refugio o de asilo político no nos va a ganar nadie cuando de verdad estén acreditadas las causas, no el coladero en el que se han convertido todos estos procesos. Otra cuestión que también es absolutamente imprescindible es dejar muy claro ante la opinión pública que España va a declarar o va a considerar una cuestión de interés para la seguridad nacional la política de migración. La política de migración no es una política cualquiera, es una política de la que depende nuestra seguridad nacional y, por tanto, nuestra economía y, por tanto, el bienestar de los españoles. Y, por tanto, ha de ser uno de los objetivos políticos preferentes y, por tanto, estar dentro de los objetivos considerados de interés para la seguridad nacional, de acuerdo con nuestra Ley de Seguridad Nacional. Añadiría dos cuestiones más para terminar. ¿Cuál es la política que propone Vox? Como resumen, es una emigración legal, por tanto, cumpliendo esa ley o esas leyes que establezcamos desde las instituciones de España, porque solo España puede decidir quién entra o quién no entra en su casa. Y no lo van a decidir ningún globalista, ninguna multinacional o ningún país extranjero. Además de ser legal, ha de ser una emigración posible. Nosotros tenemos el derecho a calcular y establecer qué número de personas pueden entrar en España. Y además añadimos una cosa más. ¿Podemos elegir quiénes pueden entrar y quiénes no? Claro que sí. Preferimos antes una emigración que sea integrable, una emigración que quiera aceptar nuestra cultura, que respete nuestras leyes, que respete nuestras tradiciones y no que pretenda venir aquí a imponer sus pensamientos políticos, religiosos de sus naciones de origen. Aquí se viene llamando a la puerta y se respeta las costumbres, la religión, la ley, la cultura de la nación a la que vas. Por cierto, como hemos hecho siempre los españoles a lo largo de la historia, que hemos sido un pueblo emigrante, tanto en Europa como en América, pero siempre hemos llamado a la puerta, siempre hemos respetado las leyes y, por cierto, nos hemos dejado la piel trabajando para levantar esos países, que eso es lo que queremos. Y termino. Esa idea de que nosotros necesitamos una emigración posible, legal e integrable, nos lleva a una idea final, y es que la emigración es buena. Y hay que defender la migración legal porque es buena y porque es necesaria. Y porque, en definitiva, nos ayuda a ser más fuertes como nación, nos ayuda cuando hay necesidades laborales y ayuda a otras naciones a que tengan ese recurso internacional que es el emigrar. Pero se tiene que hacer siempre dentro del respeto a la soberanía nacional y siempre respeto a los Estados-nación y al derecho que tenemos los españoles a protegernos y a proteger nuestras fronteras, nuestra salud y nuestra economía.
Muchísimas gracias, Javier Ortega Smith, por estar en este segundo encuentro Frontera Sur. Sí que hemos puesto un poco encima de la mesa toda esa problemática, ¿no? Cuál es el origen y las consecuencias de la inmigración ilegal, y nos faltaban también esas propuestas, ¿no? que puede dar Vox para solucionar el problema, y yo creo que ha sido una exposición muy clara de esas propuestas de Vox, así que muchas gracias por estar con nosotros.
Muchísimas gracias y enhorabuena por esta magnífica organización en un tema tan importante, y además gracias por haber pensado en la ciudad de Ceuta para tratar un tema como este, porque no hay acto más valiente en política que ir a las zonas calientes a decir lo que hay que decir, aunque otros miren hacia otro lado. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias también a todos los espectadores que nos estáis siguiendo desde esta mañana o que os habéis unido en algún momento de la mañana por nuestro canal de Vox Europa o por el canal también de Vox. Vamos a volver por la tarde porque tenemos todavía muchos más contenidos. Vamos a hacer una pequeña pausa para comer, pero después no se lo pierdan porque tendremos con nosotros también a Jorge Buxadé, a Iván Espinosa y los Monteros. Vamos a hablar también de esas consecuencias que tiene la integración del Islam, ¿no? en las sociedades europeas y de muchos otros asuntos. Así que todavía tenemos segundo encuentro Frontera Sur para rato. Hacemos una pequeña pausa para comer, pero volvemos enseguida. Muchas gracias.
invadiendo Ceuta. ¿De acuerdo? Han entrado 10.000 marroquíes en el día de hoy y otros 10.000 previstos entrar. La Guardia Civil se ha retirado de la frontera. Está dejando entrar a todos los marroquíes sin ningún tipo. Marruecos ha retirado a todos los gendarmes de la frontera. Y estamos aquí vendidos. Si no sacan al ejército, Ceuta mañana forma parte de Marruecos. Ahora mismo, pues no hay frontera. Ceuta está tomada por marroquíes.
Well, Ceuta is taken by the Moroccans. Right now there are no borders. The Ceuta assault is not an isolated episode. The non-responsibility of politicians has consequences. Who's to blame? Refugees, please be welcome. I used to clap for those who jumped over the fence, because we want them to come with us. And we want it, because they're the best, the bravest. Well, I'm not in favor of vetoes or borders. I think we should not use war language in this case to try to solve a conflict, rather the opposite. Well, we like the culling effect somehow, because the European population is aging. We should not forget that these are just children. These are our children who are under our guardianship. They have a plan. So this second meeting, last year we held it in the Canary Islands, and we're here to report those consequences and that danger of illegal immigration in our southern border, which is our entry door to Spain and to the whole of Europe for illegal immigration. So today we have Ivan Espinosa Los Monteros, Member of Parliament for Vox, and we need to speak about that threat in the southern Spanish border. Why do you think there is a European lack of protection on the southern border? I think Europeans are not fully aware. There are 2 Spanish cities in the African continent. If we did more events like this one, and there was a better knowledge of what this entails, maybe there would be more interest in the administrative or bureaucratic Brussels world. But I think there's general concern, and there are more citizens in Europe that, due to the problems of illegal migration that often are seen in both cities, Ceuta and Melilla. In this case, we're speaking specifically about Ceuta, the 2 Spanish and European cities in Africa. Which is the role of Spain as one of the main countries affected by this illegal migration? Well, Spain should ensure its borders as an essential method to guarantee its own sovereignty. Spain has a duty to protect its perimeter, its borders, and that's something for which we should provide enough resources, human and material resources, supporting our security forces to protect borders. And Europe, through Frontex, should also be supporting and consolidating the Spanish effort being made. When we spoke about Europe, we were speaking about Europe to protect borders. But do you think that Spain should make decisions besides European decisions in this regard? Ideally, we should do everything with the consensus of our European partners. If not, I have no doubt that the Spanish government has the obligation to guarantee the sovereignty of our nation, and that entails caring for our borders. We all wish for Spain the same thing as for our family, having a wall with clear boundaries and a door, allowing the people we invite to come over, not the people we do not invite. Spain and Europe should have a migration policy based on the nation states deciding who comes over, so we can select how many and which migrants come to Europe or to Spain. It doesn't mean that we cannot have migration, but rather the migration should be legal, orderly, and according to the criteria of the countries, not the mafias, endangering their safety and their lives often. You said that we all have the right to defend and decide who comes into our home. It looks like some political leaders and European experts do not care about this. Do you think that illegal migration doesn't have the same consequences for everyone? Absolutely. The people who suffer these consequences the most are the most humble people living in less favored areas because migration, illegal migration, due to its nature, has difficulties to get a job or to get the documentation to work. The daily activity is not just going to a factory in the morning to earn a living, but unfortunately and very often the crime rates go up in the most unfavored neighborhoods, not in neighborhoods where bureaucrats and politicians and elites live. At the political, social and financial level, Europe, who are promoting this illegal migration. And why do they promote it? Well, to have cheap labor for European factories. That's how it started in Germany. With that criterion, there was a massive illegal migration flow. There was a New Year's Eve with mass rapings in Germany that was hidden. And the elites aspire for citizens to be unrooted from our language, our culture, and our nation, so we can all be standard with just a single market, undifferentiated by being Spanish or American, but rather by being from Apple, Adidas, Nike, and that is promoted with illegal migration that blurs our borders, our identity, and aims to create one single humanity. A concept that sounds good, but it's really an attack to our roots and our culture and sovereignty. The consequences are not the same thing for different leaders and Brussels bureaucrats as for lay people. And besides, those consequences are hidden in media and also in most political parties. We have seen the case of the murder of Laura David in France. It's been mentioned briefly, but regarding the George Floyd murder in the USA, there were weeks of coverage speaking about that. What do you think that happens, that difference in media? And do you think that this is permeating in the public opinion? Well, media have a clear agenda in agreement with the political guidelines that set the way and with the business elites and in technology that wish to embark on this road. So when crime fits the narrative and the discourse they have, this keeps going on. And always on the same side, regarding George Floyd, we spoke about that death for months. When the autopsy was known, it was known that in his blood he had arrests of having consumed drugs intensely recently that may have caused his cardiac arrest. That was not mentioned, but when the crime is not convenient or someone murdered does not fit the profile certain elites like, they don't speak about it. But they do speak to say that we should avoid xenophobia and racism, which are the platforms on which they hide the fact that Europeans and other people want to live in peace, and they know that illegal migration often brings about higher crime rates, less security and safety on the streets, and a high risk for women especially. Regarding Islamophobia, some media use that term, but crime is increasing due to the uncontrolled illegal migration. Do you think that the average Spanish citizen is aware of that? I think that Spaniards who live in unfavored neighborhoods with a lot of illegal migration are very aware of that. But it is important to highlight the problem. We apologize, we just lost the sound. So last year we had this meeting in the Canary Islands, this year in Ceuta, and we're here to report those consequences, that danger and that threat of illegal migration. Absolutely. There has been a scandal or something that someone said without questioning that it was true, or without trying to understand the statistics. So very quickly, certain things are covered or stopped, or people are made redundant, but no one puts the means to avoid all these becoming a reality. If we gain more power, we'll do everything we can to have more security and safety for our neighborhoods. This also endangers the lives of well-intended migrants who cross the Strait of Gibraltar after crossing the whole of Africa and often die during the journey. I'd like to deepen further on this regarding the fact that there are many philanthropists and people who are financing organizations to encourage this illegal migration. Why are they obsessed with that? Sometimes there are also multimillionaires and lobbyists behind all this. Why are they obsessed to end with the nation's sovereignty? Well, there are two clear reasons. First, some companies want to have this illegal migration and to blur borders and identities, not to mention race, which could be deemed as racist by them, but their aim is not to promote nations, but rather markets. Markets that are blurred, so that they're just consumer markets. That's one of the clear elements. And then we're also seeing some examples of individuals who are not the owners of large companies, but rather individuals who may have a large fortune and they have some bad conscience and they finance extreme left movements to show that even though they have received a lot of money, no one should get angry with them because they finance movements that may be harmful. But if you get aligned with the left, you might look like a better person. So Vox is a party that from the beginning, when you joined the parliament, Vox defended that the Spanish borders should be protected, and Vox has warned of the consequences of illegal migration. And in the last few months, some countries may have begun speaking about this topic after Vox did. Even the president of the government, Pedro Sánchez, he mentioned that in the last NATO summit in Madrid. Why do you think that change has taken place? Well, the surprising thing here is that only Vox speaks about the safety problems and illegal migration or the sovereignty of Spain. But I think that yet again, Vox is ahead of things. And the Minister of Defense said that there are mafias of people trafficking, when, until recently, we said that, we were called fascists and racists. So I think the rest of the countries will come to the same conclusion as us, even though it's just for survival. We have an increase in penetration and voting intention in the most affected neighborhoods by the insecurity caused by illegal migration. There are voters who traditionally would have voted left, but since these parties have abandoned them, the clear evidence is that the only people who are highlighting the problem and suggesting solutions, and mainly suggesting ideas that will end up with a lack of safety, is us. And before that evidence, there are two things. First of all, we're getting more votes in traditionally left neighborhoods, and I think that will keep increasing. Well, Vox wants to promote solutions to end with the problem. So what can be done here in Ceuta, where we're at now, or in Melilla or in the rest of Spain to solve this problem of illegal migration. But it is a complex problem that doesn't have one single solution, but needs to be tackled with an array of solutions and proposals. First, very clearly, we need to seal our borders with the utmost security. That requires the deployment of human, technical and logistical means, as well as the political support of our governments and our rulers, and mainly our politicians, to those who comply with the task of carrying on those borders. So those borders should have the right budget and the right human support, as well as the support from politics and from our financial side. We support the state security forces and we commit to giving them the right resources. That is needed, but it's not enough. Ceuta and Melilla need to be the engines of growth of Spain. And we need to make an effort, and there are many possibilities here regarding mercantile, tax and financial elements and incentives to establish all sorts of activities and businesses that may allow the city of Ceuta and Melilla to grow, prosper, and be beacons of growth in the next few years in Spain. And I think there are many activities that could be established there. Digital elements and mercantile elements. So, as I was saying, there should be a clear target, without a doubt, to support the growth of those two cities. And that's something that we'll do if it's up to us. Well, thank you, Mr. Espinosa de los Monteros. Thank you for being in the second Southern Border Summit. Thank you. And I greet all the attendees because it really highlights the problems nobody else wants to deal with, but that are extremely important for all Spaniards. And we keep speaking about migration. Now we go to Sweden, and we have here Charlie Weimers. He is the Vice President of the European Conservatives and Reformists, also a member of the European Parliament. Thank you, Charlie, for being here with us. And speaking about Sweden, one of those European countries most affected by that illegal migration. Do you think it's a process that can be reverted?
The same country as it used to be in the future. But what we need to make sure is that Sweden has a bright future. In order to accomplish that, we need to pursue very determined policies to expel those who will not accustom to the Swedish way of life, those who immigrated illegally, and to make it very clear that in Sweden, we stand for Swedish values. If you don't like that, Sweden is not for you.
Como sueco, ¿cree que esa inmigración, sobre todo la musulmana, está provocando cambios?
Do you think that Muslim migration is provoking changes in Sweden besides demographic changes, and they can be social and cultural?
An Islamist political party ran for office in Sweden. That's unheard of previously. And we see a lot of people coming out for another way of life than the Swedish. And what do I mean with that? Well, separation of girls and boys, separate laws for Muslims, and so on and so forth. This is something that goes beyond numbers. It's something that affects us here and now. And also, of course, the fact that one of our most known artists, Lars Vilks, was deemed to be a legitimate target by Islamists for defaming the so-called Prophet Muhammad, and had to live with bodyguards 24/7 in Sweden. Is an indication that we have been on the wrong path, and we need to reinstate freedom of speech. We shall not accept any kind of shadow caliphate in Sweden where people feel that they cannot speak their mind.
¿Cómo se puede solucionar este problema tan grave?
How can we solve that serious problem in societies such as Belgium, or the Swedish society, formed by generations of migrants who initially were illegal but now have a European password.
Well, until now,
How can we sort that out?
And politicians has been quite passive in dealing with youngsters who are leaning either towards crime or towards Islamism. I mean, the Swedish government has even funded Islamist organizations. That ends right here, right now, with the new Swedish government. We are going to stop the funding of Islamist organizations so that they can no longer lure young people into their milieu. We are going to stop foreign funding of mosques. And we are going to strike down on gangs and reestablish justice in Sweden, because this therapeutic model of the socialists have not worked. If you start another youth center, well, the Islamists or the gang leaders will go there and recruit the people. It's time for new policies, for new ideas. And this is how we start. But we must also end the constant stream of newcomers that will not find their place in Sweden. We must end asylum migration to Sweden.
So politicians and bureaucrats in Brussels and media silence that problem. But how do citizens in Sweden perceive this, and how that perception of illegal migration, how has it evolved?
So-called ghettos outside the big cities. What we're seeing now is that small towns in the size of 40,000 inhabitants have their own segregated areas. And people are reacting to that, of course, when your class is the class of your son is suddenly 1/3 immigrant from nowhere because of the policies of the government. But up until now, the Swedish middle class have been able, I'm going to be frank, they have been able to virtue signaling by their voting for the progressives, and then using the Swedish school voucher system to put their kids into all Swedish schools and avoid the consequences of their own votes. That is no more, because the problems have evolved and become so big that you may run, but you can't hide. People react when kids are being taught on national television to dress like they were poor to avoid being robbed outside their schools. This is the reason for the fact that Sweden has now a conservative government for the first time in 92 years.
En los últimos años, las instituciones europeas sí que han remado.
In the last few years, in European institutions, they have believed in gender policies. We don't know how that fits Islamic migration. Has that generated conflict in Sweden?
This whole situation has created a sort of syntax error among progressives, because on the one side, they're in favor of feminism, right? On the other side, they're in favor of everything that is not Western. So when that collide, they have a big problem. That's why they lashed out against conservatives, pointing to the fact that we have a phenomenon in Sweden called balcony girls. If you haven't heard of balcony girls, I'll explain it for you. These are girls with a Middle Eastern descent who mysteriously fall from balconies after having wanted to integrate into the majority Swedish society. This is actually a term that is everywhere in Sweden today, because it's all too common. Today, even centrists are trying to address this problem, but for many years they avoided it. So it is a conflict, it is a problem, and it's only us conservatives that are ready to confront it, up front, because the others, they are accepting the fact that language classes for immigrants are dividing by demand of Islamists the classroom into the women's section and the men's section. This acceptance for Islamic or orthodox Islamic values has been widespread, but this is about to end.
¿Cuál es la postura que están tomando los?
And what's the position of Swedish Democrats before the social and political crisis of the country?
Denmark is leading the way here, actually. They have understood that if they want to preserve the social democratic welfare state, which I think personally is way too big and intervenes too much in people's lives, but that's another story. If you want to have a willingness among your citizens to pay taxes to the common good, you have to have a cohesive society. And they've understood that with mass migration, people will stop wanting to pay taxes to the government. So that's why they have a very strict immigration policy, and they are looking for a deal with African countries such as Rwanda to basically move the whole asylum procedure offshore, to move it to Africa. Even if you're given asylum, you will never put your foot in Denmark. You will have your refuge in Rwanda. The Swedish Social Democrats, after having seen that the new Swedish government will implement the most strict immigration policy in Europe, they had nothing negative to say. The only thing they said was, oh, they are continuing our policies. They understand that the working class, those who go to their jobs in the morning and putting their kids to school, bringing them up, they are no longer ready to give away their country in the name of solidarity. So they are copying our model and the Danish model. It's a good thing, but I will expose their hypocrisy, because it was them that led us where we are today with one shooting a day, 200 bombings the last 4 years.
Con esta situación que tenemos en la actualidad, ¿cuál cree que es el futuro que le espera a Suecia de aquí a 20 años y cuál le gustaría que fuese?
What's the future you expect for Sweden in the next 20 years?
Question for me. I mean, the reason I'm here is to fight for my 4 girls, their kids, their kids, to have a Sweden, a Europe that they can feel safe in and prospering. And I'm gonna be realistic here. I don't know if the reforms that we are going to implement the next 4 years in Sweden will have fully worked in 10 years. This is a multi-generational task that we have in front of us. I think that a lot of gang members will be in prison or expelled from Sweden. Yes, I do. I think that migration will be lowered substantially to the minimum level. But I don't think that we will have the Sweden we want. We need to work at least 20, 30 years to get there. And I'm going to do that.
Muchísimas gracias, Charlie Weimer.
Thank you so much, Charlie Weimers, Vice President of the ECR and member of the European Parliament. Thank you for being here at Frontera Sur, Southern Border. Thank you.
Continuamos después de esa entrevista a Charlie Weimer.
We will continue after such interview to Charlie with a new panel. At this time, we're going to talk about the growing Islamic movement in Europe and Islamism, and even the jihadism and what this means for Europeans. Jihadist threat is known by citizens in Nice, Marseille, Barcelona, Paris, or Cambriels that have suffered these abhorrent terrorist attacks from the jihadism that is expanding to other countries in Europe. Many of these jihadists were taken to Europe by their condition as refugees, and we all know the policies granted to these refugees and the very famous flags, welcome refugees. Could have we prevented these terrorist attacks from happening? So we're now going to discuss this important matter with our prominent guest, Dima Veller. Welcome to this event. We also have Sergio Redondo, the provincial president of Ceuta, and again, Charlie Weimers, the chairman of the ERC movement at the European Parliament. As we have seen in the morning, they are going to have the few moments of presentation, a few minutes, and then we will open up with the Q&A. Well, thank you very much for this kind invitation. This is the most interesting forum at the most and hottest spot, Ceuta, where you can actually analyze all problems related to the southern frontier, which is, by the way, a Spanish frontier. And the actual title of this presentation, Growing Islamism in Europe and the Threat of Jihadism, with two of the most important factors and the controversial ones of what's happening in Europe lately. Islamic progress and jihadism, which are aligned concepts because these are communicating vessels. Absolute Islamism, the very orthodox version of it, that really focuses on Muhammad laws, forces the jihad and sacred war and jihadism, what is properly understood, the growing number of Mohammedans in Europe. And this provokes a lot of disruptions because Mohammedans are die-hard Islamist, and the principles are contrary to a Europe in Spain that has expelled in Islam. I know this is controversial, and during the Spanish reconquest, everything has to do with the incompatibility with a view of Mohammedans, of Christians as polytheist, and on the other side, the view of a religion which is incompatible with us. What is the most visible effect of the growing Islamism? That has to do with demography and in 1974, Boumediene in the NATO UN assemblies, many men will erupt the northern hemisphere, not as friends, because they will erupt in order to conquer it, and they will conquer it, populating it with their sons and daughters. It would be the womb of women that will give us a victory, and the sons of Islam will subdue the entire European continent. And every part that was part of the Islamic community, is something that needs to be reconquered. And that was raised by bin Laden during those days in the September 11 attacks of the Twin Towers. And there is a sequence of acts that bring us to the idea of jihad, which is intertwined with the Muslim precepts or rules. Not all Muslims follow the jihad, but it constitutes the religion that appeared some time ago in very specific religions. The effects of these Islamic movements that have to do with the marginalization and precariousness, those areas that you cannot access in Europe. With the police, we have a Príncipe neighborhood where you barely enter, and they with criminality or objectives that have to do with the compliance of an Islamic law like the Sharia. These are the pieces on which we need to discuss in this afternoon. These are the type of factors that are linked to it, that adopt the most aggressive profiles or the purely cultural ones, although these are completely separated fields. In view of this, we would like a Christendom that separates these two fields for many centuries, and these, in my view, are the main differences and problems that have to do with this. Thank you, Ivan. Let's continue with Juan Sergio Redondo. Let me now focus this whole problem in a specific area, which is the city of Ceuta. And here, for instance, there is an effect of what's happening in other cities in Spain and the world. And Ivan was mentioning the Boumediene's prophecy that Europe will be reconquest, with the womb of women that will arrive to the European continent. This is a situation that we have seen over the last 30, 40 years in the city of Ceuta, and how that presence of the constant immigration from the Maghreb in Ceuta has long changed the shape of our city, giving an image of a more Moorish city on the one hand, Islamized on the other hand, Moroccan in the pure cultural aspect and Islamized in the religious factor. The city of Ceuta finds an important difference in between how this religiousness is expressed. Islam, we cannot argue, and Ivan has mentioned this during his presentation, we cannot claim that there is a homogeneous Islamic movement. Not the entire Muslim population feels religion in the same way. There is one part of that Muslim population that has been placing itself in Ceuta for quite some time. Where they see the Islam in a lighter way, so perhaps similar to the population in Ceuta, the Christian population. And then we find also a Muslim population which is present in the city of Ceuta through different generations, sons and daughters and great children, grandchildren. They are becoming radical, when in principle they do not have that Islamic awareness. Yet they are now generating a problem of Islamism that is disconnected from the Moroccan context. We also have another population that has a more political view of Islam. That Islamic understanding, interpretation of Islamism that has been rooted in the city of Ceuta, that really reshapes that image and the model of Islamization. And this is exported to the rest of the European continent. This can be defined as an experimental ground of what is going to happen in the next few years in many cities of Europe. All such element really needs to be raised in Ceuta as a point from which Islamic or Islamization is exported. And the whole violence that this is linked to, the active Islamism that is operating in most of Europe today, has in many aspects its deeply rooted radicalization. They're not interested in such active presence. And this is to be extended to the rest of the continent. There are ways to understand this process. That radical Islamization that is going to spill over to other areas of Europe does not have a criminal activity, but they just use this by way of penetration or starting point to permeate the rest of Europe. The actual criminality that we see in Ceuta is not closely linked to radicalization, but it is linked to another economic social effect, closely linked to the Muslim population, but it's more linked to drug trafficking, delinquents. That is not linked to radical Islamism, but the fact of having delinquents and criminality in Ceuta, which has a strategic position from which the drug trafficking starts off, that is expanded to the rest of Europe. Thank you. Thank you, Sergio Redonda. We will finish with Charlie Primus.
Thank you, Rebecca. I want to talk about how Spanish, Swedish, and other taxpayers are funding the destruction of Europe as we know it through Islamists being funded by the European Union, as a matter of fact. As a member of the European Parliament, I have worked very hard to stop the, on the one hand, legitimization of Islamists, on the other hand, the funding of these groups in Europe. Finally, in recent months, I actually have seen that we are starting to make headway here. We see it in the European Council, the EU institution that gathers the governments of the 27 member states. After I confronted the French presidency in February to address the issue of funding Islamists, they challenged the member states. The member states were asked to outline how they work in stopping funds going to groups that promote a discourse that is at odds with European values. Then in June of this year, the Council called on the European Commission to study legislative options to limit financial resources to organizations that are Islamist extremist or constitute security threats. The current Czech presidency have made clear to me they support the efforts of the French, and I'll do whatever I can that the French Czech torch will be picked up by the upcoming Swedish presidency beginning next year. Even in the European Parliament, this sort of ground zero for progressivism in Europe, there is now a growing interest in legislating to end EU support to Islamists. Recently in Strasbourg, a budget amendment expressing grave concern over the Commission's financing of campaigns promoting the hijab and stressing that the EU budget in the future should not finance campaigns promoting this was passed. In light of the current protests in Iran, this is a very important development. Though political action may seem awfully late, I mean, we've just heard the description of how areas in Europe are being Islamicized. I would say that any willingness among Western decision makers to finally crack down on Islamist organizations should be welcomed. But we need to do more. And I would like to outline 3 areas where I think European decision makers should focus. First, stop legitimizing Islamists. Europe should not legitimize Islamist organizations, nor should we accept those organizations as legitimate representatives of the Muslim community. The EU organized seminars with key Muslim Brotherhood figures discussing how Islamist democracy is key to the democratic future of Europe. FEMISO, founded by the Muslim Brotherhood, was invited to meet Commissioner Dalli and given a platform in the European Parliament's plenary in Strasbourg during the European Youth Forum. Europe ought to scrutinize those they engage with and treat as representatives of the Muslim communities, and never ever invite known Islamists to enlighten its staff. Also, vetting imams that preach at mosques, publicly funded projects, and those that work on them, as well as any organization that act as the official Muslim interlocutors to government. Very important. Second, we should engage with open-minded segments of the Muslim community, including those having left their faith, those who are willing to accept the values of the majority population in Europe. We should do that rather than legitimizing the Islamists. Western governments should work hand in hand with those who share our values. I mean, in Sweden, for instance, one group that may be, I don't know, Muslim on paper, the Iranians, are among the fiercest opponents to political Islam. And by the way, my party, the Sweden Democrats, is #1 among Swedish Iranians. So that should be kept in mind too. Thirdly, we need to cut the flow of funds. We need to stop both domestic and foreign funding flow to Islamists in Europe. For years, foreign powers have funded mosques, religious and cultural institutions in Europe that spread these ideas, these Islamist ideas. More worrisome is that public funding from the EU and the member states has benefited Islamist organizations from FEMISO to Islamic Relief to even the Islamic University of Gaza run by Hamas. When I learned that you and I are funding the Islamic University of Gaza, I immediately contacted the commissioner responsible, Hungarian Commissioner Oliver Varhely. And when he learned of that, he made an inquiry, and that flow of fund has been stopped. Actually, change is possible. I think these three basic but effective, I would say, measures would clearly signal that the EU institutions and the member states stand strongly in support of freedom, individual liberty, human dignity, equality, and against Islamism. Because let's be clear, most of the money, sure, they come from municipalities, regions, national governments, but the reason we should go out of our way to stop the EU funding of Islamism is because it would set a precedent. It would signal to every municipality that now is the time to stop this funding. End it now. It would give us, who oppose Islamism fiercely, a very good argument against the progressives who want to continue this type of funding. At times, it can be quite frustrating to try to convince European politicians that the concept of Sharia laws in Europe might just not be a good idea. But yeah, I think there is hope still. Just look at Sweden. Sweden was previously one of the worst examples of virtue signaling naivete. And now my country is doing a full 180. And the new government agreement includes a ban of foreign funding of communities and organizations with links to Islamism and stricter rules and oversight of funding for such organizations. It includes a recognition of the major challenge that Islamism among schools with a Muslim profile presents. And now schools that do not respect the school statutes, they will be closed, fair and square. Residence bans will be imposed for foreigners convicted for honor-related offenses and extremism, and the possibility of deporting foreign citizens for participation in violent or extremist organizations that threaten fundamental Swedish values will be looked at. So the lesson and the good news here is that in case you cannot convince policymakers, you can always replace them, even in good old socialist Sweden. So there is hope after all.
Gracias, Charlie Beamers.
Thank you very much, Charlie. We are now to continue with this debate. I mentioned at the very beginning that there were certain cities in Europe that have always suffered terrorist attacks. Could we prevented this type of attacks? It's the so-called cultural relativism, thinking so naively that all cultures are compatible without realizing that there are some contents in those cultures which are inadmissible in the Western societies. And the fact that this idea that we're all going to get along well, leaving them unattended, they start being endogamic, they start breaking their close links with the abroad. This is the breeding stock of radicalism, the very famous no-go zones that are proliferating in Spain and the rest of the world. You can't enter those areas because they have become ghettos for drug trafficking and crime. There's a very, very specific case here in El Príncipe neighborhood. And this is hot off the press because it is giving some romantic touch to these neighborhoods from the social media, where they are mixing drug trafficking and those trafficking with any type of materials, but these also allows for the radicalization of many individuals that see that their only exit is through religious fanatism, which in the case of Islam is intrinsically linked to them. So what shall it be done? First of all, not looking elsewhere. Secondly, not being so naive, thinking that the only thing that sets us apart are pure aesthetic aspects. Controlling them entirely, controlling what's being said at the most case, and not trying to integrate in our institutions those things that are not compatible with them, having analyzing those groups and seeing how if radicalism is happening or not. Now, talking about Ceuta, if we can finish up with these, Chairman, you've also mentioned the Príncipe area. I'm not sure our viewers are so aware of the situation in El Príncipe neighborhood. Perhaps they've romanticized this, but I wanted to ask you, Sergio, what is the current life in that neighborhood, the origin of those living there, and if it is a dangerous neighborhood?
El origen de esa barriada, nos podemos remontar hace 30, 40 años.
Well, we can go back to the last 30, 40 odd years to its origin. Yeah, criminality is growing, but this is because of the lack of action from the Spanish authorities acting in those suburbs. We'll have to go back to the very origins of that shanty town area, or slum area, which was in the suburbs, and how that uncontrolled massive wave of Maghreb immigrants and how all of a sudden the suburb became a focus of illegal works, illegality, uncontrolled massive growth, urban planning, which is not controlled at all. And that growth gave us result El Príncipe, a suburb where 99% of the population comes from Morocco, with huge levels of social exclusion, whose population is constantly misconnected from that level of Western society. And as a consequence, really, it is the breeding stock for criminality. The greater the disconnection from the investments in Spain trying to integrate these into the rest of the city. Well, this has been really the breeding ground for all those that end up, marking that criminality. When I talk about criminality, these individuals are, captured by those drug traffickers, which is the biggest impact, and that's why they are so close to these delinquent. And also in this field of Islamic radicalism, there is a strong number of Moroccan citizens And that's the reason why it has become an exclusion area. Because of the control of these bands and in the slums, and from the mosques that they are trying to recruit. So this slum has an overload of mosques, and you could see the different praying rooms as well as and you could see also the minarets, and you could also see how they end up attracting and recruiting more population. And it is an uncontrollable slum from the authorities, with an awful lot of difficulties to exercise the authority of the state in the autonomous from the autonomous region. And that's the reason why you've seen all these pictures in the news, shootings, and you see that teenagers walk around freely with guns in their hands, and they feel themselves completely unpunished, and this ends up permeating the rest of slums, neighboring slums. So such criminality has a spillover effect, especially when the public authority or the state can't enforce the law, or to really alleviate the absence of authority that exists. This is a problem that is extended, and something that in principle 30 years ago was heavily localized in a specific slum. It can be seen in other areas of the city that increase the insecurity, not only on the Principal slum, but on the rest of the city of Ceuta, with these features. This is a real problem, but yesterday we were close to El Príncipe shooting some images, and we realized how dangerous this slum was. It's not something that we have made up, is that we were there, and we were about to be shot by a gun. It was very distant, and this is how they reacted to our presence. So this is a real problem that we have been able to see just in 2 days. I would like to talk to Charlie now about the following. I was very much puzzled to see that in the past you've said that one of the solutions that could be for the integration with the Muslim community, or correct me if I'm wrong, if I read it properly, is to get closer to the people with an open mind from the Muslim world or prior Muslim world, not the radical ones, that yes, perhaps do have the willingness to be integrated in the origin societies. How do we identify such individuals? How can we really engage with them, with those that are not radicals?
Well, they are not as well organized as the Islamist lobby. We need to be aware of that, and we need to understand that the biggest threat in the long term to our way of life is maybe not jihadism, but non-violent Islamism. And these people that I'm talking about that are supporting our way of life, and they want to be part of our societies, they know this very well, that the goal in the end is a state totally governed by Sharia, with no political rights, no individual liberty, no right to conversion, and so on and so forth. How do we find them? Well, I think they are out there. I mean, I just mentioned the Iranians and people. There are many people such as Ayaan Hirsi Ali and others who were born into Muslim societies, but eventually left Islam and are able to understand what threat the dawah, the Islamist missionary work is to the cohesion of our societies. And there are some imams in France pledging loyalty to the Republic, to the French Republic, willing to fight Islamists. We should definitely work with them because they know very well what this means. And I do think that we need to look for new approaches in the fight against Islamism, because up until now we have been very inefficient. And there is a coalition forming internationally to do exactly this, what I'm talking about. And I think in Spain, in Sweden, in the European Union as a whole, we should work with them to, for instance, bring forward an action plan for on the EU level, national level, regional and municipal level. For what we can do to target Islamists and to stop them from acting as representatives of the community, and to actually find those who are real moderate voices. But as I said, they are not as organized, and they are not very strong in comparison. In sheer numbers, they are not very strong. But this is something that we can and that we should do.
Desde luego sí que pues son quienes mejor conocen.
Absolutely, they are the ones who know best the situation from the inside, and in that regard, it might be quite beneficial. And before, Charlie Wimmers mentioned that he does have hope because he has seen some changes in the European Parliament, and also in his country, the new government. There are also changes in that regard, with policies that are not so complacent with Islam. What do you think? Do you think the same thing as Charlie Wimmers? Because there are policies that may be there that are not so complacent with Islamism, Ivan Beleth, but what do you think regarding the survival of the Christian Europe? Is that at risk? Well, is it jeopardized? Well, I think the Christian Church, after the Second Vatican Council, has experienced an evolution that hasn't been really strengthened. Versus that, I think the actual Church has admitted that level of relativism that weakens the Church versus an Islam where we cannot think that all Quranic men are potential jihadists. Even though if we read the jihad book, it's called Kill All the Polytheists wherever you find them, the people who believe in several gods. And regarding family institutions and internal relations, I think the Islamic world is more rigorous now than the Christian world regarding its roots. And then we have the phenomenon that Sergio knows quite well, which is this demographic expansion that is really out there, which is totally unequal. The Christian Spain, sorry to say, is less fertile than the Muslim Spain, which grows exponentially. And that has less to do with a value crisis and a crisis of the family model that is being encouraged from many large structures that we sometimes call globalists, who have to do with the ultra-consumption. But in the long term, if there is no self-criticism, I'm sorry to say, but I'm a lot less optimistic than my colleagues here. And I have some statistics here, but it might not be right to mention them now. But if we look at the evolution of the population, there is a redeployment from this side versus the other side, which has really expansion eagerness. So at some point, we need to take measures if we do not want to have a country that will keep or not being united but with a different identity, and that's a big danger. And I insist we do not use we should like this, but Spain was created versus Islam. We cannot forget it. And regarding Ceuta, Sergio and Juan, we know about the images of the invasion of this autonomous city in May 2021, where thousands of illegal migrants came over. Many of them have been transferred to the mainland. I'd like to know how you feel as a citizen from Ceuta, and what's the feeling the rest of your fellow neighbors feel, whether they feel insecurity, and whether some of them decided to abandon the city for this reason and move elsewhere. Yes, absolutely. So the invasion on May 17th meant that many local citizens opened their eyes to the terrible reality that we're facing. And what's that reality? Well, our future depends on Morocco. Morocco may use their people as a weapon, as a war instrument. And on May 17th, we understood that if Morocco, instead of 15,000 or 20,000 people, wanted to send 100,000, they would have done it, and no one could have stopped it. Not to mention the government of Pedro Sanchez, the social communist government that unfortunately we have nowadays. That's the perception that local citizens have in Ceuta, that our future depends on a dictator who uses Moroccan citizens as instruments for his blackmail policy. That's clear for people here because we live it firsthand, and that generates fear. That means that people want to get off the ship. And that's what Morocco was looking for. That people are afraid, that they leave Ceuta, and because they do not appear in the battle, he gets ripe fruit and he gets his target, which is just getting back the city of Ceuta and Melilla. This kind of invasion with thousands of people does generate insecurity in the city of Ceuta. Not all of them have left. Some of them came back to Morocco, went back to Morocco, but not all of them. But the bad guys did not go back. That's clear for us. Maybe a part of the people who maybe were tricked into coming, they went back once they understood that the role was over and they could go back to the country. But all the criminals who weeks before had been taken out of Moroccan jails because the King of Morocco gave general pardon to empty the jails at the end of the Ramadan, and weeks later the invasion took place and all those criminals that had come out of jail came into Ceuta, and they didn't intend to go back to Morocco. Many of them stayed here, and others, with some fraudulent asylum-seeking process, are seen being criminals on the mainland. In a small city, when you have that mass of people that want to do harm, which is the intention of the Moroccan king, that can be felt in the city of Ceuta. Insecurity increases as well as criminality, and those criminal gangs are nourished. They're fed, the ones that we saw in El Príncipe. And that criminality increases in the city of Ceuta with these gangs right after this invasion, because everything we're seeing here regarding the fights between gangs was not seen so intensely 2 years ago. It's being seen now, and that means that all of this is orchestrated, organized, that there was a clear intention by the Kingdom of Morocco, so that from that invasion there could be something harmful and violent that would make the Spanish citizens forget their willingness to stay in this Spanish land. And we need to invert that. And from my position, politically, my political representation in Vox, I'm here to fight. I'm facing that. I need to persuade my fellow citizens that we need to fight, that we cannot abandon our permanent defense of the Spanish character of this land before the threat of a king who only wants to get ownership of the city of Ceuta and before the weakness of a government that wants to kneel down and give these cities back to the tyranny and the dictatorship of the Moroccan regime. So we're back to speak about Europe and that complicity with Islam. We've seen those campaigns financed by the European Parliament where they promoted the usage of veils for women. And Charlie Dimmers was saying before that this apparently is changing. Apparently, the access to those funds to promote those campaigns is being restricted, but which is the policy of the ECR in the European Parliament in this regard for these things to stop happening?
The ECR is strictly against EU funding of Islamism, of course, and from the ECR side, we have supported the efforts to end the EU funding for these kind of campaigns. Hijab is freedom. It's quite ironic that while Iranian women are sacrificing their lives to end mandatory hijab we are funding those very same destructive forces, Islamist forces here in Europe. That's the ECR is against that, and I can tell you a while ago in Strasbourg, when this issue was raised by one of my French colleagues from the French Republican Party, from the EPP, that is, he was booed by the progressive left, the Greens, and they stopped this proposal at that time from being even tabled in the parliament. They couldn't stop it eventually, but they did their best. And that is very telling for their attitude. They are stating that they stand on the side of the Iranian women, but in reality, they have no understanding what's behind the hijab, the will to control women, the will to impose a whole set of beliefs on society. That's what it's about. And we need to challenge them. We need to challenge the left for why they want to spend our money to promote these kind of ideas with the Socialist Party of Spain, the communists, but also the center-right must speak up much more than they've done up until now. They have a responsibility to fight for our civilization, so that the ECR does not stand alone, but we are being joined by more, and we're seeing that slowly but surely, and that gives me a glimpse of hope. But I mean, of course, I'm realistic. I mean, this is a very tough battle for Europe. My own country, with the immigration levels that we've had, can face a population where 20% is Muslim in only 28 years. That's the magnitude of the problem, and that will bring this to the center stage of politics, because this will create a demand for political Islam. And what do we do to stop that? Well, I think we should heed the advice of the philosopher Karl Popper, who said that we should not be tolerant against the intolerant. We should, if we want to be a warm and soft society on the inside, we must have a hard shell that protects it on the outside, just like Ceuta.
Antes de que terminemos también el panel,
Before we finish with this panel, I'd like to ask you all about a proposal, or which proposal do you think could be effective to really stop that expansion of Islamism in Europe and Spain? So we begin with Ivan. There are many, and I think that Spain has a demographic crisis, so we need a replacement in the population. But Spain configures a part of humanity called Hispanity. The Spanish character is a series of nations similar to ours, with different governments, but culturally and says that not all cultures are compatible between them, but we need to regulate migration. We need to get into countries with paperwork, assuming that you're going to somebody else's house, so to say. So I think those guests, the ones that work better in Spain specifically, because Spain is very different from other European countries. Here, we live in some sort of European fiction very often, thinking that we have a great state. And it is not, and Rossetti mentioned it in his speech this morning. Spain is a sovereign nation that has historical and cultural links with Latin America. First of all, we should regulate illegal migration. We cannot have events such as ones we saw here that are so regrettable. And I can go to the Pioneers, accompanied children camp, and it was regrettable. Those children are nearly launched or thrown like human ammunition. So we should stop the entry of illegal migration. We should return those who come here illegally, and we should promote regulated migration, but with cultures that are compatible with ours. The Christian roots cannot be ignored, and that's where we have compatibilities. So I think that his Spanish character is a place where we can feed to strengthen the Spanish society, because they share language and certain roots. And apart from certain things, they share pretty much everything. So we should be rigorous in the whole political class. There's something called border, as we say here in the title of the meeting, that sets a limit between different nations. And now you mentioned it, from that Hispanic migration, which would be desirable. In the last few years, we have seen how the second generations of legal migrants are also sometimes generating problems. Yes, I'm not saying it's a great solution, but the starting conditions are better than those of a world with whom we have less things in common. So the first generation coming to work, and that is fully active, leaves generations afterwards with a lower assimilation. In Spain, we do have the phenomenon of the so-called Latin gangs that we need to combat, because it's a criminal situation. But regarding the integration of the values, they have them. But no society is perfect, and integration should be effective. They should not just be labor. They should be cared for so that they're integrated. Well, my cocktail recipe for this solution proposal is identity, culture, and traditions. Islam is submission, not peace. If you give land to the Islam, they will take it. If you give them ground. If there is a weak society without values, they will take over. If they find a strong identity society, they will be submitted and adapt, and they will leave. So what does Islam find in Ceuta? Or what have they found in Spain or in Europe? Well, societies that are weak, that have no values, that have no beliefs, that have no identity. So eventually, that is transformed in a way of doing politics. A way of doing politics. And if you give ground to that religion, to the way of understanding life, a way that is strong, and before that weakness, they want to take control. So how do you combat that? Well, by reinforcing our identity, our values, and leaving that society without beliefs, and coming back to recovering our identity with Christian roots, which is the basis of the constitution of nations that nowadays form Europe. And mainly with the willingness to oppose towards coming to replace what we have been. And from my political perspective, we are willing to always be that. So Charlie Winners began speaking with certain proposals that could be made to stop this expansion of Islamism in Spain, or to control it. Would you like to add anything in that regard, Charlie?
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree that we need to be proud of our nations, of our Western civilization, and stand up for it in the conflict with Islamism. I can just give you an example of what happened in Sweden earlier this year to pinpoint what we should not do, and that is to accept demands for the limitation of free speech in the name of respect for Islam. When this person in Sweden burned the Quran, he was entitled to do so under our constitution. But some politicians said that, well, maybe he should not be allowed to do it during Ramadan or in certain Muslim-dominated areas. Well, why did they do that? Yeah, because there were heavy riots in some places throughout the country when he burned the Quran, and the police retreated instead of securing that area, which was a big failure. And I think that failure, by the way, contributed to the conservative victory later this year. But many politicians wanted to give in. And if you give in, if you give an inch, the Islamists will swallow everything. Because just look at here in Spain, where Christians, Catholic processions were attacked just for stating their Christianity during the Ramadan, which happened to coincide with the somewhat Spanish custom of celebrating Easter. And in France, where Catholics were attacked by Islamists during a procession in a Muslim-dominated area, which the Islamists regarded as their area, Dar al-Islam, the land of Islam. So those politicians in Sweden that thought, oh, burning a Quran, that is too much a provocation, we shouldn't do that. Well, just look at these Spanish and French examples. For the Islamists, it's enough to be Christian to provoke them. And they will not allow it if they have their say, and we shall never, ever give them an inch. So continue to stand up for our traditions. Read the Bible for your children. Purchase the classics. C.S. Lewis, Tolkien, start reading for them, reinforce their Western identity from a young age, tell them to be proud, and give them ammunition to counter their cultural Marxist teachers in schools that want to try to make them hate their own identity. That's what we can do.
Pues nos quedamos con esos mensajes. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. We're going to keep those messages. Ivan Vélez, thank you so much. From the Gustavo Bueno Foundation, Juan Sergio Redondo, Provincial President of Vox, and Charlie Wiemers, Vice President of the ECR Group in the European Parliament. Thank you to all the three of you. And once again, I'd like to thank the viewers on the YouTube channel. And we're going to go away for a few minutes, but we'll be right back with the next panel, that in this occasion will deal on the crisis of middle and popular classes and their social consequences for Europeans.
para ejercer tu fe en público. Si es que...
The sound once again.
Antes a estos empresarios y a estos periodistas y ejecutivos mediáticos no les gusta la gente corriente.
And they dislike normal people. This is simply a way against the working class, middle class people, and they want, despite the strangling taxes and the huge leverage, and despite the devaluation of the currency, they are incapable of managing a society where their citizens are more demanding, and they want to fill it in with citizens from other countries and parents that do come from, well, they do not even receive families. Those arriving in Europe, defeated, obviously, are not going to demand education for the children, social services and universities as to be demanded by the West. And it is so easy to rule in such a way. So they'd rather rule for less demanding people, and that's why illegal immigration is no coincidence. It is really a tyranny, a totalitarian move, and obviously they've never seen the customs of citizens as now, and like any tyrant movement, it is based upon false hopes of that they are here to pay our pensions, and this is not the case. They won't even be able to, pay for their pensions if they obtain some formal work. And the second one, all these people that are subject to human trafficking, they just find better life. And no, this is true. And this is also related to the impoverishment of their lives. And since the oil crisis of the 1970s repeatedly said in the West, that you were going to have greater life conditions, and it turns out that whilst illegal immigration is imposed, it's not that you live better than your parents. It is the first generation in a long time that lives better than their parents, that does not live better than their parents, and they live worse. And in that scenario, we're not that bad off, but the first thing is that we are aware, and this is a marvelous event because the good news is that there are other parliaments, and the good news is that there is awareness that this is not left movement or right movement. This is part of the fight against normal middle classes and normal people. And I am proud of this, a long way to go. Frontera Sur is a great example, and we have improved the situation. We will continue with Javier Ortega Smith. Well, what really needs to be stressed is the debate that has little to do with the debate that we've had in the past. And it is important to present it in such a way to avoid being entangled in alleged theories that do not meet the reality. For many centuries, there's been a long debate between Spain and Europe, of the cities and the rural Spain. There were great cultural differences and economic differences, and that was the debate between people from rural areas and cities. These had been evolving until dividing the societies into right parties or left parties, and those theoretically defending the working class and those that were defending their privileges. And all such debate that they continue repeating again, most of the political parties. Now they have been able to divide us against gender. The fight against feminism, ultra radical feminism, and feminists that have nothing to do with the defense, legitimate defense of women against men. That clash between men and women, between right and left movement is false. It's not the reality. What's truly a reality, and this showcases that this is between those who defend, and Vox really has been a stronghold defender of the national sovereignty. And well, we can openly mention the Spain of patriots against Spain of those who have surrendered to international globalism. And this is the true debate. And regardless of whether we live in a rural area or not, or if you are more close to a more humble family, you need to understand that such is not the debate. The true fight is against those who defend a concept of a nation, a sovereign nation and free nation, where any given citizen can, develop their life in equal conditions and equal opportunities. This is the real fact, not as in previous talks, leveling us down, but everyone that is going to, focus not on the title or the surname or the place where they unfortunately were born. They have the same opportunities. That concept of a state nation is entangled with the fact those that defend that what's at stake is if we open our frontiers irresponsibly, putting that Spain at stake, and that Spain that has acquired social labor rights, right to education, it really jeopardizes, because that state can really collapse because of an uncontrolled arrival coming from the state of origin. And let's not forget that this is the biggest failure. Most countries that are encouraging those that are boosting these massive immigration processes, these are states that have really jeopardize their own citizens. We have the best example in the frontier between Morocco and Ceuta, with the same geographic conditions in the international scenario. The difference is that in Morocco, somebody has created a dictatorship where him and those in the Alawite kingdom live surrounded by abhorring luxury in yachts and palaces, whereas their population does not enjoy basic hygiene. So this is done by many African countries and many other countries in the planet. So the biggest debate is between those that do believe that the nation states have the right to defend the social, educational level, those future prospect possibilities, and those who unfortunately understand that what we need to do is to give up to the interests of alien nations and multinationals. And as a consequence, the result, giving up our frontiers, our sovereignty, our culture, and economic capacity those that are directly tackling the heart and soul of the most needed middle class, self-employed, and those that are constantly hindering the future prospects, and those that are responsible for the collapse of the healthcare centers. And they spend an awful lot of money in the illegal immigration aspect. This is the biggest debate, the debate between those that need to defend the nation and the social state and acquired rights, and those that unfortunately put all that at stake because of alien interest to Spain and alien to the European. Let's finish up with Francesco. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your invitation. I'm going to speak Italian. So good afternoon, everyone. And I'm very pleased to be here in today's session because, well, we discussed the issue related to immigration that has long, affected Ceuta. But in Italy, recently, we have seen a similar problem with the immigration problem, which is linked to the island of Lampedusa, which is an Italian island, as you probably know, very close to the boundaries with Africa. And what is going on at Lampedusa for many years so far, we are constantly receiving hundreds, even thousands of immigrants penetrating the Italian territory. And I would give you some information to understand the seriousness of the situation. From the very beginning of the year, we have received 86,000 immigrants in southern Italy, Lampedusa. Since October, 1,800 so far. Imagine a year to date in 2019, we received 11,000 immigrants. So from 11,000 arrivals in 2019 to 85,000 arrivals. Why so many arrivals in Lampedusa? Because there are the so-called NGOs, something that you probably know so well in the Spanish case, that do take immigrants, which are not only exclusively getting them from the sea, but also they go to Africa, they obtain these immigrants, they penetrate the territorial waters, and they bring them to secure port. When Malta rejects them, they require to arrive in Italy. And you probably know that we have recently appointed a center-right government, Fratelli Italia, the Giorgia Meloni, that is linked to Vox at the European Parliament, and they have said the moment an NGO penetrates territorial waters, they need to respect the Italian rules, and they need to respect the authorizations of Italian authorities for immigrants. And most importantly, this is something that is the hot topic of this panel. There must be a redistribution in Europe, because the problem with immigration is that Spain and Italy and also Malta find themselves on a daily basis with the constant arrival from African countries that, per geographic reasons, first arrive in our countries through NGOs, through the different ships that do have a Swedish or Norwegian flag. So what we have said in Italy, which is similar to the right-wing movement in Spain, there must be a redistribution of immigrants. If this happens, it's not possible that only Italy and Spain shall take charge of the immigration issue. And this also contributes to create, well, at least recently, to ignite the middle-class crisis affecting the Europeans, because there's one thing saying, okay, I access Spain or Italy through the regular national official channels, through an official request, or the official frontiers. So I work in Spain, I pay my taxes. That's one thing. Another thing is entering illegally with no documents, and I access the European Union. There's 600,000 undocumented immigrants that live within Italy with no documentation. We don't know who they are, what is their name, how do they live, and how does this end up? Well, many of these individuals from southern Italy end up in the hands of mafia that uses these individuals, for instance, in order to collect tomatoes and to work in the countryside, being paid €1 or €2 per hour. So, we're not helping these individuals because it doesn't seem the way to help these individuals coming from Africa and to another country and end up in the hands of organized crime or drug trafficking and caporalato system in Italy. So working for the organized crime. But at the same time, we have completely destroyed some sectors. These sectors in which in the market for some years there were Italian and Spanish workers working for certain sectors. Now, however, through this massive immigration, the salaries that Italian and Spaniards are receiving are too low. They can't work. And what have we done? We have completely destroyed the agricultural sector. Another sector that is closely linked with immigration, which in part has been mentioned before, this is the issue of globalization, a globalization that has been carried out with the wrong means, and we find ourselves that those that were farmers in Andalusia or southern Italy with olive oil, lemon or oranges find themselves in the Spanish market that is, invaded with olive oil coming from Indonesia or Southern Africa, and they without, the quality controls that we impose in the European Union, and at the same time we are destroying a historical sector, agriculture. On top of that, in the past few years, we are in the hands of other states, China, through the process of the outsourcing. And we, as Westerns, we're shutting down facilities in France, Spain, Germany, Italy, you name it. And then we just opened facilities in Asia, namely China, because China is loser in production and respect of human rights compared to Europe, or namely Spain and Italy. We have destroyed a working class that has lost its job. So how can we solve this situation? We have to solve it with the political willingness, and there is also another important thorough problem linked to the crisis of the Europeans. It's a problem of identity. Within Europe, we have lost in the past few years our identity, and most importantly, the left wing was not understanding actually the changing times, and it is a left movement that does not understand the demands. And that what happens is that in Sweden, which was a traditional left, the far right wins in Milan and Rome, in their wealthiest areas. The people end up in the central ring road, they vote left, whereas in the outskirts, they vote for the conservative movement. And I would like to finish up with this aspect. Nation as a topic needs to come back. There are certain strategic sectors that we cannot outsource in Italy, or in our case, it's a bit different in Spain, but in Italy we realized that we were dependent from Russia at a 40%. We realized how a fundamental sector this was. We weren't independent. We didn't have the sovereignty because we were very much dependent from a single country. Now, because of the European Union policies, we're doing exactly the same with the energy transition. So we discontinue the benzene and we create a problem with our automotive industry, and at the same time we just transfer it to China, the field of automotive industry. So we need to really bring back the key sectors, the concept of nation, and conceiving a confederation of nations in Europe. And we need to stress that the boundaries and the registered boundaries need to be defended, because this is the only way to defend our culture, our frontiers, and because otherwise you will be losing your own identity, your Christian identity. And in 1927, Daniele Fasanella, a priest where Ceuta was under Muslim, they were preaching the Gospels, and he was captured by Muslims. He's called San Daniele. He denied converting to the Islam. So defending our history means defending our nation. The only way to avoid continuing this immigration and the defense of our citizenship of the Spanish nation is to do it in such a way to control our nation, our boundaries, and to defend our identity.
Thank you. Well, you mentioned something very interesting that we brought here, which is that redistribution of migrants. There have been countries, I think Austria, for example, and correct me if I'm wrong, Antonio, that made that decision to redistribute some migrants coming into the country to other areas, such as areas in Africa, while the asylum-seeking requests are being processed in the country. Do you think, Antonio, that that kind of policies may be applicable in Spain, or that may be beneficial for other European countries? Well, obviously, if we have a common market for workers' transit, which was actually cancelled for months while the borders were open. The European Union boasts of open borders, and they close them. So if we have a common market with open borders for free movement, if our border is a European border, the migrants coming into Europe should be redistributed around Europe, not expecting them to go freely, rather getting them distributed. The USA, as a test, the governors of Florida and Texas, DeSantis and Abbott, are fleeting buses with illegal migrants who are much more adaptable to the society they get to, more than in our case. And they're taken to the counties where the traditional Democrats live. Very wealthy people who vote Democrats. Like in Europe, the people who vote Macron and the globalists, those are not normal workers in general. So they've been taken there, and for the first time, they're living, even though for a short time, with illegal migrants. And they actually took to Martha's Vineyard, where Obama bought a house. They called them, and the army was called. They didn't commit any crime. They just got there, 50 migrants, and the National Guard need to go there because these people got scared. So I think it might be appropriate, not just for Ceuta, the Canary Islands, Melilla, or southern Spain, and other neighborhoods, to get to know firsthand about the effects of illegal migration. I think it might be good, at least, to redistribute them towards the neighborhoods where the people who promote, understand and support open borders live, without having an idea of what they're saying. Thank you. I'd like to know your opinion about this redistribution of migrants, but also regarding workers. You have mentioned, all three of you, that the arrival of illegal migrants have caused a drop in salaries in some jobs. And there are Spaniards who are not having an option in these jobs. And currently there are many Spaniards who do not want to work in that kind of job. In the hotel and restaurant industry or in agriculture, and business people are finding trouble to find workers who want those positions. How can we motivate Spanish workers to want to be in those jobs again? Yes, you mentioned something quite important. If you spoke about absurd theory, I think it'd be the main thesis. How can we reach such an absurd situation like the one you've mentioned? I'm going to make a prior comment regarding the redistribution of the illegal migrant population. I'm not in favor of it, because one problem is not solved by redistributing the problem to other places, because at some point you might need to receive illegal migrants coming from other country. So it should be a policy from the whole European Union, and it should be an international policy, of course, but some countries are not interested because they're issuing countries of a population that, as I mentioned before, they do not want to take care of. And we could treat the unaccompanied minors topic. Who's gonna deny help to a minor who needs it? The problem here is, why do they not have that care in the countries of origin? That's the debate we should think of. And there is another matter, which is really the core of this. So we got to the equation of a really absurd matter, and I'm going to try to simplify it. Europeans and Spaniards get up every morning, for example, at 6 a.m., and they manage to do work to support their family, but a very important part of their work is detracted with a confiscation and abusive tax policy. Those financial resources taken away from the population who are law-abiding, who work, who are responsible, who do not attack the authority agents and who respect the laws, are used in a large part to finance organizations and pseudo-NGOs who cover business or criminal mafias. They're used to irrigate issuing states such as Morocco, Algeria and Mauritania with money that, to sum up, even though they call it international aid, that's a price for the blackmail being paid, so they do not keep blackmailing us. And the more money we give, the more pressure there is. Because if you pay a blackmailer, you should know that you just sold your freedom. And after that time, you'll have more blackmail, like the mafia, by governments who will say, either you pay me more, and I'll send you more. And they will never be satiated. But what do we get in return? Well, we send out financial resources. They do not use them to avoid those flows of illegal migration pressure. They send illegal migrants who will overwhelm and saturate the health, the education, and who will force our security corps to dedicate massive efforts to prevent the crimes. And in turn, they will send their products, who, as we said, have been made without any control regarding the legal, health, administrative and tax measures required to our producers. So in that equation, what we give back the Spanish workers, the business people and the merchants, who with a lot of effort pay their taxes and keep working, we're giving them cheap labor, so that self-employed person will be devoid of work, because someone else from the outside will be willing to work for just a bowl of rice, because in their country they might not even have that bowl of rice. They're willing to work in miserable conditions. There may be many business people who will accept many multinationals that cheap labor because eventually they give them some benefits. So eventually they will lower the labor conditions and the Spanish population will be devoid of work and they'll be replaced by an external population willing to work in any condition. Therefore, the labor rights are being stepped over and products will ruin the farmer, agricultural and industrial markets, with products coming from Asia, Africa and anywhere in the world without any quality control. So to sum up, we'll be increasingly poorer and depending from the outside, that is less free. There is a different way of understanding things in the face of that. Some people might point the finger at us, saying that we are demagogists. Do you want autarky? Do you want a closed Europe and Spain? No. What we want is a country competing in equal conditions with the principle of reciprocity. So if you're going to give me your products, I'm going to give you mine. But we're going to request the same conditions that I request here. And I want to have a certification of origin. And if the so-called ecologists say that my factories or farms do not comply with a certain requirement that you decided on regarding their size or the square meters per hen or per pig, I think that's okay as long as I decide it's right, not because you impose it. But if they're not reasonable, I'll also require them to you. Otherwise, I will not admit any chicken, pig or tomato into my borders. So no doubt, we are having suicidal policies against the economy, work and food sovereignty, as well as energy and national sovereignty of Spaniards and Europeans. And what's the measure to be taken here? Well, we need to say, well, it's over. There is reciprocity or we will not accept that imposition. And secondly, we will protect, first of all, our people, and secondly, the people from abroad. First of all, you feed your children before you go out to the street to feed your neighbor's children. And that's a human survival principle. First, your people. First, you need to make sure that no Spaniard is unemployed who wants to work or who needs medical care and who has a massive waiting line for a hospital agency treatment or an operation exceeding a certain unacceptable time. So we need to guarantee that welfare state because we have the right to it and because we've earned it for Spaniards. And after that, we'll take care of seeing whether we can open our borders, in which measure, at which point, and to whom. And I'll finish with the following. First of all, Spaniards and Europeans, for two reasons. The first one is not financial. It is a matter of principles and values. We believe in a way of living based on certain values and respecting human beings, their dignity, life, family, and women. Unfortunately, other ways of understanding life are imposed to us eventually through those migration flows or through that illegal migration. So to preserve those values and to preserve those principles and that lifestyle, we should also preserve the livelihoods and the survival of that population, as well as their economy, their health, their work, and their labor rights and conditions. Before the situation that we're experiencing in Spain and Europe, there have been alternatives. And Francesco, in Italy, you have a new government led by Giorgia Meloni from Fratelli d'Italia. What was that evolution like in Italy? Do you think there was a turning point when Italians realized that they needed a change of government, led in this case by Giorgia Meloni? Because her political program is quite clear and direct regarding the regulation of migration. Well, yes, I'm quite ready to respond about this, because the government has been in place only 2 weeks ago, and it's difficult today to say whether there will be a roadmap change in the current government. But without a doubt, regarding the first measures of the new government, there is a change in the plans regarding the former government. And there's something else that is quite interesting, and I share the opinion of what has been said, because it also affects Italy, and we have the same problems, and we should find common solutions both for Spain and Italy. But there's another element regarding migration, and there's no doubt something essential also in the Spanish debate, on which the current government has had a roadmap change, which is safety. In Italy, we have a big problem linked to safety and security regarding illegal migration. Very often when they speak about security linked to migration, people say, well, you're racist, but data is data. Regarding the Italian prisons, data states that the percentage of people imprisoned in Italy, the percentage of foreign people imprisoned is very high regarding the percentage of Italian people, which means that regarding the proportion, the rate, the criminal migrants, legal or illegal, are much higher than the Italian criminals. And I'll give you an example. In some areas, which are areas governed by the left historically, for example, Ferrara, I don't know where you've been, but it's a city in Emilia-Romagna, which is a region in northern Italy. It's quite rich, and historically it's a left region, a left voting region. It has been so for a while. And Ferrara is a city with 150,000 inhabitants, and the Communist Party had won there for a while, and also the Democratic Party. And in 2019, for the first time, the left center won. Why? We could spoke about Umbria and Marche, which were also historically left, and now they have the center left. It's just like Vox is growing in many areas in Spain. Because in Ferrara, I'll give you the example of a worker who decides in the year 2000 to buy a home. Buys a home in a semi-central neighborhood, not right in the center, but in a neighborhood close to the center. And they pay 150,000 euros for it. And he lives quietly in that neighborhood with a good quality of life, services work, he goes to work on his bike, he works in a factory, he lives in a neighborhood with other Italians, and other foreigners begin to get there. You know, many Italian families and one or two foreign families. Everything is okay and quiet. And what happens there? Well, there's a crisis in 2008 affecting all countries, that credit crunch affecting mainly Greece, Italy and Spain, and the labor conditions become worse. He risks losing his job, the labor conditions are worse, and then we also have the migrants crisis. Germany has received 1 million migrants from Syria, and many migrants got all over Europe. So in his house, semi-central, in his building, there were not just one or two foreign families, but more foreign families than Italian families. And that shouldn't be a problem if it wasn't that in the park, near his apartment, which was a park where his children were playing and his grandchildren were playing, there began to be a serious problem with crime. And also the Nigerian mafia. We have the Italian mafia, but also the Nigerian mafia. And there were people selling drugs, and it began being a dangerous area. Car windows being broken, bags being robbed, and he was just a communist worker who had always voted communist, just like his dad and his grandfather, and he was Democrat, and he explains that to his Democrat party. Hey, we have a problem here with these people who, under our house, are beginning selling drugs. There are problems, and the left politicians' answer is, well, that's a lie. What are you making up here? It's not true. And after a couple of weeks, the problem continues. So he goes back to his Democratic Party representative and say, hey, there's a real problem with Nigerian mafia and with illegal migrants. And my apartment has lost its value, and the quality of life that I had 10 years ago is not there anymore. So there are many difficulties. And the answer is, haven't you become a racist, maybe? In 2018, he says, well, I'm not voting left anymore, I'm voting Cinque Stelle. You know, that populistic party similar to Podemos that has been a total disaster. And he says, well, I do not feel acknowledged in Cinque Stelle, so I will vote the Conservatives, the right. And that in Emilia-Romagna reached between 25 and 30%, that voting rate. And the lack of security is important. Cities that 5, 10 or 15 years in Italy had a good quality of life, now they're becoming much more dangerous. And there's a big risk in Italy and Spain that maybe in 10 or 15 years we might have the same case as in France with the banlieue, with the outskirts that are out of control. And also in Belgium, there are certain neighborhoods in Brussels where the police cannot get in. Or even here, like in Stockholm, in Sweden, which used to be a safe city, but now they have safety problems. So we need to try to solve that problem linked to legal migration and safety. And I'll finish with the following. It is not by being racist or going against foreigners, but rather making sure that whoever comes to our country, living in Italy or Spain, live according to the national laws. In Spain or in Italy, they should respect our history and our identity with Christian Catholic countries. If they have that respect, which is the basis of civil cohabitation, without that, there cannot be integration. Thank you. Well, that's what happened in Italy, as Francesco Giubilei mentioned and explained. That lack of security meant that in working neighborhoods that experienced that illegal migration, they changed their voting intentions towards other parties with more restrictive migration policies. So do you think that that's what's happening in Spain, Antonio? Where are we at in that regard? Do parties such as Vox, are they getting support in these cities and these neighborhoods that are more or less privileged? And you've said that is not just a problem between left voters and right voters, is a problem of citizens against a certain political class who are only looking over their interests. How can we combat that political class when as citizens we don't have that problem, that power that chase has? Well, it is difficult. We have never had that imposition of a single way of thinking. And our societies sometimes do not move, do not budge in the face of that avalanche of ideological impositions, especially with a specific lifestyle. Tyranny, so far, we're getting into the pockets of people, stealing what they had or killing them even. But now, they're really reaching the souls of the children, and that's quite difficult. It's true, though, that we have reached a point where media, most of them at least, are not telling the truth. They're not informing. Any newscast in the Western world, not just in Spain, is mere propaganda. They're imposing a thinking agenda, and that's a complex process. But we do have an important advantage, which is not that we are on the side, or that the truth is on our side, but rather that we are on the side of truth. It might take time, it is taking time, I think it's going quickly, that reactions are being felt, and Italy is a great example of that, the most recent one. But obviously, we have that, the truth on our side. And without getting too crazy about it, when the secession war took place in the USA, Lincoln said that he was not praying for God to be on his side, but rather to be on God's side. And eventually, without much credit, we are on the side of truth. That's why in Italy they're having what they're having, and also in the USA, and that's why we have Vox in unexpected places against the media, against universities, and against all other parties. That's why the path is getting opened. It's not just about the message, it's also about the backing of saying what nobody else says, which might seem obvious. As Francesco was saying at the end, a worker in a neighborhood that loses his job goes to his traditional trade union or to the traditional leftish politicians that he always voted for, and they do not give him solutions. If he loses his job or there's unsafety or insecurity in his neighborhood, and this is not just about the left. The most obvious solution might be the left, but not just. In Spain, we have the whole parliamentary range, except for Vox.
The answer is to dress in purple on the 8th of March in June. You need to just air the rainbow, the gay rainbow, and then they go to down to the bar, and the conversations had nothing to do with what's discussed on TV. Are you talking? They talk about the judiciary, right? Of course, in the underground they talk about the judiciary's changes, but not in the neighborhoods. And when Vox arrives, or Fratelli d'Italia, or Donald Trump in the U.S., just they say things that normal people on the bar say. And even if you've been voting and you've been a die-hard voter, this is about your food, the security of your children, something far more important than voting for, a tradition. I've always voted for this, and I will continue to. And there is so much pressure that's so totalitarian that people just are sick and tired. And it goes so much against, human nature and the identity of ourselves that people can vote for what they weren't thinking, with the aim of protecting themselves against that tyranny. Precisely in this sense, Javier Ortega Smith of Vox is the only political party which is going to these less of areas to discuss with neighbors. We have the socialist labor movement, the Popular Party, that has forgotten about them. This is the strongest way that they can benefit and can regain the political power. Well, it is certain that you need to convey a message of hope, because otherwise those who've been following these sessions, they perhaps should be concerned in view of this panorama. We are not completely reckless. We know that the problem discussed here is not solved with a few more meters in the southern frontier or with a few odd agents, because we're talking about millions of people who can or are willing to assault Europe. Therefore, we must only remember our history to understand that there is a hope and there is a solution, and the solution in Spain. We were the pioneers in giving them the solution, but a few centuries ago, those who like history and historical facts of our nation that stamped the world in view of the threat of an invasion a demographic invasion, but also an economic invasion, an anti-cultural invasion against ourselves, we need to raise a flag in Tolesa or Lepanto. We were an example against the invasion, and we could prove that in view of the biggest threat, we could conquer. And it was based on the cross and the sword. And translated to our language, means the defense of the cross. These are the values, the principles of faith, patriotism, and the sword is the strength and determination. And that's why the political will is the most powerful weapon, more than economic resources and propaganda. Therefore, that message of hope tells us that those neighborhoods that are suffering this situation, something that can be common in an Italian, French neighborhood, in view of these areas of Spain that are suffering tremendous worrying pressure, as a historical city of Ceuta and neighboring countries, we have to tell them that their problem is our problem. It's everybody's problem, and it should be the problem of all Spaniards, and we need to put a lobby up, so it is a common problem. European countries recently, Italy, Hungary, Poland, and all the countries that are jumping on this bandwagon, the resistance of values, the historical recovery, the League for Freedom and Sovereignty of Nations, and progress. And this is the case, and we shall not, be afraid of this, because others believe in other types of leagues, Marxism, populism, and in view of such oligarchs of the destruction, totalitarianism, and there must be another one, nations and patriots, that we are willing to defend every last inch of our frontiers and our nation. Today, unfortunately, in Europe, a war in Ukraine is taking place, where the Russian tyrants, Putin, decided to oppress the Ukrainian citizens, and teachers, professors that of long past or housewives are raising against the tyranny of Russian invasion, and Putin in particular. I don't want this to happen in Spain, but history has an advantage. It teaches us that we can really quickly move from war to peace in a matter of a glimpse of a moment, and we can move from healthy, balanced conditions to the economic tragedy and the poor conditions. And the Vice President of Vox, I need to tell you that our political project is not here to please the personal vanities or hubris of anyone, or to really get to be totally right, but to defend that the rights of all Spaniards, and especially those that were abandoned, self-employed farmers who feel alone and think it is not worth, voting again. But we need to tell them that history is on our side, and we defend it with great passion. We always conquer. So this is a message of hope for Spain and Europe, Spain of the patriots. So the sooner we start working for this to happen, the better, and ensuring those that threaten our frontiers in our lifestyle exist because they know it could be very costly if they try and remove it from us. I'll just ask a very last question before we close. And I would like to ask Francesca, please give me a short answer because we're running out of time. Do we need a union of all those patriotic political parties that do defend the identity of those nations in order to defend the identity, the Christian identity of Europe and the sovereignty of all the different nations? It is important to create a different European Union because a European Union that does not remember what was our identity, what our history is, well, it is a denial of our history. This is very serious. The Conference on the Future of Europe, and I was part of the Scientific Government Conference. The document that the European Union has made, the guidelines for the future of our continent, is a 150-page document where not a single moment they mention the word Christian mom or dad, and never the word used family. It is talked about families. They never talk about birth. They never talk about our identity. The only way to try and build a diverse Europe is to create a political alliance. But if we do not talk about identity, and if we do not think about a European Union that is a confederation of nations where they stress the common points and the differences, because Italians and Spaniards are different, so we must stress what is our national identity, but at the same time to try and find some common ground, shifting gears, and we will be able to insist in these issues and immigration, among other things. Thank you all very much for your kind participation in this panel. Francesco Julie and Javier Ortega Smith, thank you all, and all the viewers. We only have one panel to finish this entertaining encounter. But before I start the round table where we are talking about the changes in legislations about nationality and foreign affairs, we're going to watch a video from the General Secretary Ignacio Garriga of Vox. The interpreter apologizes. We do not receive any sound in the booth. We can't really allow for the until it without protection. Historical continuity of our nation is at stake, and the future of families and the youth. Illegal immigration and multiculturalism are a triple condemned for all Spaniards, that the consensus of the powerful and the almighty that really includes all powers and economic powers that apply against the forces. It condemns insecurity and social degradation. In the past, everyone was, going back home with full security, and this is a past long gone. The elites have decided that security has to be a product of luxury, and they condemn the stability with a decline in salaries, uncertainty, and public services that are overwhelmed. The left that talks about the welfare state and boasts about it is the one that is ruining the public services, collapse of hospitals, and insecurity in public transport, and degraded education. They always act in the same way. And last but not least, the loss of identity of our roots and transformation of our society. Multiculturalism has destroyed everything that we gave for granted. all the drivers of working classes, and they made it a stronger society. Now we need to rebuild it. This is a crucial year for the future of our country. We need to persevere in the defense of these ideas, which are the defense of our homeland and all the citizens that are part of our nation and our history, traditions, and attitudes. I would like to thank all of those who made this possible, Jorge, Buxadé, and the entire European Vox teams, the RC party, and the tireless workers nationally and internationally and provincially. Allow me also to pay a special tribute to Rocio, our MP in Almería. Thank you very much indeed.
Y llegamos ya prácticamente al final de la jornada de hoy, de este segundo encuentro de Frontera Sur. Ahora por la tarde pues hemos estado hablando de esa implantación.
In the afternoon, we've discussed about the implementation of Islam in Europe and how middle classes are coping with this crisis and the massive waves of illegal immigration. We're now going to talk about the recent changes in legislation, in foreign affairs, in order to favor the massive immigration and the consequences for all the citizens. For that, we've got Jorge Buxadé, the Secretary for Political Action, Vox. Thank you. I'm very pleased to be here in Ceuta. And thank you. And also, Matías Recio, thank you very much indeed. We're going to continue talking about this affair. Let's go back to the stage.
El negro de Vox, de verdad.
Qué sin sentido, ¿no?
Pero es un poco como los árabes en Francia que se hacen de extrema derecha. En plan de, pues yo voy a ser más francés que los franceses. Y pues voy a ser más español que los españoles. So let's begin that last panel for the second Southern Border meeting. And we're going to speak about those changes that have taken place in the laws regarding nationality and foreign affairs. So we have Matias Lecio, I'll introduce him again. He's a procedural law professor, and Jorge Buxadé, the Vox Political Action Secretary, and he leads the Vox delegation in Europe. We're going to give them the floor for a few minutes and then we'll have questions. So, Matias, thank you. So, let's go straight into the topic. Regarding nationality, so this is a legal concept hinting to someone belonging to a certain state. That is a legal link linking the person with a certain state. However, we cannot just keep that definition that should be in a law textbook. It's not just yet another element of the civil status of people. Nationality entails much more. It is a hallmark of that person. It really represents determining the belonging of any of us to a certain national community. And that has consequences for the state theory and also for political rights. Because the attribution of nationality also attributes the quality of citizen, and that will open up all the possibilities of the full exercise of political rights recognized in whichever state. So I think it's quite easy to understand that this regulation of nationality, especially its granting and losing it, is an essential element that is strictly linked to national sovereignty. So states need, of course, to regulate and decide which foreign citizens are foreign and which ones are national, or which ones need to stop being national citizens. And that element leads to a current affair that has been dealt with today, which is a problem we have currently. Before, Javier Ortega mentioned that the traditional division between the left and right has been blurred. And we now have an ideological bipolarity between patriotism and globalism. We know that the globalist elites aim to weaken or destroy the nation states. And to do so, they do not doubt in fragmenting or atomizing our societies. And one of the main instruments to do that is mass migration. Which better way than promoting and rooting our societies than taking thousands of people from different third world states with different situations and circumstances and cultures, sometimes incompatible between them and with ours, and they're put into our Western societies. All that to create that mix that they call multiculturalism. Because now we cannot be citizens of a certain nation. We need to be citizens of the world, which means that we are citizens from nowhere, because the global elites aim to create interchangeable populations, not of citizens, but rather of consumers, producers, and taxpayers, regardless of where they're in. They could be in Germany, Japan, Spain, Morocco, Colombia, or the USA. They sell that under the so-called benefits of the cosmopolitan societies. And if you allow me to quote Santiago Abascal, they're just cosmos-stupid societies where citizens have decreased abilities. They're easy to manipulate, and they stand by the reduced freedoms without complaining. They're deprived of their energy sovereignty, and they do not complain either. This citizenship can be imposed things by the globalistic elite regarding the global governance. And what's the role of the nationality institution in this whole problem we currently have? Well, traditionally, nationality was obtained in two ways. First, the original nationality obtained automatically using two criteria, which is the jus soli, which means that someone belongs to the state or has a nationality in the state where they are born. The jus sanguinis means that someone has a nationality of their parents. The first system has been used to fix the population, the second one to keep a culturally homogeneous society. Traditionally, Europe has kept as the main criteria the jus sanguini, but also with the jus soli since the 19th century. And our legal code has that regulation currently. But this phenomenon of mass migration is here to change this whole attribution and regulation system. If you allow me, I'll illustrate you some statistics. In Spain, not just regarding the origin nationality, but also the derivative nationality acquired through residency, that is, through a stay in a state for a certain time, understood to be enough to think that that person has been integrated in the national community. So in Spain, that way of acquiring nationality in a derivative way between 1996 and last year, 2021, has reached 2 million foreign citizens, 1.958 thousand citizens. So we went from 8,000 concessions in 1996 until 260,000 in 2013, the highest peak in the statistical series. So supposedly, when someone gets a Spanish nationality by residence, it's because they were integrated enough, or because they had a consolidated rootedness situation in Spain. They had developed some economic or labor links, social, cultural, even family relatives with the host in society, in this case, Spain. Supposedly, even though these people do not share the moral common values of our society, at least they know them, they accept them, and they respect them. And I say supposedly because after, this statement is quite questionable, but if we get a statistical data regarding Europol statistics, in 2019, 60% of people who were arrested for being related to jihadist activities had the nationalities of some of the European countries where they had attacked or they were planning their jihadist activities. In the case of Spain, this statistic is not too different, with the official figures of the Home Office and the data from the General State Attorney's Office. Between 2013 and 2019, the people arrested for jihadist activities were citizens from Morocco, but a third of them had the Spanish nationality. And we do not need to be limited to Islamic terrorism. If we look at France, we all know that they have a very serious problem of integration regarding migrants of second and third generation. And they all have the French nationality. So which conclusion do we need to get from this data? Well, nationality, initially, or in theory, speaks about integration, but these people should have a certain rootedness in France or in Spain and not give any problems, at least have the same criminal rate than national citizens have, whether in Spain or France, without presenting any integration problem regarding the Islamic or the Islamism. But the reality is totally different from the formal regulation of nationality. Therefore, we need to rethink the legal framework and try that reform with a double target. First, to guarantee the safety of our host societies, especially in Europe, and that security is including the European human rights and the Fundamental Charter of the European Union. Secondly, it should be to fight against the population replacement to guarantee the survival of the values of the society that have their roots in different Greco-Roman cultures. Well, it's great to hear you. Your explanation is very clear regarding what nationality is. And I think the most important bit here is that we should think of a concept which is not too usual, which is the national community. So Spaniards are part of a community, characterized by external traits such as having a common language, of course, but not necessarily, because in Spain there are several languages, even though we have Spanish as a common language, in a shared history and cultural and emotional links, and that's the most important element. Then we have another element, which is legal residence. A foreign person comes to Spain and they aim to live, or they should live, according to the law. They could obtain, first of all, a temporary residency for a certain time, usually 1 year, that gets extended, and when they get to a certain time, they could get the permanent residency. If there are certain circumstances, if they have employment and other things and so on. So what happens here? In the last few years, in that ideological line is a brutal attack about what we call globalism. And there is an automated identification between residency and nationality. Living in a certain country does not make you national. And there is another argument here. You are Spanish because the national community acknowledges you as Spanish. That's why historically the European and Spanish right has gone to the jus sanguinis, the blood right, that is, the children of Spaniards are Spaniards, because we have that common sense rule. In families, you learn that national shared history. In families, you learn about that shared faith, that shared culture, those traditions and those habits. However, the world has changed, and the legislation regarding nationality and foreign aspect is not changing. There is constant pressure to undervalue nationality. I'll give you an example. In Spain, as Matthias explained, there are two ways of acquiring nationality. The Spanish nationality by origin, the children of Spaniards, for example, regardless of where you were born, and the Spanish nationality of origin is a privilege. And you haven't done anything to achieve that. It's something you inherit from your parents, and your parents inherit it from their parents, in an uninterrupted chain, which is a nation. I do not have the right to be Spanish, I'm just Spanish. And there is another way, which is non-origin nationality, and ordinarily it is acquired in a mass manner due to residency. So the mere fact of being in Spain gives you the right to requesting the Spanish nationality, and that has become the golden rule versus what should be an exceptional situation. And there's no control criteria for acquiring that non-origin Spanish nationality. What's the main difference, though? The origin Spaniards cannot be deprived of the nationality because the community has said that we're Spanish, while the non-origin Spaniards that acquired that through residency could be deprived of their nationality. I'll give you an example. A foreigner born in Spain with 1 year of residency, they could be Spanish, even though their parents may be foreign. If two foreigners have a child in Spain, after a year, that child is Spanish. What's the common sense there? How is there an integration or recognition of that shared history? How do they feel involved in Las Navas de Tolosa, the national economy, or the solidarity, the pain Spaniards should feel for the situation in Ceuta or the pain for someone in Huelva according to what's happening in Catalonia or in the Basque Country. That is the national feeling. So, if you have been married for a year to a Spanish citizen, then you become a Spanish as well, just 1 year. So anyone who's married knows that after 1 year, a foreigner marries, and after 1 year they just become Spanish. What do I mean by this? That we need to give strength to the idea of nationality. Of course, foreigners may come and live here, and that will give them certain rights because they work, they pay taxes, they live in the society, but being Spanish is something very important. It recognizes certain political rights, such as the possibility of exercising the right to vote, and after acquiring the condition of being a Spaniard, it is impossible to expel that citizen. That's why that constant work done by the Popular Party and the Socialist Party have been modified the civil code in the last few years to increase the perspective so that anyone can acquire the Spanish nationality. What we say, which is common sense, is that one thing is getting into Spain, the foreigners' law, you have your rights. A different thing is being Spanish. Being Spanish is something very big. That is not accredited with 1 year of residency in the national territory, or because you have married, or because you have an employment in Spain. Legislation needs to be adapted, and there are certain reforms that are unquestionable. I think as a first speech it might be enough, but there are certain non-questionable matters, and most of them have been already mentioned by the Vox parliamentary group at the Congress of Deputies, with reform bill of the civil code, and the rest of the parties voted against, which is quite common regarding the common-based initiatives. People who live in ideology voted no, as usual. Well, after these two first speeches, Matthias has mentioned how those nationalities have increased in comparison to a few years ago. And I guess that it has to do with the fact that we have more migrants than we had a few years ago, but also because the legislation is more lenient and has been modified that way. Well, the problem here is that the civil code law was planned for a Spain which is different from the current one. That law was devised for a different Spain. In Spain, when we had our overseas provinces, not colonies, that we could use the ius soli, because we wanted to settle population there. But as time went on, that legislation could be valid for the beginning of the 20th century, but it is not valid nowadays, because that phenomenon of mass migration cannot be equaled to migrants coming in small numbers, which were quite integratable with a different origin. And now we find many migrants who are not just coming from Latin America, they're also coming from Africa. And it's not just the amount, it's also the makeup regarding granting nationalities. In the last 15 years, the three main nationalities of foreigners to whom the Spanish nationality has been given are Colombians, from Ecuador, or from Morocco. So a third of these nationalities given are given to Moroccans. And it's not about being racist or Islamophobic or being against Muslims, but we might understand that we cannot expect the same integration or agreeing with the European and Spanish behavioral rules to someone coming from Latin America or to someone coming from a Muslim country, because whether we like it or not, there is a culture clash. In fact, there's a civilizations clash, because the Muslim civilization doesn't have much to do with the Western civilization as we know it. And I'll go even further. Even the progressists do not agree between themselves. It's not just incompatible with the Christian civilization, but really goes against the system, the non-church-based system born from the French Revolution. And the progressists do inherit that tradition from the French Revolution. We see that in France. And Jorge mentioned something very interesting, which is how nationality is being used with that badly intentioned goodism. And we have the case of refugees. The general term for giving the nationality by residence is 10 years, but for refugees it's 5 years. Why?
Because these are opposing rows and figures, because refugees receive humanitarian protection and international protection, because they have a physical risk at the countries of origin. We all know what is going on in Ukraine. Your life is at stake. Same happened with the war in Syria. What does it have to do with looking for a consolidated situation for a nationality? If they still allege that risk situation, you don't need to grant them the nationality. This is not humanitarian aid. Why do we need to give the Spanish nationality to a Syrian immigrant in 10 years only? It is absurd. And this is an example of how nationality is being used, how its end was completely perverted, and how the legal nature has been corrupted as well. So when we need to regulate nationality, we need to pay close attention, because the residence period needs to be long enough, and this is also based on the civil code. We wouldn't even have to modify it, we just have to apply it. What's necessary is to verify a good conduct and a satisfactory level of integration. Good conduct is not only not having a criminal record. Perhaps the degree of integration is dubious. When their first step to get to our nation was violating our legal code of conduct, how can we even claim that they are integrated somehow? We go beyond that. Integration means respect of common rules that have been given to them. So you may like them or dislike them altogether, but if you do dislike them, you don't need to come to a country, you can stay home. If you dislike our values, of course, go to Pakistan or Saudi Arabia, wherever you want, as long as it coincides with your value system. However, if you come to another nation that invites you, you need to respect, I'm not saying sharing, but you need to respect our values. So this is, I'm going to go back to the same. It's not only having criminal record or not having a criminal record. You can't come to a country to destroy our resources, to live from subsidies, to rent a flat and not pay the rent, and then just do this several times. So a gentleman who's doing this cannot be given the nationality. We need to take this so seriously. And integration means the acceptance of our code of values. If somebody comes with a pre-informed Islamic criteria, I do not believe they have the conditions to become Spanish nationals. I'm going to ask you both a question, because you have clearly talked about the easiness to grant nationality and how the obtention of nationalities was at stake. But the problem we also found is that one thing is to say that they are in a legal circumstance in our country. Expulsion orders are enacted and they are not effected afterwards. What is going on with these expulsion orders? Let me finish up with this nationality issue, because there is a very important aspect. The timeline residences, when this was approved, and the life expectancy in Spain was 50 years old. Now the period has to be expanded. This may seem quite obvious to all of us. It's not that I disagree with Matthias, but those who want to become Spanish nationals, we need to demand them not only respect to our culture, shared history, lifestyle, social organization, and family organization. They need to share it. It's not only respect, they need to become Spanish. Otherwise, it's pure residence permit. But those who want to become Spaniards, they really need to share our nationality. For that, there is a rule in international law that is also applicable in the Spanish law. When you ask for a Spanish nationality, you need to give up to your nationality of origin because, you know, for centuries, they came to the conclusion that you can't be a national of two countries because your nationality is a feeling dependence. My whole soul and body is Spanish. So being having two nationalities seems quite illogical. So in order to acquire the Spanish nationality, you need to give up to the nationality of origin. If a Spaniard wants to acquire the nationality of another country, they need to give up to that. Historically, and this is the imperial grandeur of Spain, we've said, so Spanish nationals from Latin American countries, we admit double nationality because we understand that because we have a shared history and collective faith, somebody can be Peruvian and Spanish at the same time without that being a rupture in the Spanish logic. Why do I say this? Some Moroccan nationals who are in the tens of thousands recognized as Spanish nationals have not given up to the Moroccan nationality. And we have endless examples, and we see it on TikTok videos, Instagram, social networks, where, okay, they say, okay, I'm Spanish and Moroccan. No, you can't. You can't be both. You can't. It's as simple as that. Because the civil code in Moroccan requires an express agreement in the Spanish Ministry of Foreign Affairs that they never incorporate, because those who give up to the Moroccan nationality wouldn't be able to come back to the country because they have a clear feeling. And there is a reality that is provoking seriousness, the acquisition of nationality for those who do not feel, or I remember a case, there was a known singer of Moroccan origin, Morad, who's known for not, he's a criminal constantly, and he says that he feels Moroccan, but he's a Spaniard born in Spain and in Catalonia. After all that, should we remove their nationality? No, we can't. That's why we need to change the civil code, so those who've acquired the nationality by residence, option, and whatever reason in our code of conduct, they need to foresee that tasks that mean that the loss of a nationality, damaging the flag, jeopardizing, criticizing our monarchy, constant and repeated minor problems, and also that he paid a band of Moroccans, so they would become general criminals of Barcelona. This should be included in the civil code as the root cause behind the loss of nationality. After that, we need to include this file of expulsion, but they are not just enforcing them because of lack of political willingness. in the Spanish government that has always existed, unfortunately, for quite some time. And when I was a state lawyer in Barcelona in 2004, 2005, we had all the massive regularization in the Spanish government, thousands of litigations. A judge will confirm the expulsion, and there is no effective execution order, because that foreigner is not monitored by the state. They could either be in France, Germany, or anywhere in the Spanish kingdom. Secondly, because we do not have return agreements with third parties. For instance, Morocco, or if we have them, we do not abide by them. For instance, in Algiers, because we've lost control of the situation. And obviously, we need to expel them from our country. We need to automatically apply these prohibitions, because we can find ourselves with the situation that we do not have a real statistical control of the situation. In this regard, I am a speaker at the European Parliament of the reform procedure of Eurodac for the statistical control, for the fingerprints of all foreigners that enter the European Union. So this is something that we have been drafting that allows us to control foreigners to access the Spanish or territory and biometric data that allow Spanish law enforcement agencies. There should be Europol and Eurojust connected with the rest of member states. So when somebody forbids the Spanish residents in Spain, knowing that they lost it, 6 months ago, then it was denied. This has been stopped by the far left movement in the European Parliament, with the cooperation with the European Popular Party, that does not want to present this. We now have the different mechanisms to guarantee that they are entering the European territory. They need to be identified and expelled. If this is not done, it is because of the lack of political power. You've said that you have presented the Eurodac proposal in order to have, fingerprints and a body face recognition, but in Spain you can't even know, perhaps, or do physical exams in order to determine if some of the immigrants that enter our country are minors or not. This is also another Pandora's box. Determining age is a very important thing, because if you remember the Alacrana case, the Spanish fishing boat that was, assaulted by the African pirates. Well, one of them argued that he was a minor, but he was not. And this is really our day-to-day basis. We are treating them as minors, but they are adults. And the problem is that for them to be subdued, and we do have an issue vis-a-vis the Supreme Court in Spain, because even when there is a whole divergence between the formal and material truth, you choose the formal truth. Is if immigrants tell you that they are minors prior showing the documentation from a failed state, well, the trustworthiness of that, it's questionable. But well, number one, it's not questionable. If it's flagrant, you can't deny it. You cannot practice those tests to determine the age, because it does have important legal consequences, because we do have a very serious problem with the minas, and if these oral exposures are, ridiculous. It's a mere anecdote when we talk about minors. When we talk about the Crown Prosecution Service in the last 10 years, the year in which we managed to repatriate more minors, it was 10, and in Spain we've got 19,000, and they are not repatriated because there isn't any political will to do so. If they were willingly, they could use the Minor Rights Convention and they must guarantee superior interest of minors. The superior interest of minors is that they need to be going back to the families, and the effect of the families to be given to the stewardship and tutors of those at the country of origin. And this is not done or executed because there isn't any political willingness, because the European Union doesn't want to do it. And if we just had some agreements with Morocco and Algiers, we would have for minors expulsions and not the rest. I was lucky enough to meet the General Internal Affairs at the European Commission, and with regards to the voluntary return agreements with Morocco and Algiers, one of the reasons they argued it has been paralyzed because of the COVID-19. The relations were stopped. Can you use Zoom? Of course, Morocco and Algiers claimed that this was not possible. This is the situation in view of this political weakness. Yet we continue to grant millions and zillions of euros to aid for the development of other countries that do not cooperate with us. And what we are saying is that we need to defend ourselves. There is a very serious problem, in line with what Mantaya said. We need to be respectful with, resolutions, but we must not forget that judges are human beings who live in a society that have let themselves influence with the social influence in the weak thinking, as we call it. Those minors do have theoretical human rights that need to be protected. However, our young individuals shall not have any protection. We must remember that there isn't any right to migrate, no. Even if you want to generate that right, in reality, the right is the right not to migrate. As a Spanish national, I have the right to stay home. It's like Moroccans, the right they can invoke in view of their assault, and is the right not to flee Morocco, but they do not have any right to enter our territory. For what reason? That has generated reckless, regulation. On the 19th of May 2021, they claim they didn't have to return them to Morocco. Isn't there a right to migrate, or the right not to migrate, to stay with your parents? You don't have any rights not to stay with your parents. It's a common sense, and if you think it naturally and forget about the fear of what's politically correct, you can defend yourself so easily. This is the right we've always defended, the good right to be deeply rooted with your family, to have a decent job in your country. So these are the strong rights that really make somebody truly, truly free. And we do have an obligation to really defend it for Spain, but for the rest of the European Union. If we do not act, consistently, if Spain becomes a sieve, then the whole European Union becomes a sieve. I felt of all those. We've already had this model in Hungary in the 2015 crisis, in Poland, and in Belarus last year, where Poland declared war state. They deployed their army to prevent the massive arrival of immigrants in their frontier. Quite the opposite. They live safely in their country, but we have reached a moment in which defending such a common sense thing, the logical thing would be for these children to go back to their families. This is not seen well.
Well, those are the elites, the political elites that have avoided the debate. They have agreed between them bipartisanism, alternance, and the financial elites who in the short and mid-term are interested in getting mass illegal migration, that are willing to accept working conditions that Spaniards are not willing to accept. Therefore, there's a reduction of salaries and a prejudice to labor because they get cheap labor, and you are a journalist. So to finish with this, we have the journalistic elites. You're good journalists, but the media elites have hidden this reality, and for years they have had a very weak discourse, weakening thousands of Spaniards who hear this and are like, well, there is some legal foundation, and I feel the pain of that. Or I played when I was a child, and now my children cannot play there because that square in that city has been dominated by gangs of criminals who besides say they have a residency permit, and sometimes they might acquire the Spanish nationality. So the most painful headline for a media outlet right now is a Spaniard from Moroccan origin. Well, what does that mean? It's like acknowledging that they're not Spanish. However, when we see the Spaniard from a Moroccan origin, we know that they cannot be evicted from the national territory. That's what we need to invert. And before they get given nationality, very often there is aid that the rest of the citizens do not have access to. It's an attack to the less privileged Spanish classes, yes, and it is also discrimination, not just regarding the access to social aid the Spanish do not have just for being foreign and I mean for integration, but that's a common policy in social democrats. That society with customer bases, I mean to have them dependent and have a captive voting, and they're trying to get the same with migration. And when nationality is given, they're given political rights. The right to vote, for example. We know quite well, because in France several novels have been written, there are many other authors who are saying that, and we see that in the UK as well, with the Mayor of London and the Prime Minister. These are people who are not really local, and this is really an attack to national sovereignty, but we can go beyond that. All the aid given and all the subsidies given represent an open contradiction. Our systems, our welfare state systems are quite generous, but if that welfare state system is opened unlimitedly, it will go bankrupt because resources are not unlimited, and we're all seeing that with big crises we're having. If we open the borders, as it is the aim of these global elites, our societies will be broken because eventually they want to atomize us and destroy the national community. And the meaning of national community, I mean, I always ask why someone in northern Spain pays taxes to pay the pension of someone in Barcelona, and when someone in Barcelona pays taxes to pay the pension of someone in Seville, and when someone in Seville pays taxes to pay the pension of someone in Ceuta for something called solidarity, but it's national solidarity because we all belong to the same national community. I don't pay taxes to pay the pension to someone in Berlin or in Marrakesh or in Tokyo. Therefore, we need to be aware that it is essential to preserve the national community. And by doing so, we're not just preserving our identity, we're also preserving the solidarity that will allow us to keep forging ahead and look at the future with optimism. So before you were announcing that in your intervention, Jorge, what does Vox suggest to do to obtain the nationality or to withdraw it? Well, one of the things we should do is to check with the Spaniards, to ask the Spaniards, do you want a foreign law And a regulation such as the one we have now allows the massive entry of people who not meet the conditions and even allows for the acquisition of the Spanish nationality. Do you want a legal migrant to be able to be registered in any territory, in the national territory? And once they're registered, they may acquire different subsidies and aid. Spain should decide. Let's ask them. The government has an instrument, which is Article 92, a national consultation. What's the model, what's the public policy that you have in this important matter, such as immigration? There's 1.9 million inhabitants, people who used to be foreign, and now they have acquired a Spanish nationality. So do you agree with this? That's the first step. Something regarding democracy. To tell the community, you as a national Spanish community, who do you want to be Spanish? And we have a proposal, of course, which is to extend the deadline to obtain the Spanish nationality and to eliminate certain cases for obtaining the Spanish nationality that do not have any meaning, and to reinforce double nationality when we have it, and conversely, to request in all the cases, request the fact that you revoked your nationality of origin. And I'll give you an example in the opposite case. Well, Moroccans do not accredit this nationality files, but I'll give you an example of an European nation proud of itself. If I'm not mistaken, about 1 million Romanians are living in Spain. And they do not acquire the Spanish nationality, because in those files they're required to revoke their Romanian nationality, and they feel Romanian and do not want to lose that Romanian nationality, and they do not acquire the Spanish nationality. That's what's right. What's serious here is that the Home Office, knowing that certain subjects, in this case Moroccans, do not revoke effectively their nationality, they cannot be given nationality. And there is an essential measure, which is to increase the cases for losing nationality. Continued slight crimes, serious crimes against the constitutional order, or serious crimes against the crown, or attacks to the flag or to the Spanish hymn, things that constitute the national identity. That should be the cause for losing nationality for foreigners, of course. And the next step should be to open up an eviction file and return them. Regarding the agreements with third-party countries, that has to do with the Foreign Affairs Ministry. We're not able to negotiate appropriately with Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Senegal, Ivory Coast. These are the countries that are bringing the foreigners after the returns. So the foreign minister should let us negotiate, because we give thousands of million euros in development aid to those countries. So if they're not helping them, if they're not helping us, we shouldn't help them. So that should be coherent. And the last thing is to fight in Brussels, which is what we need to do with the ECR party, with our colleagues from Sweden, Italy, France, Greece, for a new model of asylum and European migration compact, a model that understands that we are defending Europe, the Christianity, our culture, and our legal order, our idea of family, and street safety and human dignity, and female dignity. That's what we are going to defend, first of all, at the borders. That's what we're here for. I think we might keep that last few words. We're here in Ceuta to defend those borders. Thank you, my Tias Rocio, for being with us with this panel. Thank you, Jorge Buxadé. Thank you to all the viewers who have been with us for the whole day today in the second Southern Border meeting. We are here to defend our southern border. And I think it's been a very comprehensive day. Thank you if you followed us since the morning on our YouTube channels, and tomorrow we're going to continue. with some small content, and the organizer of the event, Rocio, the Meer, the national member of the parliament, will interview Jorge Buxadé at the border crossing of Benzu. We're going to broadcast that on streaming, and at 12 we'll have an El Carajal passage speech by Jorge Buxadé. So we hope to see you tomorrow, and thank you once again, and see you tomorrow, hopefully.